Yang Fei said, I haven't eaten yet. Then he went to the kitchen to see if there was anything else to eat. In the evening, whose family ate noodles and broth, Mrs. Shin left a bowl for Yang Fei and covered it in the pot to heat it up. Yang Fei took it out and ate it on the table. Dehu laughed and said, You said you were cooking in the Zhang family's kitchen. Could it be that you missed a bite? You have to come back every day to eat at home. Yang Fei said, Those dishes will get boring if you look at them too much. It's better to come back and eat the delicious ones made by your mother. He said again, Father, Grandpa Chef Li came to order fish with my family today, and said that from tomorrow onwards, they will supply their restaurant with caddies of fish every day, regardless of the type. Dehu was overjoyed, Really? That's great. Frowning, he said, But your fish dishes have worked? Yang Fei smiled and said, Grandpa Chef Li said so. Dehu couldn't help laughing happily, and laughed a few times, then suddenly thought of a question, But, how can so many fish be transported? Yang Fei said, Father, you see, I don't know if this is feasible. Dehu asked, How? Yang Fei said, I don't know if it's feasible to borrow the ox cart from the village chief's house and use it for 10 days and half a month. Dehu thought for a while, it should be possible. Now that the farming is slack, it is not yet the time to use the cattle. They are raised at home and have to be supplied with fodder every day. If I were the village head, I would also be willing to lend them out in exchange for money. Standing up, he said, Let me go ask first. If it doesn't work, I'll think of another way. In less than half an hour, Dehu pulled the ox cart back, tied the ox outside the door, entered the house and said with a smile on his face, I went to the village head, and when I asked to borrow the ox to sell the fish, the village head agreed. I will. He said that it is necessary to give you 10 cash per day as a usage fee, but he would not want it anyway, saying that this cow is not bad, as long as the animal is fed every day, it will save their family to feed it. Just call I'm here. Shinshir was also standing in the main room at this time, wiping her hands with her apron and said, How can that be done? Cows are precious things, so how can they not be paid if they are used? Dehu said, That's not what I said. I was thinking on the way back, let's count together when returning the cow. Even if it breaks my head, I will give him the money for the cow. Shin said, That must be given. Yang Fei said, Where will this cow be put when it comes back tonight? One more room in the house is gone. Dehu also had no choice but to look left and right, scratched his head and said, It's really not possible, let's take it to the yard. An old sheet is put on the cow to prevent the cow from getting sick due to the dew. Just make do with it for one night, and come back tomorrow. Building a shed for it in the yard is not something that can be done in a day or two. Another problem is the fish storage tools. There are only 2 wooden barrels in the house. Even with a wash basin and a bathtub, it is impossible to hold caddies of fish. I had no choice but to go out and borrow 2 large deep bathtubs, which were similar to the size of a bathtub, plus a small water tank at home, which was barely enough. It was not dawn the next day, except for the twins, the whole family had already woken up. Mrs. Wang and Mrs. Chen cooked breakfast and ate it indiscriminately. Yang Fei went to Zhang's family to go to work, Mrs. Wang stayed at home to clean up, and the rest went to fish out the shrimp cage. It was easy to do things with a lot of people, and he got up early, so he arrived at the restaurant at about the same time on weekdays. Li Baotian didn't take advantage of the Hu family, so he collected the fish at an average price of 8 cents per caddy at the market price. 287 caddies sold 2 taels of silver ingots plus 296 copper plates, plus the money for selling shrimps. There was a full 3.5 taels of silver still in change. Dehu was so happy, he left the restaurant, first went to the carpenter's shop to order a large open wooden box, half the size of an ox cart, and promised to pick it up tomorrow, then went to buy a large oilcloth, and picked up the wooden box tomorrow. Inside put the oilcloth on the pad, and put the fish in water. The craftsmanship of the wooden box is simple. If it weren't for all the work at home now, Dehu could make one by himself. I also bought some meat and vegetables to take back. Today there are still people helping with work at home, so they have to prepare meals. Today, Kong didn't follow because of the ox cart, and Dahu drove the empty ox cart back to the village leisurely, humming a little tune. He didn't go home either, so he unloaded the cart on the side of the road, pulled the cattle to the holly tree and tied them, cut some grass on the ridge of the field and threw it under the tree, and filled the ditch with a wooden basin full of fish. Put a basin full of water under the tree, let the beast eat, drink and rest, but he vigorously took the sickle and joined the ranks of the rice harvesters. The rice in the 9-acre field was harvested for 4 days, which is considered fast. After all, the wages were paid. Compared with the price of the landlord's day labor, one person paid 1 per day, and an additional family of 10 eggs was added. No matter what, he would not accept it, and said, "I have been working in whose family for the past few days, and eating every meal is better than New Year's Eve, but I have overcome my addiction. So I still take it after eating it. I really can't hold back those stubborn people, so I have to give up." Taking advantage of the beautiful weather, the rice that had been in the sun for 3 days was harvested and put into the warehouse. Under the setting sun in the afternoon, Father Hu and Dahu were carrying a pole with a large scale hanging under the pole. Each bag of grain was weighed, with a bright red glow on his face. Kong recorded the weight of each bag with a pen and paper. Finally, he counted a total of 680 jin of rice, with an average yield of 520 jin per mu, which is higher than in previous years. The average income per mu increased by more than 200 caddies. This is simply an incredible number. The Hu family waited again in disbelief, and it was indeed the case. Then they moved into the warehouse with complicated emotions. The next day, 50 caddies of new rice were pounded out, and 5 caddies were sent to second uncle Tang Zhengqing's family gave another 10 caddies to Tang Zhengfu's family, named Changxin, but in fact it was to thank them for their help. Yang Feier also brought 5 caddies of rice to Zhang's house, and reported the yield per mu to Mrs. Zhang. Mrs. Zhang was very shocked. "I wrote a letter to my husband who was far away in Kyoto, firstly to inform the yield per mu, and secondly, to let my husband report to the court to report the success of the Zhang family's new method of planting rice, which greatly increased the yield per mu. I hope the court will issue an order, spread this method to the world and let millions of farmers try to plant it. It is expected to have a bumper harvest and increase production in the coming year, benefiting the whole people." When Dahu delivered the rice, he also reported the yield per mu to the village chief. The village chief was so excited that he didn't sleep well all night. He went to the county again before dawn the next day, and reported the final yield per mu to County Magistrate Li. County Magistrate Li was very happy, patted him on the shoulder and said, "Such a good thing happened in your village, this county. You and I are also honored. This county will jointly report it to the court with the magistrate, and spread this new law widely in the coming year, benefiting tens of millions of people in the world. You are also indispensable." Let's not talk about Tang Zhengfu's rejoicing. On the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival on August th, Li Baotian asked Father Hu to send a message to Yang Feier. "It has been 3 days in a row that the roast duck has not been defective. Please take the time to come. Try the restaurant." After Yang Feier made Mrs. Zhang's breakfast in the morning of the second day, he explained the lunch meal with the 2 cooks, and explained the situation to Mrs. Zhang. Naturally, Mrs. Zhang was also happy, and sent a carriage to take Yang Feier away. Restaurant. Arrived at the restaurant after 8 o'clock, Li Baotian was waiting in the yard of the back hall with several apprentices. As soon as Yang Feier entered the yard, he saw Li Baotian and his disciples stand up to greet him, so he also bowed to Li Baotian and said, "Hello, Grandpa Li." He said to the apprentices, "Hello everyone." She walked over dignifiedly, and an apprentice waited for her to sit on an armchair that had been prepared for her, and there was a small table next to the armchair. There was a plate of tea, fruit and snacks on it. Looking at the scene, she really treated her like a master chef. Yang Feier didn't hold back, sat upright, folded his hands on his lap, and said to Li Baotian, "Grandpa Li, can we start?" Li Baotian said, "It's all ready, let's start." He ordered the 2 apprentices in the first process to take the prepared 4 fat ducks into the yard, and the rest of the disciples retreated consciously, and the 2 slaughtered the fat ducks. Mao, after the evisceration was cleaned, the duck was drained on the wooden frame, and the 2 of them retreated. The 2 apprentices in charge of the second process came in to scald and color the duck. After finishing, they put the duck on the rack to dry, and then just waited for it to dry and roast. Seeing the orderly advance and retreat of several apprentices, Yang Fei secretly praised Li Baotian for his good management. Although he was usually careless, he had some calculations in his heart. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, the temperature drops a little, and it needs to be dried for 2 more hours. It can be baked until about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and it's just before 11 o'clock. It's just a matter of time to go to the shop. In the last episode, a girl, it was inconvenient to wander around in the street, so Yang Fei asked Li Baotian if he could send an apprentice to follow him, so that he would be safer to protect himself. Li Baotian immediately called out the 2 apprentices who were in charge of baking, and introduced to Yang Fei, "This is a Ming, this is a Liang, they are both my disciples, you are welcome, just order them." The 2 of them love to serve their ancestors, and they should not be neglected, and they should bow down. Yang Fei looked at his 2 so-called disciples and grandchildren. They were about the same age, about 17 or 18, but they were well behaved people. No wonder they can be selected as the operator of the key link of roast duck. But for a while, I didn't know where to start. I thought, since I came here for school, why not go to Shushan Academy first, and then see if there are suitable shops around the academy. Immediately, I asked Ah Ming and Ah Liang if they knew how to get to Shushan Academy. The 2 of them had been sent to Fuqing as apprentices since they were 11 or 12 years old. While leading the way for Yang Fei, he introduced this prefecture to Yang Fei like a treasure. End of this chapter. Chapter 34. Chapter 34. It turns out that there are 4 city gates in Anhui Mansion: east, west, north, south, and the south gate is where Dahu and the others come to sell shrimps every day. The 4 gates open every day at Mao and close at Hai. There are 2 main roads in the city, and a Xianan Street runs through the north and south. Connecting the north and south city gates, a Jinhui Street spans the east and west, continuing the east and west city gates. From these 2 roads as the center, dozens of auxiliary roads and branch roads grow horizontally and vertically, connecting the streets and alleys in the city. One of the old streets sells all kinds of household products, agricultural tools, and sundries. This is the place Yang Fei visited for the first time when he came to Fuqing. There is also Qinglian Street, which mainly sells clothing, shoes, socks, cloth, gold, silver, and jewelry, and it is a place where rich people go. There is also a Chinese vegetable market, which is the largest vegetable market in Fuqing. Vegetable farmers from far and near are doing business there, and this vegetable market is where Dahu heads back to sell shrimp. The most enviable and awe-inspiring street is called Changning Street. The name of this street must be kept in mind. All the dignitaries and wealthy families live on this street, including the magistrates Yamen and Guozijian's Jijiu Zhang's family. I heard that it is from Changning Street. Those who come out must be respectful first, in case they offend any noble person with blind eyes. Ruifuction Restaurant is located at the northwest corner of the intersection of these 2 roads, but Shushan Academy is located in a small street south of the end of Jinhui Street in the west of the city, called Shuyuan Street, separated by about 10 miles. Hearing this, Yang Fei hesitated for a moment and said, "It's so far away, I don't know if I can rent a car here?" Ming said, "It's all along the road." He casually called a donkey cart to come over, and the 3 of them got on it. Ming said, "This place is close to the restaurant, such a car is usually parked nearby, so it's easy to attract business." Yang Fei thought to himself, "It's similar to the past and the present." There are some large old shops on both sides of Jinhui Street, such as shops, pawn shops, silver houses, etc., as well as time-honored dim sum shops, restaurants, and 2 pharmacies, bookstores. Walk around and stop, all the way to Shushan Academy. This is called the handlebar stop. After paying 12 cents for the car, the three of them went shopping by themselves. There are many small shops next to the academy, most of which sell food, books and textbooks of the four treasures of the study, as well as musical instruments and bows and arrows. A bowl of noodles is just lunch. Sitting at a table near the entrance of the noodle shop, you can just see the plaque of Shushan Academy, with gold characters on a black background. I learned some calligraphy knowledge from Zhang Fuzhen. I knew it was Xingkai, and there was a large seal in seal script next to it. I don't know who it is. Calligraphy, surrounded by gold rims, looks low-key and luxurious, solemn and elegant. The gate of the academy is closed, only a small door is hidden on the right-hand side, and there is a gatehouse next to it. Its function is probably similar to the reception room at the gate of the school in the previous life. Middle. After eating the noodles, he looked around again, and suddenly saw a piece of red paper pasted on the door of a shop selling bows and arrows. It is a bookstore, and there is also a bookstore on the right, and looking at the opposite, it is also a comprehensive store selling the four treasures of the study, books, musical instruments, bows and arrows, but the four shops are connected. The store is not only bullying customers, but this small store is also bullied to the point where it cannot continue to operate, so it needs to sublet. Go in and have a look. The shop is really small, only about square meters. If you say that the area is really not suitable, if the bookstores on the left and right sides are also used to open up, it will be a good front, but if that is the case, the cost is unknown. I don't know if I can bear it. The shopkeeper inside is only about 30 or years old, tall, with a yellow face and beard, and a cinnabar mole under his right eye, which softens his serious face, was waxing a bow and arrow, when he saw a well-dressed little girl with a pink face and peach cheeks, walked in and looked around, followed by two young men who looked like attendants, who thought they were from some rich family, stood up and said, "Hello, this store is going to be sublet soon, and all the goods are at discounted prices, but the lady wants to buy them as gifts? I don't know which one to look at. I'll take them down for you to take a closer look." The voice was deep and magnetic. Young Feier turned around and said with a smile, "Hi shopkeeper, I don't want to buy bows and arrows, but just want to see this shop. I don't know how to sublease your shop." The shopkeeper couldn't help being taken aback. Could it be that the little girl came to visit the shop, but seeing that her words were polite, mature and dignified, she didn't seem to be playing around, and she was eager to change, so she also answered seriously, "I signed a 3-year use document with the landlord, and I have used it for less than a year. For the rent of 3 taels of silver, I don't know what kind of business the little lady plans to do. How long will the rent be?" Yang Feier smiled and said, "I wonder what the owner of this house does." The shopkeeper said, "I heard that there are a total of 40 shops in this row and the row opposite, all of which are the private property of Mr. Wu's family, the magistrate of this prefecture. My paperwork was signed by his housekeeper." However, Yang Feier curiously asked an irrelevant question. "The owner's accent doesn't look like I'm from Middle-earth. I don't know where the owner is from?" The shopkeeper simply replied, "I am originally from outside the Great Wall, and I live here with my wife." Beyond the Great Wall, traveling thousands of miles to do business here in China, Yang Feier thought to himself, probably he is also a person with a story. Nodding and smiling, he asked, "I don't know if there is any other space available for this shop. How can it be worth 3 taels of silver for a month with only this shop?" The shop owner couldn't help serving some snacks, and said, "Look at the young lady, but she is also smart. This small shop alone is really not worth it." Walked to a high cabinet at the back and pushed it in, but it was a secret door. The shopkeeper went in first, stood inside and said, "Little lady, please take a look inside." Young Feier then went in, and Amin and Aliang followed suit. The inside is suddenly a courtyard, and there are 2 rooms on the second road. Probably heard the movement, the door of the room opened, and a young woman holding a child came out. Her eyes were neat and her hair was slightly disheveled. "People," the shopkeeper said, "this is my wife." Then he said to the woman, "These guests are here to see the shop." The woman listened, nodded slightly to Yang Feier, then stopped looking, and hugged the child still went into the wing. Young Fair looked at the yard, and it actually included the paved backyard on the left. The width is about 10 meters, and the depth is about 6 meters. It was empty, and even though it was the lush ground, it was cleaned cleanly. Looking at this small courtyard, Yang Fair felt a sense of intimacy for a moment. It was a bit like his own small courtyard. Yang Fair asked the shopkeeper, "I wonder if I can take a look at the wing room?" The shopkeeper said, "Of course, this is also a shop." He led Yang Fair to push another room. I saw that this wing room was about or square meters, half new and not old, with stoves, dishes, water tanks, etc. in it. It turned out to be used as a kitchen by this family, the shopkeeper said from the side. The one next to it is the same as this one. The implication is that Yang Fair doesn't have to look at the side room anymore. Yang Fair asked, "Where does the draft water here come from?" The shopkeeper said, "About 1 mile to the west from the shop, there is a well, and all we drink in this street is the water from there." Yang Fair said, "Can I try it?" The shopkeeper said, "Why not?" He went into the room and used a gourd ladle to probe into the water tank, scooped up half of the water, sent it out, and handed it to Yang Fair. Yang Fair looked inside the ladle. The water quality was clear and transparent. It was cool and sweet when he drank it in his mouth, but the well was a sweet water well. Don't worry, as long as the well water is not salty water, it will be fine. Walking slowly along the wall, thinking carefully in his heart, after a while, he came back and said to the shop owner, "I wonder if the house owner has any restrictions on the renovation of this house?" The shopkeeper said, "I didn't ask about this. When I rented it, I just asked the neighbor to merge the left yard, and said that if I didn't rent it, I would restore the wall to its original state." Yang Fair looked at the walls on both sides, and said, "I wonder if the courtyard on the right can be merged again?" The shopkeeper said, "When I was renting the house, the shopkeeper on the right asked me if I wanted to incorporate the yard on the right side of his house. Because my family has a small population and I can't use all the space, I didn't want it. I don't know why. The edge can be used by others now. If it is still empty, it can be merged." Then asked, "Little lady, do you think this place is too small?" Yang Fair smiled and said, "Yes, my family has 3 generations living under the same roof, so I'm afraid we won't be able to live there." The shopkeeper said, "The little lady can rent 2 more yards. Most of the people who do business here are from the city and have their own residences. There are only 2 or 3 houses that live, eat, and do business in one place like me. So, in the back the courtyard and wing rooms are basically vacant, and it only costs you on a month to rent another one. Even so, no one cares about it. Rent, so just talk to the owner of the front shop." Yang Fair wondered, "Isn't this place close to the academy? It's okay to rent it to those rich people to accompany them to study. How come no one cares about it?" The shopkeeper said, "One is that you have to go through the front shop to get in and out, which is inconvenient for the shop owner and the tenants, and the other is that all board and lodging are included in the academy. Who would rent another place to live?" Young Fair smiled and said, "So that's the case." Looking at the walls on both sides, he said again, "Can the shopkeeper help me find out if there are any vacant courtyard rooms for rent? If so, I need 4 more." The shopkeeper said with a smile, "What's the trouble? This is also helping them." Several people returned to the shop again. The shop owner went out to inquire, and Young Fair and the 3 waited in the shop. After a while, the shop owner came back and said, "There are vacant courtyard rooms on the left and right. I also inquired about their lease terms for you. There are 5-year leases and 8-year leases. There will be no change for a while." Young Fair thanked him, and asked again, "I don't know how to pay the rent set by the landlord?" The shopkeeper said, "The rent is paid every quarter, and the deposit is 10 taels of silver. If you can make a decision, my lady, you and I can go to the manager together and exchange the paperwork." End of this chapter. 35. The Treasure of the Town Store. 35. The Treasure of the Town Store. Yang Fair said, "Today I just came to see it, and I didn't bring so much money. Besides, I have to bring my family to see it together before I can make a decision. The shopkeeper was a little disappointed and said, "That's true, it's not such a simple matter." He couldn't help sighing. Yang Fei said, "This shop owner, why is he so eager to transfer this shop?" The shopkeeper sighed again and said, "When I rented the shop, the business was pretty good, but it only lasted for 2 months, but since the shop opposite opened, the business has been getting worse day by day, and now it's even worse. We are not familiar with the land here, and we have no other income, so we can't do nothing, so we want to get rid of the rent as soon as possible, and go back to rent land and farm for a living. I will take these bows and arrows back. When the farming is slack, I will get it at the market and set up a stall to sell it." He said again, "Little lady, I don't know what to do to make a living here. I just advise you, as long as you don't do the same thing as the one opposite." Yang Fei smiled and said, "No, my family only runs a snack shop." The shopkeeper nodded and said, "Just don't do one thing." Yang Fei said, "Then I will come back tomorrow. If I don't come tomorrow, I will definitely come the day after tomorrow. I will put 5 Qian silver with you first. You have the right to wait for me for 2 days. If I don't come after 2 days, then you can negotiate the rent with others, okay?" Yang Fei knew in his heart that along the way, he didn't see any rented shops in this area. It seemed that this one was specially prepared for Yang Fei. The location was suitable, the rent was not high, and there was a place to live. Small, but could be remodeled just fine. The shopkeeper had nothing to say, took the 5 Qian and nodded his head. The 3 of them left the bow and arrow shop, returned to Ruofuction, took a rest, waited until the skin of the duck was dry. Amin and Aliang raised the temperature of the furnace, skillfully picked the duck with a bamboo pole and baked it in the furnace, and when it was done, put it out. I lit the fire, took out 2 of them, put them on a plate on the table at the side, turned and left, and called the 2 apprentices who specialize in sliced ducks to come in. The 2 apprentices each pushed a small cart into the courtyard. Yang Fei saw that they all had good facial features and a good-looking talent. He secretly praised Li Baotian for picking people. Duck people need to have some requirements on their appearance, because they want to perform a duck in front of customers, and it is enough not to make people feel unappetizing. The 2 who came in today really meet the requirements. The trolley was also specially customized according to the illustration in Yang Fei's letter. It was similar in height and size to the trolleys in the train. He took out the knife from the porcelain plate, and saw the knife flying in his hand in an instant. In just over 2 minutes, the 2 plates of duck skin were neatly arranged in a fan shape and placed on the plate. The 4 processes were completed beyond the standard, which was better than what Yang Fei did that day. Yang Fei is of course impeccable. It was already 6 o'clock in the evening, and there were still 2 roast ducks left in the oven, so Yang Fei discussed with shopkeeper Zhou, the steward of the lobby, and Li Baotian in the backyard. Today's Shuang, there are 2 subcontractors on the 2nd and 3rd floors for celebrating guests. Among them, there are several tables of individual guests, and most of the guests are seated in the lobby. Since the introduction of those fish dishes, the attendance rate of individual guests has increased significantly, not for anything else, just to try something new. The shopkeeper Yang Fei Zhou and the manager of the lobby also came to the lobby and sat in Yang Fei's seat last time. The waiter stepped back after serving the tea, bowls, chopsticks, knives and forks. The food and drink at the banquet had not yet arrived, and the guests in the lobby had ordered food, but it hadn't been served for a while, and the people sitting at the table were whispering and chatting. The house was full of guests, the lights were bright, and amidst the noise of people, they suddenly heard a bang gong, and everyone fell silent. They looked for the place where the gong sounded, and heard the bang sound again. It turned out that there was a guy standing on the side of the food delivery channel. Carrying the gong and knocking, another gong sounded, and 3 times it settled down. At this time, 2 handsome young men, each pushing a small cart covered in red silk, came out slowly. On the upper floor of the trolley, there was an oval blue and white porcelain plate 3 feet long and 1 foot wide in the middle. On the plate was a red, oily and fat roast duck. The light, shining with a seductive luster, passed through the tables and seats, and stopped at young Fair's table. Along the way, anyone who passed a glance at the roast duck could no longer move their eyes away, and could not help but follow closely. When they stopped at young Fair's table, someone recognized young Fair and said, "Isn't that Day? The little lady who makes sweet and sour live fish and squirrel mandarin fish here?" And there are many people who know the shopkeeper Joe and the manager in the lobby, and someone asked, "Hey." I said, "Loud Joe, is your family going to launch a new dish?" Shopkeeper Joe stood up, and the manager and young Fair also stood up. Shopkeeper Joe clasped his hands in all directions and said, "This restaurant has been in business for 10 years, and all the guests have never given up on it. Since it has been in operation, today this restaurant has introduced a new dish. Ming Oven Roast Duck. To benefit all customers, because of the unique way of eating, I will give a demonstration here, and I will invite everyone to taste it later." The guests on the second and third floors were all in the private rooms, but the attendants could see clearly from outside. How could such a good show not be known to the master? Don't want to hang out, they called their masters to come out of the railing to watch. For a time, there were many spectators upstairs and downstairs. After the shopkeeper Joe finished speaking, he signaled to the 2 apprentices who specialize in sliced ducks to start. The 2 apprentices first took out a tray from the second floor. Inside it was a large round porcelain plate 1.5 feet in size, and put it on the table. In the center of the round porcelain plate was a small 9-inch porcelain plate with a stack of lotus leaf cakes stacked on it. Surrounding the porcelain plate, there are 9 small square plates, which are about the size of an ordinary vinegar plate. There are sliced cucumbers, scallions, apples, and hawthorns cut into the same length and width. Cake and sugar, jam, sweet bean sauce, garlic paste, hot sauce. Put the blue and white porcelain dish together with the roast duck on the table, and then take out the cutting board and knife from the third floor. Both the knife and the cutting board are brand new and have been boiled in boiling water beforehand. Put it on the top layer of the roast duck just now, lift the duck back up, put it flat on the cutting board, cut off the duck head first. Then hold the curved part of the duck neck with your left hand, and cut off the skin and meat of the front breast. Then slice the upper right breast and the upper left breast. Open the duck bone fork, and use the tip of a knife to cut the bone along the middle line of the breast to the right to separate the flesh and bones, and slice from the upper half of the breast to the next. The right side is finished and the left side is finished. A series of movements are like flowing clouds and flowing water, skillful in operation, elegant in movement, plus the handsome appearance of the 2 apprentices. Everyone watching is mesmerized and stunned. Each sliced duck skin is connected with a piece of duck meat, uniform in size, shaped like petals, and bright red in color. On the blue and white porcelain plate, 2 peonies in full bloom are arranged in a circle from outside to inside, lining the surrounding green leaves, lifelike. The 2 apprentices moved in unison, starting and ending at the same time, and there were only 2 duck racks left on the cutting board. Shopkeeper Joe said loudly, "This roast duck is eaten 3 times. The duck racks can be used as salt and pepper duck bones, or as winter melon duck bones. Soup, there are just 2 of them here, so make one of the same, and you can taste both flavors." The 2 apprentices pushed the cart down again. Shopkeeper Joe said, "Let me show you how to eat this duck first." The waiter had already prepared hot towels and stood behind him. The 3 of them wiped their hands, put down the towel, and the waiter stepped back. Young Fair put a piece of lotus leaf cake on the plate with chopsticks, added jam, apple slices, and hawthorn cake slices, and put 2 pieces of duck skin on the upper layer, wrapped the front, back, left, and right sides of the lotus leaf cake into a spring roll shape. Holding a fork in the left hand and a knife in the right hand, press the lotus leaf cake with the fork, cut it into 3 sections, and put 1 piece into the mouth with the fork. Shopkeeper Joe also made the same demonstration, but he added sweet noodle sauce, scallions, and cucumbers. The demonstration by the lobby steward added chili sauce, mashed garlic, scallions, and cucumbers. After Yang Fei finished eating one piece, he directly picked up a piece of duck skin, dipped it in the white sugar plate, and put it in his mouth. Shopkeeper Joe said, "You can also eat it directly with various seasonings, such as this white sugar, jam, and sweet noodle sauce, chili sauce." After finishing speaking, he picked up a piece of duck skin and dipped it in some sweet noodle sauce, put it in his mouth, and nodded while chewing. As the saying goes, one person's mouth is moving, 10 people's mouths are sore, it is time to serve, but the food is not served, but it seems that the 3 people are eating with gusto, the mouths of the spectators are full of saliva, and there is a sound of swallowing. What's more, those 2 plates of roast duck are unprecedented new dishes. Under the brilliant lights, they are red, oily, and fragrant, making people salivate, hungry and eager to see. The onlookers are eager to move, but they are in the way of face. Those who can eat in this restaurant are either rich or expensive, and they will never do the behavior of grabbing food from other people's tables, so they have to endure it. Seeing this situation, Yang Fei's heart was about the same, so he stood up and called 2 waiters, and said, "Take this portion, walk upstairs and downstairs, and give it to the female guests to taste." Shopkeeper Joe also called 2 waiters over and said, "Give me this to the male guests at each table to try." The 2 also left the lobby immediately, leaving only the lobby steward to greet them. Li Baotian was standing at the entrance of Chuangkai Road to look at the situation in the lobby. Seeing the 2 people coming back, he followed them to the backyard. The 3 of them stood under the tree, vaguely hearing laughter and curses coming from the front hall. There was a lot of noise. Shopkeeper Joe wiped the sweat from his brow with his sleeves, and said, "This trouble is like asking me to go on stage to sing an opera. I'm sweating all over my body. How can you, little lady, have such weird ideas?" Li Baotian said, "Master is a master. I have never seen a new dish launched in such a way. This time, this dish is an instant hit." Yang Fei smiled and said, "This dish is complicated, time-consuming, and costly. If it is ready, it can be the treasure of this restaurant. How can I just recommend it hastily? It must be different and extraordinary." Shopkeeper Joe smiled and said, "Miss who is young and capable, so it's no wonder my eldest lady treats you differently. We old antiques will feel a sense of crisis." Li Baotian smiled and said, "Then you can think too much, my master doesn't care about you, she is a shareholder, and she is also our boss." Yang Fei said with a smile, "You 2 are elders, why are you making fun of me?" A few people chatted and laughed for a while, and saw the steward in the lobby rushing in with his clothes lifted. Shopkeeper Joe took a step to greet him and said, "How is the front hall?" End of this chapter. Chapter 36 White Duck Breeding. Chapter 36 White Duck Breeding. The steward breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It's incredible." The 3 of them were shocked, and Shopkeeper Joe grabbed the steward's arm and said, "Boss Jiang, what's the matter?" "What's the matter?" Manager Jiang said anxiously, "There are too many people ordering roast duck, we can't supply it at all. I'm afraid there will be trouble." Only then did the 3 of them understand that Shopkeeper Joe let go of his hand, slapped him on the shoulder, and cursed with a smile, "Well, you are so bald, you dare to play tricks on your grandpa." The steward said with a bitter face, "Grandpa Joe, you are my grandfather, how dare I play with you? Originally we discussed at night, after launching the roast duck, I asked me to bring a pen and paper, if anyone wants to order, they need to book in advance, and it will be the same in the future. I make roast ducks to order, but tonight alone, I have recorded 127 roast ducks in my book, all of which I want at noon tomorrow. You say, where can we make them?" The 3 of them couldn't help being stunned. 127 roast ducks, just this one oven in the yard, where can it be done? Moreover, how can there be time to purchase these many ducks at this time? He didn't want to joke anymore, and turned around in a hurry in the yard. Yang Fei folded his arms on his chest, put his hand on his chin, thought for a while, and said to Shopkeeper Joe, "This is a good thing, everyone don't need to panic. In this way, quickly post a Zhang notice, write it now, and put it at the door of the restaurant, stating that the new Dishminglu roast duck launched by this restaurant will be available on the auspicious day of August th, and the daily supply is limited to pieces. The date of signing is August th. Send people to the Chinese food market to put up notices, go tonight, buy white ducks weighing at least 8 caddies at a high price, and don't accept anything less than 2 caddies. He said again, look at the quantity of white ducks purchased first. If the quantity is sufficient, then gradually increase the supply. After thinking about it, he said, in this case, there is still a day of work tomorrow, and I have to send people to buy a lot of fruit and firewood. Also, if the current oven is fully hung, 40 roast ducks can be produced in one oven. This output is far from enough. I suggest building 2 more ovens to be prepared. Shopkeeper Joe and the others couldn't help being stunned when they heard Yang Feier's arrangements. The child's emergency response was so quick, safe, and reasonable, and they couldn't help feeling a little ashamed that they were not as good as adults. Shopkeeper Joe said, I'm going to write the notice at the door. The manager said, I'm going to write the notice for the purchase of roast duck, write a few more sheets, and post it in more places. Li Baotian said, I'll go to the buyer in the back hall and ask him to find a few more firewood sellers, specializing in fruit and firewood. The 3 of them dispersed and acted separately, and after a while, they returned to the courtyard one after another, and told Yang Feier that the arrangements had been made, and the urgent matter just now was eased for the time being. And the few of them breathed a sigh of relief. Shopkeeper Joe feeling relaxed, he suddenly smiled and said, this roast duck is really an instant hit, and it's not in vain for me to make my debut. The rewards are huge, and I get twice the result with half the effort. Li Baotian laughed and said, the master is the master. This roast duck is not only delicious, but also beautiful. Not only is it beautiful, but it is also eaten in a unique way. It is not enough to have all of these. You also need to add red silk and ring the gong 3 times to clear the way. It can be called a duck. Veteran gourmets and shopkeepers Zhou De of the know. Restaurant in Fuching solemnly recommend it, and personally teach how to eat it. How can we not make people flock to it? Jiang Guanshi also smiled and said, with the series of fish dishes introduced last time, and the dompa pork and salivating chicken introduced in the middle, the water flow has increased a lot. If we add this roast duck in the future, TSK, what a treat. Don't dare to think about it. The reputation of our restaurant will be more stable this time. Yang Feier just smiled and said nothing, but wanted to ask Guanshi Jiang, the running water has risen a lot, how much is it? But where can I ask? Hearing the 3 talking and laughing together for a while, thinking about the time being getting late, he bid farewell to the 3, boarded the waiting carriage outside the door, and returned to Tangjia village. I was worried again. I don't know how Mrs. Zhang used the 2 meals for lunch and dinner today, and it was almost 10 o'clock when I got home. After much deliberation, I couldn't feel relieved, so I asked the driver to take me directly to Zhuangzi, and asked him to take a trip. I went to say hello to my family, and said that I slept in Zhangjia's Zhuangzi tonight, and I will come back tomorrow. After entering the innermost courtyard, it was dark and quiet. He walked to the door next to the kitchen, knocked on the door twice, and said softly, Miss Ma, are you asleep? I'm sure. Immediately someone inside replied, I'm not asleep yet, come here. There was a candle lit inside, and the rustling of shoes came to the door, and the door opened, and Madame Ma said, Miss Hu, are you here so late? Yang Feier said, I'm really worried, I don't know how Madame is eating today. Madame Ma said, it's okay to eat at noon, but I didn't eat at night. Yang Feier said helplessly, well, it's always been that the meal is not easy to adjust at night. He said, then you go to bed, I will go to bed too, I guess I will get up at Insure tomorrow morning. Yeah, then go to bed quickly, children can't sleep well, but they won't grow tall. These 2 cooks have always been grateful to Yang Feier for teaching them cooking skills, and they are also very grateful to her friendly concern. Yang Feier smiled and said, okay, good night. Thinking in his heart, he has been busy for a while, and he has forgotten that he is still a child. It seems that few people around him treat him like a child, so he can't help but shake his head with a wry smile. I went into the kitchen, fetched hot water from the hanging pot to wash, thinking that this day is really not a waste of time, non-stop, and thinking, how can I tell Dahu and the others about renting a house tomorrow? Lying on the bed, I felt like my whole body fell apart, and I fell asleep in a few breaths. When I woke up, it was still dark, and I looked at the big round moon on August dimly falling on the western mountain. It seemed to be around 4 o'clock in the morning. Get dressed. First practiced a set of yoga in the house, and then reviewed the boxing moves, then went out of the house and went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for Mrs. Zhang and Zhang Fuzhen. Looking at the remaining honey barbecue, I thought of the famous 4 heavenly kings of Guangdong tea restaurants: shrimp dumplings, dry steamed siumai, barbecued pork buns, and egg tarts. Why don't you go to the trouble to make them today for Mrs. Zhang to taste, as a reminder for yesterday? The compensation for not being here is to cook rice and make siumai now. Maybe there is not enough time, so I will cook the other 3, add a steamed pork ribs, and a vegetable soup. Sure enough, the 3 snacks were warmly welcomed by the mother and son, and they ate deliciously, with endless aftertaste, which really deserved their reputation as heavenly kings. Because I went to the restaurant to inspect the roast duck yesterday, Mrs. Zhang also called Yang Fei into the restaurant for questioning during the meal. Zhang Fuzhen hadn't seen Yang Fei for the past few days. Seeing her coming in, he was secretly happy in his heart, but he knew that his mother had something to ask, so it was inconvenient to intervene, so he had to endure it. Silently wiped out the egg tarts on the table one by one. Mrs. Zhang has always had a good appetite in the morning, and the snacks this morning are very tasty. Seeing Yang Fei come in, she smiled and said, "Miss Hu, you have worked hard. I was busy in the restaurant yesterday, and I got up early this morning to do such complicated things." "Dim sum, it's really hard for you," Yang Fei said with a slight smile, "Dare not to neglect the responsibility." Mrs. Zhang said with a smile, "Miss Hu, you don't have to be so polite. We have known each other for a long time, so it seems that we are alienated." Then she said, "I don't know how you went to see the roast duck they made yesterday?" Yang Fei said, "It's done very well, even better than what my little girl did." Mrs. Zhang was surprised and said, "Oh? How could it be so? Are you too modest?" Yang Fei said indifferently, "No, I think the roast duck is very good, so I took advantage of the good day of August yesterday, on a temporary basis, and at night, taking advantage of the large number of diners in the restaurant, it has been launched." Mrs. Zhang was even more surprised. "It has been launched? How is the effect?" Yang Fei said, "I received an order for 127 roast ducks last night." Mrs. Zhang couldn't close her mouth, and murmured, 127. Standing up suddenly, she was so frightened that Nurse Zhang Qingwan hurried up to help her. Zhang Fuzhen was the closest to her, and she had already supported her mother, and then stood up. Mrs. Zhang said, "Then how can it be done? If it can't be done, so many guests will be in trouble." Yang Fei hurriedly said, "Madam, don't worry, the problem has been solved temporarily." Mrs. Zhang said, "Solved? How did you solve it?" Yang Fei said, "One is to change the supply date to August and the daily supply is limited to. The other is to post notices in the Chinese vegetable market to buy a large number of white ducks. The back hall began to specialize in the purchase of fruit and firewood. Build 2 more ovens." Mrs. Zhang let out a long "oh," and Zhang Fuzhen helped his mother to sit down again. Mrs. Zhang thought for a while and said, "Why do you say it's a temporary solution? Isn't that very good?" Yang Fei said, "This roast duck is currently priced at 390 yuan a piece. There are a total of 25 permanent residents in this prefecture. About 1/5 of the people who can afford this price are 5. These 270 people average every 6 months. If 1 roast duck is consumed, our restaurant will bake per day, and other than that, the raw duck alone will be unsustainable." Yang Fei had carefully calculated last night. There is a precedent of Quan Jude in his previous life, so this calculation is already relatively conservative. Mrs. Zhang said, 277 roast ducks per day? There can't be so many. Yang Fei said, our restaurant has a total of 640 seats in the lobby, and there are 770 private rooms on the second and third floors, with 250 seats. If 3 people eat 1 roast duck, it will supply 3 roast ducks every day, but other dishes also account for more than half of the table seats, and if only 1/3 is counted, there will be 7 out of the oven. Currently, we can control the daily supply of ducks, but it is not a long-term solution. Since we are doing business, there is no reason to keep customers away. We still need to find a way to solve the problem of raw duck supply. Yang Fei knew this roast duck is about to become popular all over the city. Before there is a serious shortage, the current priority is to solve the supply of raw duck. In this ancient society, people did not have a large-scale breeding industry. Because there were no effective disease prevention measures, if the livestock were over-concentrated, once the plague occurred, they could only watch the livestock they raised die in large numbers, causing huge losses. It is said that it can even infect humans. Mrs. Zhang said, since this is the case, how can we solve this problem? My little girl thinks we should set up our own white duck breeding farm. He added, it's just that my little girl is not familiar with breeding, and I haven't thought about a mature method yet. I hope Mrs. Zhang can find some capable people in breeding. I can work with you. Together they discussed research and hoped to find a way that would work. Yang Fei also doesn't know much about breeding. Most of it came from his limited experience living in the countryside when he was young, so he didn't dare to take it on his own. He still hopes to form a research group and work together. Mrs. Zhang thought for a while, and said to Nanny Zhang, go and find Mrs. Qin, she is an old man here, she should be familiar with this area for several miles. Nanny Zhang went to look for Mrs. Qin, and Zhang Fuzhen also told her to go back to class. She couldn't say a word to this little girl all morning, so she couldn't help feeling very depressed, but it can only be like this. Mrs. Qin came here, who is the steward of the farm here, and she is an old acquaintance with Yang Fei. Mrs. Zhang explained the cause and effect, and Lady Qin nodded and said, that's simple. I know that there are a few families in these villages that specialize in breeding, so I went to find them. Mrs. Qin resigned, and Yang Fei also resigned immediately. After reporting, it was almost 10 o'clock, and it was time to prepare lunch, but because I got up too early in the morning, I was already sleepy at this time. After making the lunch and presenting it, I simply ate some meals with the cook in the kitchen, but I couldn't hold on anymore, so I went to my duty room. It seems that the room that Madame Zhang prepared for herself the house is also useful. Thinking that there are still a few hours in the evening, I can sleep peacefully for a while, lie down on the bed, and soon fall asleep soundly. Although the mind is an adult, the body is still a child, requiring more sleep time, and the quality of sleep is also good, so that people who sneaked in quietly did not notice it. End of this chapter. Chapter 37 Water Lily in Autumn. Chapter 37 Water Lily in Autumn. As soon as Zhang Fuzhen left his job at noon, he couldn't wait to come to the kitchen to look for Yang Fei. When he came to the door of the kitchen, he saw 2 cooks and a fire girl cleaning up in the kitchen. Yang Fei was not there, nor did he disturb them. He went straight to Yang Fei's door again. I had already quietly visited Yang Fei after school at noon. Seeing that Yang Fei seemed to be out of spirits, he must be tired. I thought that I might not have the energy to go home today, and I might want to rest here, so I decided to visit. Look at her. He knocked on the door twice, but seeing no one answered, he tried to push it again, but it was bolted from the inside. That person must have rested here as he expected, but unfortunately, he should have already fallen asleep. Turning around and just about to leave, he saw that the window next to him was half open, probably for ventilation. Zhang Fuzhen went over to look in through the window, and saw that half of the gauze curtain on the bed inside was hanging down on the footboard, just covering the person lying on the bed. Most of the person's body, only the part below the knees is exposed, the crimson skirt hangs on the calf, and the little feet in white socks are stacked together quietly, the gauze curtain was slightly rippling due to the ventilation from the front and rear windows. This scene is the tranquility after the hustle and bustle, and it is a half-covered mystery, which makes people want to see what is behind the veil, and want to go deep into this tranquility to rest together. Who is Zhang Fuzhen, that is the only son and grandson of the Zhang family for more than 10 years? Is there anything he wants to do that he dare not do? Although there are family rules and etiquette, he has always been flexible to him. At that moment, he opened the window sash wide, jumped forward, he was already in the house, turned around and closed the window. He didn't want to be seen in this girl's house, after all. He also wanted to take into account the reputation of some women. Standing in the room in a daze, he was a little confused for a while. Why did he come in? What did he come in for? What can I do? It seems that I don't intend to do anything, and I can't do anything. The gods and ghosts came to the bed, opened the gauze curtain, and sure enough, the little girl was sleeping soundly, with dark clouds piled up in a bun, her hair slightly scattered, her pink and white face, her black eyebrows were bright, her long black eyelashes curled up, and her nose bridge was straight. Straight, round nose, small red mouth, like two rose petals in the spring morning, the corners of the mouth are slightly raised, smiling like a smile. This appearance is extremely beautiful, like a pearl haloing, a beautiful jade shining. There is a hint of beauty between the eyebrows. With the freshness of the book, she leaned slightly sideways, hugging a pillow in her arms. On her long and thin white fingers, pink nails were round and shiny, and a thin mattress was put on her body. The wind blowing from the window filled the tent with a dark fragrance. Although she was thought to be good-looking before, she was not as heartwarming as she is today. This is a painting, which is a picture of the beautiful autumn girl beside Guanyin Bodhisattva. The surrounding things have gradually blurred, and I feel as if I have stepped into a beautiful forest, listening to the gurgling stream in the forest, the breeze in my arms, and the fragrance, and I saw the beautiful fairy in the forest sleeping soundly on the stone. The autumn cicadas outside were still neighing, but Zhang Fuzhen was like a stone sculpture for a while, unable to move any more. At this time, Yang Feier was in a dream, dreaming of her previous life. On the road with endless traffic, she stood on the side of the road and looked at a person across the road. At first, the scene was blurred, and she didn't know who that person was, but in his consciousness, he knew that he knew that person. Looking at him, that person's eyebrows gradually became clear, and it turned out to be Zhang Fuzhen. Zhang Fuzhen seemed to recognize her too, and his face gradually showed joy. Regardless of the cars coming and going on the road, he was about to come over. Yang Feier was shocked, and shouted to him, "Zhang Fuzhen, be careful." Zhang Fuzhen was in a daze, when he suddenly heard the little girl muttering something like Zhang Fuzhen. His brows were tight, he hurried up to comfort her, and patted her arm clumsily. Yang Feier was also sleepy, but he was also under this comfort. He slowly calmed down, and gradually returned to a peaceful sleep. Zhang Fuzhen stopped and retracted his hands, and sat cross-legged on the pedal lightly, with his arms folded on the edge of the bed and his chin resting on his hands. He still stared at the little girl's sleeping face obsessively, sniffing the bursts of body odor emanating from her body. Xiang, a sense of satisfaction slowly surged in my heart. If I heard correctly just now, the little girl called me by my name in my sleep. So does she have a place in her heart? And a little unbelievable, this girl has always been more than polite to me, not close enough to her, and the several encounters, either verbal conflicts or fists, or was she arguing with herself in her dream just now? Can't help but smile. Thinking wildly, Zhang Fuzhen slowly tilted his head to one side, and fell asleep as well. But in 10 minutes, Zhang Fuzhen woke up suddenly. The afternoon class time was coming. Seeing that the little girl was still sleeping soundly, not even changing her sleeping position, she was secretly amused. She really slept like a child. And secretly thankful that he didn't wake up. Standing up carefully and lightly, he found that his legs were numb and couldn't move, so he fell to the ground with force, stood slowly for a while, then walked to the window, looked back at the little girl again. The corners of his lips curled slightly. He smiled lightly, showing a beautiful curve, and there was a soft light in his bright black eyes. Looking at her, it was like looking at a 1,000-year-old water lily that he had just found. No matter how long it took, he vowed to wait for her to bloom. Young Fair woke up and looked at the sundial. It was almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon. He didn't know what to do. After thinking about it, he decided to go home and have a look. These days, there are still fish in the harvested rice fields that have not been sold out. When Yang Fair returned home, only father who was still watching the fish in the field, and the others were rarely at home. It seems that today is the right time to come back, and asked the whole family to sit down in the main room, and said, let's have a family meeting. Discuss with Dahu and the others first, the chickens that were originally planned to be sold in the 12th lunar month. Why not take advantage of the fact that there are bullock carts going back and forth every day to sell fish, and just sell them all? The extra 3 or 4 months of eggs is only less than 2 taels of silver. At this time last year, 2 taels of silver would be enough for the Hu family to live for 2, 3 or 4 months, but now Young Fair has not spent this money in my eyes. It would be better to sell these chickens to make time for the twins to study hard and prepare for the entrance examination of Shushan Academy in the first month of next year. No matter which college to take next year, homework is a must, and this has been unanimously approved by the whole family. Young Fair said again, father is not busy coming back after going to the restaurant tomorrow, and wait for me there, I will take you to see a place. Dahu immediately reacted, is it to see the house you are going to rent? Yang Fair smiled and said, exactly, Dad, you are so smart, no wonder your children are all extraordinary, so it is genetic. Regardless of the strange words that popped out of Young Fair's mouth from time to time, Dahu said, have you really thought about it? Yang Fair said, first, no matter when you want to pack and sell shrimp, the river is here, and it won't dry or run away. Second, no matter when you want to plant land and raise fish, the land is here. Can run or not. 3. No matter when you want to raise chickens, you can sell them at the chicken market every year, and you can have as many as you want. It's just that these jobs are too tiring and don't earn much, so I want to try starting a business will allow the eldest brother and 2 younger brothers to study in peace, and also make it easier for the grandparents. Not to mention that if this business is based on my estimation, it can at least 5 times the current annual income. Marx said that if capital has a 50% profit, it will take risks. If it has a 5% profit, it will dare to trample on all laws in the world. If it has a % profit, it will dare to commit any crime, even at the risk of being hanged. We are doubled by %. Do you think it is worth it for us to try once? Dahu and the others were in a fog. Hu Kongdao, what is capital? Yang Fair said, it's capital. Shin said, who is Marx? Yang Fair said, a very rich person is very good at making money. He is as rich as a country. Dahu and the others looked at each other, and everyone said they had never heard of it. Yang Fair said, this person is very low-key, he just wants to be an invisible rich man, and he doesn't want to show his face. Humans, it's normal for you not to know. A few people seemed to understand, but they nodded slightly because they didn't understand. Dahu said, then what kind of business are you going to do? Yang Fair said, I want to open a cake shop and sell cakes. A few people were confused again, and Dahu said, what is cake? Yang Fair said, it's a kind of dessert, mainly made of flour and eggs. When I have a chance, I'll make one for you to see, and you will know. Hu Kong lowered his head to think for a moment, and said solemnly, I am willing to believe in my sister. Since my sister got well, our family owed her all these unexpected changes. But when my sister made suggestions at the beginning, we were not willing. Believe her. It turns out that my sister is right after all. Everyone naturally knew that they were all clear, and they all nodded in agreement. Shin said, if you want to say, I am willing to trust Shoer one more time, and at worst, I will come back to farm again. Just like Shoer said, Boss Tian can't run away. When to plant and when to have. Dahu squeezed the tea bowl in his hand, and said, a few days ago, when Shoer first proposed to go to Fuching to do business, I couldn't bear to leave here. The income earned from digging in the soil all year round is the price of 3 or 2 tables of meals in Ruifuction restaurant. The hardest thing in the world is farming, and it depends on the face of God. After a pause, he continued, well, I also agree to let Shoer try again. Last time, we didn't believe in Shoer. Thinking about it now, we are really short-sighted. This time I will personally support my daughter to try. Once, it can be regarded as compensation. Besides, the money in the family is also earned by her. Without Shoer, we are afraid that we are still counting pennies and pennies to live. Yang Feier was full of joy, and asked the two twins, what's your opinion? The twins were ignorant, only knowing that it was right to follow the elder sister and elder brother. There is meat to eat and books to read, and the two replied in unison, we support my sister. Only Mrs. Wang kept smiling and listening without speaking. Yang Feier smiled and said, Grandma, what do you and Grandpa think? End of this chapter. Chapter 38. Chapter 38. Wang smiled and said slowly, the last time you said you were going to do business in Fuqing, I discussed it with your grandfather. Although we didn't agree at that time, we know that you, a ghost, will eventually use all kinds of tricks lured our family to Fuqing, your grandfather, and I thought, if your business uses our old bones, we will go with you. If you don't need us, we can't be here, then just stay and eat, and your grandfather and I will come back, do nothing, just take care of those 16 shrimp pots every day, which is enough for us old couple to live. Yang Feier and his family were stunned for a moment. Unexpectedly, Grandpa and Grandma had already prepared, and they had made two plans and thoughtful considerations. For a while, they had mixed feelings in their hearts. Yang Feier said, Grandma, the business I want to do, both you and Grandpa can help me. Without all of you, I can't run the business alone. No matter what, our family will always be together, no one less. Everyone was slightly moved. Now that the unanimous vote was passed, Yang Feier honestly asked Dahu to ask for the money, calculated in his mind, and said, Daddy, bring 30 taels of silver tomorrow, and tomorrow we will go to sign the paperwork. The second day was August th, the day when the roast duck was originally scheduled to go on the market. Breakfast was presented early in the morning, and after taking care of the dishes for lunch and dinner in the kitchen, they hurried to the restaurant in a carriage, and entered the backyard all the way. It was only past 8 o'clock at that time. The three principals in the restaurant were already in place. Seeing that Yang Feier had also arrived, he said with a smile, the supervising army has arrived, and we can start the war. Li Baotian led Yang Feier Zhou's shopkeeper Jiang Guanshi and 3 people to visit in turn. The first thing they saw was the duck shed that was built outside. The duck shed was not small, but there were only dozens of white ducks inside, Li Baotian said. Yesterday, only 150 white ducks were harvested, and of them were slaughtered last night. These are kept for the evening, and it depends on the situation of the ducks purchased today. Back in the courtyard again, 2 new brick and earth ovens were added in a row next to the old ovens, and firewood had been placed inside to heat up for noon use. 5 new apprentices were added to each process yesterday. Yang Feier said, so everything is ready, just do it first, and then take a step later. There are still a few vacant rooms in the backyard. Yang Feier said to Li Baotian, these rooms can be used separately for each process, or they cannot interfere with each other. Li Baotian responded, and replied, there is already one packet out, the duck blanks from last night have been left to dry inside. Yang Feier sighed, it should have been known that Grandpa Li is experienced, and he didn't have to come so early, so it's better to sleep in at home. Shopkeeper Zhou said with a smile, it seems that our chef Li is not far away from being a teacher. Li Baotian said, it's too early to say this, my master knows it, I haven't learned the superficial yet. Li Guanshi shook his head and said, there is no limit to learning, and there is no limit to the sea of learning. Chef Li, you are going to live to learn from old age. Your spirit is commendable. Li Baotian laughed out loud, imitating the old students on the stage, clasped his hands and said, thank you, thank you. Several people also laughed. At noon, diners flocked in, and the original back hall still cooked and served the dishes in an orderly manner. The roast duck was separated from the other side, and they were not coerced by each other. Nearly half of the orders placed the day before yesterday had come true, and the rest were also left behind. I have got the promise, I can try something new tonight, so I have nothing to say. There are also those guests who have never seen roast duck. Seeing the novelty of the table next to them, the roast duck is really greedy. They hurriedly called the waiter and wanted to order a piece to try, but they were told to order in advance. Currently, the supply of roast duck is limited. Need to wait in line to postpone. These people have lived in Fuching for decades, but they have never encountered such a business. Today is the first time. Out of curiosity, even those customers who were not very interested in order to order one. Want to taste how delicious this roast duck is. After going back, he had to make a fuss in front of other people. So much so that when it closed at night, the order of the next day soared to more than 400. When it was around, in the afternoon, I saw that the business in the store was stable, busy but not chaotic, and the number of orders had also come down. Finally, it was generally smooth, as long as it continued steadily. Hastily had a few mouthfuls of food with Dahu who had been waiting, and then drove to the academy in a bullock cart. Entering that shop, the shop owner was anxiously waiting for young Fair, and he didn't come yesterday, so I don't know if the little lady will come today. Seeing that young Fair really arrived as promised, and brought the adults of the family with him, he finally settled down. Young Fair took Dahu to look at the front and back of the shop again. Dahu can farm and work hard, but how can he understand this? Just say, you can decide if you see it. The shop owner took young Fair and his daughter to find the steward of Wu Jifu's house. They really had money to do things, so they exchanged the rent documents and asked for a 1-month renovation period with the original shop owner and Wu's house steward. The lease period was changed to 5 years, and the rent deposit was paid, so it was settled anyway. The three of them rushed back to Shuyuan Street again. The original shop owner was familiar with them after all. He led them to the left and right shops to sign the lease documents for 4 courtyards and wing rooms. After finishing all this work, it was almost 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The original shop owner sighed. I really didn't expect that every day I was looking forward to renting it out soon, but I rented it out when I said it would be rented out. The little lady will let me stay for 1 more night. I will pack it up tomorrow. Hire a car and move out now. I dare not delay your repairs. Yang Fair responded well and said, then you are busy first, I will show my father around first. The father and daughter pointed in the yard again, gestured up and down, agreed on the general direction of the repair, and saw that there would be no further delay, then said goodbye to the original shop owner, and drove the ox cart back to the village. Since then, when Dahu got up early every day to deliver fish and shrimp, he also brought 10 chickens to sell to Ruafuction together. It was hard work to raise, but they were sold quickly. The chickens in the yard were all sold within 5 days. End. The 46 chickens were sold for a total of 4 taels of silver, and they were put into the earthen pot under the bed, leaving only the chicken coop and coop there, as lonely as snow, and it was quiet. Mrs. Shen also went to Fuching every day. The couple sold the fish and shrimps and left Ruafuction. They went straight to the shop on Shuyuan Street, hired a few masons and carpenters, and remodeled the shop and the backyard according to their daughter's previous design. They did not return until dark. Mrs. Wang took care of the family's life at home every day. She was so busy that she didn't realize it until the end of August and the beginning of September. Ever since the chickens in the yard were sold out and all the rice in the field had been collected into the warehouse, Hu Kong and the twins finally had some free time, so Yang Fair asked Zhang Fuzhen to let Zhang Fuzhen's wife, Mr. Pang according to Hu Kong and the twins' current level, they set up their own book lists, bought books and came back to study. They don't need to ask about any affairs at home, and just concentrate on reading. On the 2nd day of September, all the Tian fish were sold out. Taking out the daily accounts, a total of 24 6 caddies of fish were sold in 320 days. On average, each mu of land produced 810 4 caddies of fish, and a total of 58 taels of silver and 620 silver were bought 7 copper coins. That big green ox has completed its merits and virtues. It not only sold the fish these days, but also brought back the rice and straw in the field. Hu Lao Pai and De Hu fed the ox enough early in the morning, even the ox cart they took them to the river together, washed the frame and the body of the ox carefully, took a tael of silver, 2 carps and 2 herrings, and drove them back to Tang Zhengfu's family. Whether it was good or bad, pushing and shoving, they finally gave Tang Zhengfu the money and fish. The father and son turned around and left, fearing that if they ran too slowly, Tang Zhengfu would chase them back. Although the Hu family has entered the slack season, the other villagers' fields are also entering the autumn harvest, and the big green cattle are just in use. Mrs. Qin has found a total of 5 breeding experts here, like going to work, come to meet with young Fair on time every day at o'clock in the morning to study white duck breeding, manage a meal at noon, and let them take the chicken the ducks were all sold, and the Zhang family hired them later, and these people were happy to accept the monthly wages of 3 taels of silver. With such extra money, they only raised chickens and ducks for a year at home. The income of 2 silver coins, in this way, not to mention doubling the income, without taking risks, why not do it? It took 10 days, and Yang Feier made the final decision, and worked out a white duck breeding plan. A long plot 5 miles long and 50 meters wide was drawn on the shore of Lingjia Lake, and a corridor was built. Duck shed. The wall of the duck shed is a rollable meadow. During the day the weather is good, use the drawstring to roll it up for ventilation, and at night or when the weather is bad, put down the meadow. To the center of the lake, a circle of white duck water sports venues with the same length and width as the promenade is blocked with thick hemp rope nets. The duck sheds are separated from the water surface every half a mile, which is called 1 shed, 2 sheds and 3 sheds. They are not connected to each other. In order to prevent infection in a certain shed, 3 people are responsible for each shed. Epidemic prevention is the main focus. Quicklime is thrown regularly to disinfect the lake water in duck sheds, and white ducks are given Radix Banlangen water to prevent virus infection, etc. At the same time, duck eggs from male ducks were collected from various places, and the hatchery was built by itself, and duck eggs were hatched out of season by using water heating to raise the temperature. Effective today. In the past 10 days, Yang Feier has also racked his brains to find ways for Mrs. Zhang's dinner. Although Mrs. Zhang eats a lot every day, after all, there are only 2 meals, and they are consumed by 2 people. She lost a lot of weight, making everyone around her anxious. Yang Feier tried to recall the other pregnancy reactions of the friend who loved to eat fried chicken in the previous life. It seems that friend especially liked to eat some sweet and cold food. At that time, she was advised not to eat those unhealthy things, but the friend said plausibly, but all the things that pregnant women like to eat are also things that the child lacks in the stomach. My baby must be hot and lack sugar. I can teach a few friends to laugh at me. I also thought that Mrs. Zhang usually loves all kinds of fruits, and also likes to drink the iced sour plum soup. I wonder if it is the same symptom as that friend in the previous life, so I tried to make jelly once, but it seems that Mrs. Zhang loves something, even with Zhang Fujian is also very fond of it, and it is a must for snacks in the morning and afternoon. But after all, too much sugar intake is not good for pregnant women and fetuses, so I made some easy-to-digest noodles and rice noodles. The simpler the better. The shape is only cute and cartoony. What about Pikachu Kitty? The steamed buns of the cat and the rice balls with the smiling face of the Dalmatians all appear together, paired with other dishes, fruits and vegetables. Even if Mrs. Zhang can taste a bite of each, it is considered an achievement. In the end, she can reward Mrs. Zhang with a jelly, like coaxing a child, at least eat it at one point. I was awakened by hunger in the middle of the night. This tried it out for a few days, and it showed some results. Madame Zhang Qingwan felt that she was thankful to Yang Feier. During this period of time, she got up to serve at an hour every day. She was almost tired and felt unloved. Wake up hungry, can't sleep well. As long as the eldest lady eats a bowl and a half bowl at least for dinner, she can also get up at midnight, and everyone will follow her to see that she can have a little more normal work and rest. Since then, Yang Feier has summed up Mrs. Zhang's eating habits, relisted a menu with light taste and simple recipes, and devoted herself to teaching the two cooks so that she could prepare for her departure. End of this chapter. Chapter 39. Chapter 39. While repairing the pavement over there, the disposal of the old house is also arranged here. After Dahu sold the fish, he found Tang Zhengfu's house one night and discussed with the village chief. Sell the old house. The land was public in the village back then. 3 years after it was allotted to the Hu family to build a house, the Hu family spent 10 taels of silver to buy it and exchanged the private property title. The cost of the house itself is about 10 taels of silver, a total of 21 taels of silver, counting as an integer of 20 taels, to see if anyone needs it. Tang Zhengfu said, "This is also a happy event anyway. Your house is also considered a good feng shui, with a prosperous population and a lot of money. Someone should want it. So he did it himself, wrote a notice in a fluent manner and handed it to Dahu, telling him to just post it at the entrance of the ancestral hall. Dahu was plastering mud on the wall of the ancestral hall and was about to post the notice, but Tang Zhongzheng, who had left his relatives and returned late, saw him rightly, and said, "Brother Hu, what are you posting there so late?" Dahu then telling the truth, Tang Zhongcheng was very surprised, and said, "Your family is going to move out? How can it happen? I plan to work hard with you for a year next year." Dahu said, "The shop over there has been rented and is being repaired. If you need me for anything in the future, just go to me. Fortunately, we are not too far from Fuching." Tang Zhongcheng sighed, "It's better than living next door." Then he said, "However, just now you said that you want to sell the old house?" Dahu replied, "Yes." Tang Zhongcheng said, "Brother Hu, you don't need to post it anymore, I bought your house. Seeing that my Dabeo is getting older, I am planning to give him a separate room to sleep in. We live in your house as a family of 3. It's still spacious, and my parents are getting old, and I'm suffering from seeing them at the elders' side. I plan to take them over and live in my current 2 thatched cottages, which are close and easy to take care of. Your backyard I can also use the chicken coop and I plan to raise dozens of chickens next year, which saves me a lot of trouble. Use a lantern to illuminate the words on it, and say, 20 taels of silver. Think about it, Brother Hu, I don't have that much money at the moment, so I'll pay you half first. Do you think it's feasible? The rest you delay me 1 year, and I will give it together at this time next year." Dahu said, "As long as you can really use it after you buy it, I will be relieved. As for the silver, you can give it to me when it is convenient for you. We have been neighbors for so many years, so I still don't trust you?" With such a few words, the place of the old house has been settled. Father Hu heard that it was bought by Zhang Cheng's family, so he can let go of his worries. He believes that Zhang Zheng's family will take good care of his hard work if they live here. Mrs. Zhang used to come to the farm in early September and go back in early October. This year, she came to the farm a month earlier for the Hu family's several acres of experimental fields. It was also a happy and busy scene, but Mrs. Zhang was a little bit less interested, and only in mid-September did she have the idea of returning to Fuching. Mrs. Zhang specially called Yang Feier for this matter and asked her, "I plan to take Fujian back in 2 days. I wonder if Mrs. Hu would like to go back to Fuching Zhang's house with us." I don't want Yang Feier to agree, and said, "To tell you the truth, my family rented a small shop on Shuyuan Street in Fuching. For more than a month, my shop opened, and I will go back to help my family with business, so I thought, if my wife is satisfied with my cooking skills during this time, I will stay in the kitchen for another month, and take care of my wife on weekdays. I have to teach the cooks of your favorite dishes and dim sum, so that I can resign and go home with confidence." It was breakfast time, and Zhang Fujian was also listening, just eating the egg tart with his eyes downcast. Mrs. Zhang said in surprise, "Really? Your family doesn't farm anymore?" Yang Feier said, "Yes, a few days ago, my father asked Mrs. Qin to return the rented land. These matters have always been handled by Mrs. Qin, so Mrs. Zhang didn't know about it." Mrs. Zhang snorted, nodded, and said, I don't know what kind of business your family plans to do. Yang Fei said, I don't know how to do anything else, I just plan to sell some desserts. Mrs. Zhang said with a smile, that's what you are good at, and your business will definitely prosper. Yang Fei smiled and thanked, and asked, I wonder when Madam is going to leave? Mrs. Zhang said, it's only an hour's journey. I didn't know that you planned to wait for you. In that case, it depends on when your family will move. How about we set off together? Mrs. Zhang was so interested in inviting her, Yang Fei didn't disappoint, so she agreed right away. When I got home at night, I told Father Hu and the others that, Father Hu was flattered, and immediately went back to the bedroom and took out a Chinese almanac, put it on the table and squinted his presbyopic eyes to look through it for a while, wondering. The wing rooms on both sides of the courtyard have also been built, plus the old wing rooms. I am afraid it will take 2 or 3 days to clean up, and there are small tasks in the yard. It's just a good day for traveling and housewarming or the next day. The 18th of the month, or the 28th of September. Xin said, September is Shoer's birthday. Originally, she was planning to have a good time, but after so many years, every year is in the busy season of farming, and this year's busy season was finally moved 1 month earlier. Yang Fei said, it doesn't matter what the birthday is, but that's all. Father Hu thought for a while and said, since Mrs. Zhang said she would come with us, we can't make people wait too long. We will all go there tomorrow and clean it up as soon as possible, and move the beds and pots and stoves over there first, other things can be moved slowly. The matter was settled in this way. In the early morning of the second day, everyone except Yang Fei went to Shuyuan Street. There were many people and strength. First, we sorted all kinds of sundries and sent the useful ones to the business area designated by Yang Fei. Clear away the useless ones, first clear out the so-called living area, so that you can put all kinds of household items in tomorrow. On the morning of September 3 ox carts swayed on the official road leading to Fuqing in the autumn morning light. 2 of them were loaded with various furniture items, and the one in the back was filled with the Hu family. There were 3 carriages driving ahead, slowing down and walking with the ox carts. Xiao He Xiaohua did not accompany her, but was still taken back by Uncle Tang's house, and was going to be raised by his parents, so as to be a companion for the second elder. When passing by their own field, Mrs. Hu and Mrs. Wang saw the old holly tree standing green and straight in the field from a distance, and watching the dilapidated shacks built by the fish collapsed on the side. The 30 years of changes in the Hu family, how much sweat, laughter and tears have been condensed, how many times I have witnessed the hope of spring and the comfort of autumn, and now only memories remain. Looking at it, I couldn't help crying. Da Hu and Shinshir were also filled with emotion. Yang Fei felt uncomfortable when he saw a carload of people so hurt, and comforted him. Grandpa and Grandma, don't be sad, remember that back then, you took my father all the way here to flee famine, and you also left your hometown. After so many years, didn't you have you taken root here? Believe me, our family of 8 will be the same as you were back then, and we will settle down in Fuqing. In the future, the eldest brother and Xiaoguang Xiaochang will study and take the exam for the number 1 scholar, and they will go to Kyoto when the time comes. I will invite you to live in the capital when the time comes. Is it possible that grandparents will also be sad and reluctant to part with Academy Street? It's just that people go to high places and water flows to low places. A carload of people was relieved by Yang Fei. Thinking about it, 1 tree was moved to death, and people were moved to live. I hope that changing a place of life can bring a better future for this family. Gradually, my heart became less sad, and I chatted about the arrangement of various arrangements in Shuyuan Street one after another, and before I knew it, I arrived at the South City Gate. Qingwan got off the carriage in front, came to Yang Fei and said, Miss Hu, our eldest lady said, please go over and talk. Yang Fei agreed, jumped out of the bullock cart and went with Qingwan to see Mrs. Zhang. When I got into Mrs. Zhang's carriage, seeing Zhang Fuzhen sitting on one side, she sat on the other side. Mrs. Zhang said, I will pass by my house in a while, and I will get off first. Let Fusion take a few people to help you move your family. I'd better put the house in order soon. You know my body, I'll let Fusion go for me when your family is moving. Qingwan, who was sitting on the shaft of the car, lifted the curtain and smiled. He handed Yang Fei a red purse. Yang Fei didn't know why, so he reached out to take it. Mrs. Zhang said, "This is to congratulate your family on your housewarming, and to express your heart." Only then did Yang Fei realize that it was a red envelope, and quickly declined it. Mrs. Zhang said with a smile, "You are welcome, just accept it. If you don't charge it, it's too little." Yang Fei was not good at pushing and pulling, so he had to accept it, saying, "The shop in Shuyuan Street hasn't been cleared yet, so it's a bit dirty. Mr. Zhang is a noble person, so I dare not ask him to go to that low place." Mrs. Zhang said with a smile, "You little girl, at such a young age, why are you more pedantic than me? If I say I can go, as long as you don't dislike him for making trouble." Yang Fei said with a smile, "Having a distinguished guest like Mr. Zhang come here, it will only make my small shop flourish. How can you say you don't like it?" Yang Fei and Mrs. Zhang walked all the way to Changning Street, and watched Mrs. Zhang go in. Madame Zhang arranged for 2 servants and Zhang En to follow Zhang Fusion. Madame Shen handed over the red purse to Xinshi, and said, "Mother, this is a favor from Madame Zhang, you keep it." Xinshi opened it and couldn't help but exclaimed, and showed it to everyone. When everyone saw it, it turned out to be a brand new silver ingot worth 12 taels. "How dare you accept it?" Wang said. "Let Mr. Zhang take it back when he goes back." The whole family said it was, and it was better to return it. This side also asked the handlebars to copy to the front of several cars to lead the way, so a carriage followed 3 ox carts and continued on. After walking for another 3 or 4 miles, they arrived at the shop on Shuyuan Street. Dahu and father who jumped out of the car to unlock the door first, and removed the door panel. They saw that the wall separating the backyard had been demolished, and the original square-meter pavement became a spacious passage leading to the backyard. The 6 backyards at the back are divided into 2 parts. The 3 yards on the west and the 3 wing rooms are the business area, and the 3 rooms on the east are divided into the living area as a whole, separated by a courtyard wall in the middle. A wooden door, usually locked. The 2 courtyards on the far left and the right were covered with houses along the courtyard walls, and a small courtyard of square meters was left on each side. If you don't live here in the future, you can still take the slate here. The inner and outer walls are painted white with white lime. Although they are all civil structures, they look neat and delicate. 1 ox cart backs up into the aisle first, unloads the objects on it, and then drives it out, letting another ox cart back up to unload the goods. After unloading the goods, pay the fare for the 3 ox carts, and the 3 handlebars drive themselves. The ox cart went to pick up the work and left. End of this chapter. Chapter 40 Pony Zua. Chapter 40 Pony Zua. With the help of 2 more family members, Ding Zhuang Laoli, Zhang En, and Zhang's coachman, they quickly put the belongings into each room. The 1.2 square meter new house across the courtyard on the east is reserved for the 3 brothers of the Hu family. There are 3 customized double-layer canopy beds. The upper layer is a single bed, and the lower layer is a combination of bookcases, desks, and lockers. It is the same as the bed in the university dormitory. It is all wooden structure and widened to meters. The bed is more comfortable, the desk area is larger. The original room of the 3 brothers was just an earthen kong, so they just moved a few clothes and books, which counted as a living allowance. The wing room connected with the 3 brothers' room is Yang Fei's room. At the wall connecting with the 3 brothers' room across the courtyard, a recess is left and a door is opened. The second and third rooms from east to west are the rooms of Mrs. Hu Yongqiang and Mrs. Wang, and the rooms of Mrs. Hu and Mrs. Wang. Just move in the things from the original room. The new house in the east courtyard of the business area is reserved for the kitchen and dining room of Hu's family. Against the inner wall is a set of concave-shaped integrated kitchen cabinets. The stove is 2 coal-burning stoves, which are embedded side by side in the cabinet next to the window. The countertops are polished gray stone slabs. In the cabinet next to the stove, there are 2 baskets of briquettes, which are placed on a wooden board with wheels at the bottom. They are pulled out when in use, and then pushed back in after use. Close the cabinet door and restore the whole body shape without spoiling the overall aesthetic. On the other side of the concave character is a square water tank made of stone, covered with a wooden cover, which is just as high and wide as the cabinet. The wooden cover is usually used as a chopping board. There is a stone tank next to the stone jar, and the water goes to the gutter outside, and the drainage goes straight to the vegetable planting base outside the city. A row of hanging cabinets on top. All the wooden furniture is painted with tung oil twice in the color of the original wood, matched with the gray square brick floor, which is natural, simple, and tidy. The long table brought from the old house is placed against the wall, and there are still memorial tablets and clepsydra on it. Next is its old partner's square table and bench. An open kitchen was naturally formed, and the peony picture was also brought, but it has not had time to hang it in the future. The original 2 wing rooms in the west courtyard were also painted. Yang Fei reserved them for the pastry-making room. He removed all the walls of the doors and windows, built a counter half the height of a person, and left a lift plate on the left side for people to enter and exit. The later rented yard has been built as a kitchen and dining room. The side rooms and production rooms in the same courtyard are side by side, and they are positioned as warehouses. There are various utensils for rice, eggs, and flour in it. One wall communicates with the kitchen and the other wall communicates with the production room, which is convenient. Access items on both sides. There are still many custom-made utensils and items in the shop that have not yet been put in place, but it can be seen that such a renovation has taken place. The area of the original shop is 110 square meters plus the area of the 2 small courtyards is square meters, plus the area of the 2 wing rooms in the back row. 20 or 30 square meters has increased to more than square meters, so that the production area, display area, tasting area, and warehouse all have space. Whose house was easy to move, and there were a lot of helpers. At noon, almost all the houses were ready. Yang Fei and Wang Zhenxins had already prepared the moving meal and invited everyone to eat. The driver and Zhang Anjia were there after picking up 2 bowls of rice. Zhang Fuzhen told Jia Ding and Zhang En to go back on their own, leaving only the coachman to wait in the car. The Wang family and the Shen family are all old-fashioned people. The guests at home never come to the table, and they sit and eat on the small bench beside them. On the table, only Zhang Fuzhen is forced to sit at the top by Hu Laopa, and the others sit around now. Zhang Fuzhen is used to working with the Hu family, and no one treats him as an outsider. A table of men of all sizes eats and drinks as they go, talking about the past and the present. I just feel that everything I listen to is novel and interesting, and there is a lot of knowledge that they don't understand. It is the age with a strong desire for knowledge, and I listened attentively. Sitting there was a little awkward, so I quickly finished eating in 2 or 3 bites, and went back to the house with Wang Shi and Qin Shi to pack their clothes and bedding. In the afternoon, I need to go to blacksmiths and carpenters to retrieve custom-made barrels, knives and display racks of various sizes. Zhang Fuzhen accompanied Yang Fei to the blacksmith's shop, and when Yang Fei came back, he bought some milk and fruit on the way. Zhang Fuzhen said, "It seems that we will be lucky again tonight." Yang Fei said casually, "I will sell this in my shop in the future. If you get tired of eating one day, it is better to keep some of your greedy ones." But Zhang Fuzhen couldn't help thinking about it, and thought to himself, "Is this what you want me to go often?" But he couldn't ask, and smiled brightly at Yang Fei, and said, "I have to be greedy. Madame Zhang said now is the time to grow your body, eat as much as possible, don't worry about gaining weight, you will only grow taller." Yang Fei curled his lips and said, "Then you can eat as much as you can, and when you don't grow tall in the future, let's see how you collect it back." Zhang Fuzhen said, "Of course I can. I have a firm will. Once I make a decision, I won't change it easily." Yang Fei said, "Really? Then I have to keep my eyes open and wait for it." The two talked nonchalantly all the way, returned to Shuyuan Street, and went straight to the production room. Young Feier decided to try to make a cake today. First, today is his first birthday in this world. Second, he also needs to practice the process and see if there are any omissions in the customization of all items in the production room, so as not to affect the use of official business. Make 3 large, medium and small cake blanks in a bucket pot, and use egg white sugar to beat half a pot of cream, spread it carefully and evenly with a spatula, paint a grassland with blooming flowers on the largest and medium and large cakes, and the smallest piece in addition to the prairie on the cake. There is also a pink-purple pony with long horns on its head and wings under its sides. It has a peach-red neck and tail mane between dark blue and deep purple, and a pink 6-pointed star on its side. The pattern surrounded by small white stars, the exaggerated big purple eyes, long eyelashes, and upturned corners of the mouth are vivid and extremely cute. The whole family gathered around the production room, staring at it intently. This kind of dessert smells sweet and tangy, and it looks good. You can also paint on it and stand-up sculptures. It is ingenious and unique. It turns out that this is what Xiaoer wants to sell. Things, my family looks very good. I don't know how the market will react when it is released. Zhang Fuzhen only looked at the pony with great interest and asked, Miss Hu, what can you say about this pony? Yang Feier put the big, medium and small cakes on the birch wood stand one by one, and a 3-layer cake appeared in front of him. Yang Feier felt that he did a good job. Although he hadn't done it for a long time, his craftsmanship did not fail. He couldn't help being in a good mood, saying, This pony is called Ziyue, she is the princess of the Alicorn clan. Later she became queen. Yang Feier's favorite cartoon in his previous life was My Little Pony. He has been watching 30-year-old cartoons every season. Maybe it's because he was also a horse in his previous life. He was very interested in horse-related things. She still has a lot of ponies, remembering the color of each pony and their cutie mark, but the so-called becoming the queen was fabricated by her, because she had always felt that Ziyue should become the queen in the end. Zhang Fuzhen listened very carefully. He always thought that he had a good understanding ability. For some reason, every time he communicated with this little girl, he would always hear some words or behaviors that he could not understand. My intellect aroused a little doubt. Looking at Hu Kong and the others, they also looked dazed and felt a little relieved. It turned out that it was not their problem alone. When I wanted to ask again, I heard Shin said, Xiaoer, don't you belong to the horse? This pony is yourself, right? Wang said, I think this pony looks like my Xiaoer herself. This cake must have something to do with her birthday today. Yang Fei laughed and said, My grandma is really astute. Let me tell you, this kind of cake is called a birthday cake. It is a kind of dessert that Westerners eat on their birthdays far away from us. It means our longevity noodle. Zhang Fuzhen thought to himself, it turns out that today is a good day for this girl. Thinking that there is nothing on her body, only a dragon and phoenix jade, she walked to the side and took it from her waist, pressed the switch, and took off the phoenix shape and put it in the sleeve, thinking, I will give it to that girl when there is no one else. In the evening, the whole family, including Zhang Fuzhen, cooked a table of dishes, plus a birthday cake, and celebrated Yang Feier's birthday lively. It was also the first time I tasted the cake, and I felt it was soft, sweet, delicious, and the middle layer and the top layer were covered with fruit and cream to add more flavor. Father Hu nodded and praised, this dessert is good. Your grandma and I in the future, even if you lose your teeth, you won't be afraid that you won't be able to eat. Shinshur said, there are also milk babies who have no teeth. I think back then, Xiaoer was born prematurely. I didn't have any milk to feed her, so his father bought rice cakes and came back to drink water to feed her. With such snacks, it's even better than rice cakes, with milk and eggs in it. While tasting the cake, Zhang Fuzhen looked at the pony on the plate in front of him. He specially asked Yang Feier to keep it for him. He was afraid that Yang Feier would kill such a pony with the long knife that cut the cake. The cute little pony was cut into 5 pieces and quartered. If he hadn't dangerously stopped him just now, the little pony would have been destroyed by that knife. This day is sad, busy, and joyously over. Yang Feier has been surrounded by everyone like a moon. Zhang Fuzhen just said happy birthday to Yang Feier with everyone, and never had a chance to send that jade phoenix away, and seeing that it was about to go back, I couldn't help but secretly worried. There is always a banquet in the world, happy time always flies by quickly. The family stood at the door and said goodbye to Zhang Fuzhen, who Kong sat on the shaft of the car, and sent Zhang Fuzhen to the entrance of the Academy Street, holding the purse. After getting off at the street corner, take the red purse back to Zhang Fuzhen. The others watched the carriage rattle away, and the two twins yawned at the same time, as if they were infected. Everyone also opened their mouths one after another, looked at each other, and couldn't help laughing. Not only did they do less physical work this day, there were also several twists and turns in my heart, and I was a little tired. The clepsydra in the kitchen is at the end of the clock, and there is ready-made hot water sitting on the stove. After washing, the water is poured into the gutter under the eaves, which is convenient for cleaning. Mrs. Wang and Mrs. Chin had never used a stove before, so Yang Feier taught them how to turn off one side of the stove, put potato porridge on the other side, and after boiling, how to add new coal balls and seal the stove door. Air washed his hands and said, "Okay, you can eat it deliciously in the morning, and go to bed." Back in his new bedroom, Yang Feier undressed and went to bed, put down the gauze curtain, and leaned against the head of the bed without feeling sleepy for a while. The shop faces north and south, and Yang Feier's window faces north, so you can't see the moon, you can only see the black and blue night sky full of stars. I only saw such stars in the countryside when I was a child. When I grow up, the sky in the city is only smog. Can't see you anymore. Suddenly, I feel that it is not so unacceptable for me to wear here. I think it is a change of place to work. Whenever I dream of my parents and friends, I think it is a visit to them. Life needs a little blessing of Q's spirit to be able to better go on. I also thought, the transition period for my time travel is really long, and after other people time travel, they always switch roles immediately. Why is it so difficult for me to adapt? Just as he was thinking, he suddenly saw half a figure appearing from the side of the pane. Yang Feier opened his eyes wide in horror, fearing that it was his own hallucination, and the hairs all over his body stood up. End of this chapter. Chapter 41. Chapter 41. The figure tapped on the window lattice lightly, and Yang Feier heard a gossamer-like voice entering his ears, saying, "Shower, are you asleep?" "It's me, Zhang Fuzhen." Only then did Yang Feier breathe a sigh of relief. Looking at the figure carefully, it was indeed similar to Zhang Fuzhen's hairstyle today. He opened the tent door, put on his shoes, walked to the window, and whispered, "You said you are who?" The people outside said, "I am Zhang Fuzhen." Listening carefully to the voice, "It is undoubtedly Zhang Fuzhen," Yang Feier said. "Didn't you leave? Why are you back?" Zhang Fuzhen said outside, "Today is your birthday. I didn't know it beforehand. I didn't prepare a congratulatory gift, so I'm coming back to give you a congratulatory gift now." Yang Feier said, "It's fine if you don't send it off, why come back again? If you are so sneaky, if people see it, how decent is it? You'd better leave quickly. I have to go to work at your house tomorrow morning. Do you really want to go to work? It's not too late to give it to me tomorrow." Zhang Fuzhen said, "Birthday is today, what's tomorrow? I'm here. You open the window, and I'll just hand it to you." Yang Feier had no choice but to open a corner of the window, and a sliver of coolness from outside came into the room. Sure enough, he saw Zhang Fuzhen standing by the window, smiling, holding a shiny white object in his hand. Seeing Yang Feier looking over, he took the object, pass it to her. Yang Feier took it without looking at what it was, held it in the palm of his hand, and said, "Thank you for the gift, but you should go back quickly. What time is it now? Your family will come to look for it later." Zhang Fuzhen said, "I'll go back right away, you don't have to be so anxious, as long as you don't talk, no one else can hear me, only you can hear me." Isn't that just voice transmission? No wonder his voice is a little different. There really is such a kung fu in this world? Can this world be any more magical? Yang Fei said, "It's getting late, I'm going to rest, and I have to get up early tomorrow." Zhang Fuzhen thought that Yang Fei was really sleepy after running around all day, and he had already sent out his gifts. Although he still wanted to stay for a while, he couldn't stand Yang Fei's urging, and it would be boring to keep pestering him, so he asked Yang Fei after saying goodbye. He jumped onto the windowsill of the opposite house, and with another force, jumped onto the roof of Yang Fei and disappeared. Yang Fei closed the window, surprised in his heart. This piece of fusion had only been seen for more than half a year, and his martial arts seemed to be improving rapidly. In the spring, he was only a small child at home, but now he can fly over the walls and steal jade and incense. Nonsense, what stealing jade and stealing fragrance? He is just a boy dancing with a spoon, and his love is just beginning. Yang Fei suddenly had a feeling in his heart. Could it be that Zhang Fuzhen was attracted to her? Back on the bed, she casually stuffed the things Zhang Fuzhen had just given her under the reed pillow. Woke up at 4 o'clock in the morning before dawn, lit the oil lamp on the box next to the bed, put on clothes, suddenly remembered the thing stuffed under the pillow last night, lifted the pillow and took it out for a closer look. It turned out to be a piece of jade phoenix. Even someone like Yang Fei who doesn't understand jade at all can see that this piece of jade is not ordinary. It is moist and flawless under the light, shining brightly, and lying warm in the palm of his hand. Yang Fei thought to himself, "I don't know if this child knows the value of this jade," so he just gave it to someone casually. After thinking about it for a while, he decided to show it to Mrs. Zhang. If it is too precious or meaningful, for example, family heirlooms and the like, you can't ask for it. At 5 o'clock in the morning of the second day, Dahu unloaded a piece of the door panel and accompanied Yang Fei to Zhang's house to go to work, but saw a carriage parked at the door, and seeing Yang Fei coming out, the driver jumped off the shaft and said, "Who, little lady, my wife asked me to pick you up." It was the coachman that the Zhang family used to pick up and drop off Yang Fei. In this way, Dahu didn't need to be sent off. Yang Fei stood at the door, explained the renovation and layout of the west courtyard today, and then got into the carriage and went straight to the Zhang family's mansion. The carriage stopped at the entrance of the Zhang mansion, and Yang Fei was about to lift the curtain to get out of the carriage, but the curtain was lifted from the outside, and a female voice said, "Good morning, Miss Hu." It turned out that Qing Wan was waiting for her outside, so Yang Fei followed Qing Wan into Zhang's mansion, and asked Mrs. Zhang how her diet was yesterday, etc. Qing Wan said, "Ms. Ma and Mrs. Fan made steak eggs this morning. At noon, I cooked dongpa pork and jasper soup, and at night I cooked plum soup and fried chicken, and I ate a few mouthfuls of them," saying that the cooking was not as good as the one made by Mrs. Hu. Yang Fei said with a smile, "They only did it 2 or 3 times yesterday, it would be good to do it a few more times, they already know the method, and you should give them more opportunities to practice." Qing Wan said, "From then on, we will ask them to cook our meals, and let them practice their hands better." While talking, I entered the inner house, looked up, and felt that I was like a wooling person, entering a paradise, and like Grandma Lu entering the Grand View Garden, going to a selling gold cave. I saw beautiful scenery everywhere, carved beams and painted buildings, Tonghua Loch ridges, pavilions, white stone steps, rockery and strange rocks, vertically and horizontally arched, covered with moss and vines. There are so many rich and noble scenes, too numerous to enumerate. It is far from comparable to that farm in the countryside. All the way to the east along a sheep intestine path, walked for about 10 minutes, bypassed a rockery, saw a quiet lake about 10 acres in size, built a plank road leading directly to the water pavilion in the middle of the lake, and planted the lotus root. The residual lotus, lightly dipped in the red color of the morning glow, is printed with the reflection in the water. The red waves are sparkling on the water, the leaves are withered and the stems are broken. It does not feel depressed. But it is a splendid scene. He only heard Qing Wan say, "This is it." Turning around, he saw a courtyard by the water, with a round arch, and the word Hengi written on the gate, dignified and beautiful. One could tell it was made by a woman. Guessing in my heart, Mrs. Zhang probably wrote it herself. Entering the courtyard, there are 5 main rooms in front of you, and 5 side rooms on each side. There are a row of flower pots under the corridor, planted with famous flowers and noble grasses. The green branches are still covered with clouds, the seed pods are drooping, covering a piece of the sky, and there is a lot of dead flowers on the ground. There is a large fish tank on the left. At this time, there are water lilies in bud, brocade fish swimming, and a stone bench next to it. Several pots of rockery pine bonsai are placed on a stool. A yard is paved with white stones. Although it is an official and wealthy family, without arrogance, extravagance and luxury, it reveals the taste of leisure and elegance. Qingwan led Yang Feier straight to the kitchen, and said, "I'd better make breakfast quickly, the lady has been awake for more than half an hour, I'm afraid I'm already hungry." Yang Feier rolled his eyes around the stove, and told Qingwan to wait a moment, it will be fine in a while. In the time of turning around, Yang Feier asked Qingwan to serve the meal. Qingwan said in shock, "My dear, what are you doing? You are so fast." Yang Feier said with a smile, "I saw a pot of bone soup was boiling here, so I made a bowl of sand soup first, and cracked 2 eggs in it. I asked my wife to pat it first, and then I slowly made other things. Don't be in a hurry to wait, madam, I can take my time too." Qingwan smiled and said, "It's no wonder that our eldest lady treats you differently. Why are you thinking so much at such a young age, making us look like idiots? Fortunately, you don't work in front of the eldest lady. If we had you, there would still be us. What's up?" Yang Feier just smiled and kept washing the rice. Qingwan smiled and gave her a glance, and went out with the soup. In less than half an hour, Yang Feier made 2 plates of rice rolls, 2 pot stickers, and 2 egg tarts, put them on 2 trays, and asked Madame Ma to call Qingwan for breakfast. Qingwan came in and said, "Miss Hu, you go in with me too, our eldest lady wants to see you." Picking up the tray, she said, "I'm really envious and jealous." I learned this sentence from Yang Feier, and finally found a usable place, and I still gave it to him. Qingwan was very proud. Yang Feier smiled helplessly, picked up another tray and followed. Entering Mrs. Zhang's main room, an unknown fragrance wafted over her nostrils, as if in the clouds. Sitting next to Mrs. Zhang, Mrs. Zhang said with a smile, "I heard from Fujian early in the morning that your family returned the favor I gave you. I don't know why." Yang Feier expected to have this question, and replied, "Madam's gift is too heavy, our small family's gift is only 300 to 500 cash, how can we afford such a heavy gift?" Nanny Zhang said aside, "This is not too much, just because you are afraid that you will not accept it for the sake of face, and you will only subtract 10 according to our usual favors. Our eldest lady can't seal 300 to 500 letters. Isn't it shabby?" Qingwan picked up the red purse from the table and said with a smile, "The big lady gave it to you, you just take it. It was said that I, Madame Zhang and Madame Ma and I were together, and the big lady said you're not the kind of person who likes to join in the fun. I'm afraid it will cause you trouble if you go there, that's all. If you don't even accept favors from the eldest lady, wouldn't it show that you are too ruthless?" Yang Feier couldn't say anything anymore, and said with a smile, "That's it." The little girl thanked Madame, and also made a fortune with Madame's favor. Everyone laughed. Qingwan said, "Look at your good mouth, if you serve Madame every day, what do you want us to do?" Nanny Zhang said with a smile, "There are still 2 people missing in the yard sweeping, so let's go to them, and finally we have a bowl of rice to eat." A few people were talking and laughing. After breakfast, Zhang Fujian bid farewell to his mother and went to school. Seeing Zhang Fujian going out, Yang Feier took out the jade phoenix from his bosom. Qingwan took it, and presented it to Madame Zhang. Yang Feier said, "Because of my daughter's birthday yesterday, the young master gave this as a congratulatory gift. The little girl saw that this thing is not ordinary, so she brought it to Madame for a look, fearing that it might be something of great value, and the young master mistakenly took it and gave it away." Mrs. Zhang played with the jade phoenix in her hand. She knew it in her heart, and said with a smile, "Miss Hu, you have known my Dalong so far, what do you think of him as a person?" Yang Fei thought for a while and said, an old-fashioned and warm-hearted person, knowledgeable and broad-minded, informal. Mrs. Zhang said, have you ever seen him stupid? Yang Fei said, young master's intelligence is far superior to that of his peers, how can you say that you are stupid? Mrs. Zhang said, then why do you still suspect that he will send valuable things to others by mistake? Yang Fei said, it's about money, my daughter doesn't want to talk about it, so it's better to ask clearly. Mrs. Zhang said, what if it's not about money? Yang Fei looked up in bewilderment, what's that about? Mrs. Zhang smiled and sighed, I can't help it. Fusion's things are his own decisions. You can ask him whether you can accept this jade phoenix, but I can't make decisions for him here. Zhang Momo smiled and said, in short, even if it is given to you, you should keep it well. If one day you have money and don't want to get it together, you can take it and sell it. It's up to you. It's yours anyway. That's it. Mrs. Zhang smiled kindly, I know you are not that greedy person, but you don't have to be so cautious. Wouldn't it be tiring to panic like this? Since it was not something that should not be given away, Yang Fei felt at ease and accepted the jade phoenix again. But after returning home, she wrapped it in red cloth and put it at the bottom of the box. She always didn't like to wear all kinds of accessories on her body. Riri put a rose-red hibiscus silk flower brought back by Hu Yongqiang on her head. What's more, this jade phoenix looks very golden, and I'm afraid that I will accidentally bump it and break it when I do things every day. End of this chapter. Chapter 42. Chapter 42. Since then, Yang Fei went to work in Zhang's house every day, and there was also a carriage to pick him up every day. The Hu family cleaned up the shop, and Yang Fei stayed in Zhang's house until the end of October. So he resigned from Mrs. Zhang. On the day of October, at the time of Chen Shi, firecrackers were set off at the entrance of the store, and the official opening was announced. All the acquaintances were not informed, only the Zhang family lived in the city, and Yang Fei went to work in the Zhang family every day, so the Zhang family naturally knew about it. Mrs. Zhang asked Zhang Fusion to act as a representative, and delivered 8 taels of silver in the morning, and hung 8 sides of red, silk and satin quilt, 4 sides on the left and 4 sides on the left and right sides, to mean that everything goes well and money comes from all directions, and a congratulatory message is sewn on it. The surrounding crowd felt that this shop was really shabby when it was opened, and when another shop was opened, there were at least 40 or 50 horses hanging red, lined up on the bamboo poles at the door, overlapping one another. It was a scene. But carefully looking at the inscription of the congratulatory message, it turned out to be Zhang's family on Chongning Street. He was immediately in awe and kept silent. All the business in this area is academies, and he is familiar with the personnel and affairs in the education field. Naturally know what the status of the Zhang family is now. How, does it have anything to do with Zhangji restaurant? Naturally, I dare not underestimate it, and I don't feel that this family is shabby anymore, I just say that it is low-key. Amidst the sound of firecrackers, the red silk on the plaque was removed, and everyone looked up curiously, only to see the words "Phil Sweet" in fluorescent white obliquely written on the ochre background plaque in a font that had never been seen before. There are large characters, and there is a string of exotic characters next to it. When the firecracker smoke dissipated, onlookers from the left and right neighbors went in one after another to visit. They have always seen the door panels on this store. Dim sum business. At a glance, I can see that the pavement is spacious and leads directly to the backyard. On the right side is a wall of display racks, displaying strangely shaped snacks that have never been seen before, but very elegant and generous. There are 1 floor, 2 floors, and 3 floors. Round, square, heart-shaped, etc., all kinds of animal flower-shaped characters are depicted on them, exuding sweet and milky fragrance. There is a small sign next to it, which says, single layer 7-inch cream cake, double layer 9-inch yellow peach cake, 3-layer 12-inch fawn cake, etc. I just knew that this dessert is called cake. On the left side, there is a counter with a fold of 4 feet and a height of 12 feet. Behind the counter is a wall of calligraphy and painting, divided into 5 couplets. One couplet depicts an old lady, surrounded by her children and grandchildren, and a group of servants standing in the distance. There is a cake on the table in front of the old lady, with a red-headed and pink-body big birthday peach on it, and everyone's face is red. With a smile on her face, with 4 poems on her head, the Queen Mother picks peaches and returns them on the sea, and the blue bird circles first in front of the palace. Where did the blue sky come from? The jade plate was presented to the king. The diptych depicts a chubby 1-year-old child, hugged in the arms of a young and beautiful woman in brocade clothes and gold and silver, and next to him is a handsome young man in a beautiful dress and crown, embracing the mother and child in one hand, and holding a rattle in the other, looking at Shower with a smile. Surrounded by family members of all ages and servants, Shower opened his curious eyes, smiled and stretched out his hand to reach for the cake in front of him. On the cake was the zodiac sign of last year, a naive and pitiful lamb. There are 4 lines of poems on the head. Last autumn is not yet auspicious today. God bestows Qilan Xineng Zheng, celebrates the first birthday with a cup of cup, and Kuanping strives to soar in the universe. The triptych depicts a pair of newlyweds holding the 2 ends of red silk knotted flowers, the red background, and a double-layer cake in the middle, with the red happy character painted on it, which looks festive. The 8 poems on the head. When the concubine was not married at the beginning, she was in her boudoir every morning and evening. It is more than 15 years old, and its color is like a flower red. Thousands of miles away to get married, and there are many mountains to go. Out, decorate with Jun Xingrong, and open Furong with a smile. The quadruple painting shows a young man wearing a number 1 scholar hat, wearing red and hanging colors, riding a tall horse. Firecrackers blare behind him, and his family greets him. A middle-aged woman is holding a double-layer cake in her hand, with tears in her eyes. The young man also looked at the woman. Both of them had a cinnabar mole between their eyebrows, and at a glance they could tell they were mother and child. The first 4 poems, 10 years of hard work, a fall into fame. It's not expensive to be promoted, so congratulate your relatives and Fong Shurong. The pentagram depicts the 8th anniversary of a store. The firecrackers outside the store are filled with smoke, and the store is full of joy. A middle-aged man with the appearance of a businessman, with big ears and born with wealth, is holding a white wooden knife in the shape of a long triangle shovel with a smile on his face, cutting open a giant 8-layer cake, surrounded by shopkeepers and guys, smiling. The 4 poems above the head, 8 years of hard work and hardships. The dream is in full swing, and the east wind is strong and the flowers are blooming. 1 leaf of Fenzhou leads to the sea, and the people of Kyushu share the same heart. On the front counter are neatly placed rattan shallow square baskets, only half a foot high, filled with all kinds of snacks, and on each basket is inserted a card like a small round fan, with the name and price of the basket of snacks written on it. Some are called shikima, some are called egg tarts, some are called donuts, some are called puffs, some are called mochi, and some are called macarons. They are all unseen and unheard of. Put a small plate on each basket with chopped snacks on it. Out of curiosity, everyone tasted each of them with the toothpicks inserted in it. Although they are all desserts, they each have their own flavors. The Karen is deep sweet and soft, the egg tart is soft and tender, and the puffs are soft on the outside and sweet on the inside. Everyone is amazed and unbelievable. This is very different from the usual desserts. It is a wonderful taste that has never been tasted. Going further inside is a small courtyard 3 feet wide and 2 feet long. Inside, 4 large oilcloth umbrellas are planted on the ground on both sides, leaving an aisle in the middle. The umbrellas are more than 10 feet in diameter and made of red, white and blue. There is a round table, 4 chairs, and several plates of cakes cut into cubes on the round table for everyone to taste for free. There is a group of paintings hanging on the wall of the courtyard, which depicts the most primitive appearance of various ingredients. The doors and windows of the courtyard and kitchen are all used umbrella ochre-colored drape under cover, keeping the wall intact, is also a decoration. The innermost part is an open production room, where Wang, Shen, and Yang Fei are busy. They wear ochre triangular hairstyles on their heads, and wear a halter apron of the same color. The left chest of the apron is lined with a bright yellow line. The 4 characters "Feel Sweet" are embroidered in the same font as the plaque at the door, which can be distinguished from customers and is neat and unified. The overall style of the shop presents a new and unique personality. Compared with other dim sum shops today, the light is sufficient, the colors are simple and clear, and even the production room is no longer secretive. A drawer of dim sum is out of the pan, then dumped on the front counter and cut into small pieces, individually packaged, and I don't know the exact formula. Those neighbors who were originally planning to just watch, after tasting, couldn't bear the gluttons, and bought it one after another, only to find that the price is a bit expensive, and most people can only taste it for a while, and the poor can't afford it. It is positioned in the mid to high-end market group, but still buy more or less to bring home a novelty for the family. At noon, when the academy finished school, the students who came out to eat found a newly opened shop on this street. When they went in, they found that the snacks were beautiful and unique, elegant and high-end, and very sweet. The 16 chairs in the courtyard were placed against the wall, and there was no place to sit. Everyone was standing in the courtyard, holding a lace cardboard plate in their hands, tasting free-tasting cakes and snacks. The small courtyard was crowded with people for a while. Everyone bumps into each other, and they all call for friends and companions, and come one after another. In addition, the students who will be leaving next year will also order the same cake when they see the No. Scholar and the second painting, hoping to bring good luck to themselves. For those who have nephews and nieces celebrating their birthdays, or those who have relatives and friends who have opened a business or held a wedding, and are thinking hard about what gift to give, they also pay in advance to order various cakes. At the counter in front, Hu Kong and Zhang Fuzhen were so soft on taking orders and collecting money. Father Hu and Hu Yongxiang were busy weighing, bagging, collecting and changing the dim sum, and had no time for others. Zhang took the twins back and forth to deliver cakes and snacks, to deal with customer inquiries, and to clean up. Yang Fei and Xinshi Wang have been busy in the production room. In this era, there are no freezers, and almost all dim sum must be sold on the same day and cannot be stored. It will affect sales and give consumers a bad impression. After a day like this, by the time the doors were closed at night, the family was extremely exhausted and hadn't eaten lunch. Together with Zhang Fuzhen and his 1,000-year-old book boy Zhang, they only took some snacks to satisfy their hunger. If you are tired, you will be tired. Take out the money box and count today's turnover, not counting the unscheduled payment, but only the cash, which is as much as yuan. Sitting in the dining room, the whole family was filled with joy and worried about the situation of tomorrow. Yang Fei was so tired that he lay faceless on the table, with his chin on his arm, and said, "Mistake. How did you expect the purchasing power here to be so amazing? I thought it would be more economical if it was positioned as a mid to high end. If I want to do this again tomorrow, I can't." He was going to vomit blood and die from exhaustion. Mrs. Wang hurriedly pooed a few times, babbling Tongyin Wuji, and said, "Your mother and I are fine. Seeing what you have been doing for a long time, it is probably about the same. Tomorrow, you should watch more and do less. Tired out your little body." Zhang Fuzhen said, "It's not an option to go on like this. Why don't I ask shopkeeper Joe to send you manpower from Ruofuction, so I'll be busy for a while, and then I'll see how the business is going, and then make plans." Yang Fei said, "I heard from Chef Li the day before yesterday that there were a lot of orders for roast ducks, and the daily supply of pieces was not enough. The order has already been queued for a month, and some savvy staff will go to the roast duck side. I became an apprentice, and some people from faraway families were sent back to other places to buy raw ducks. There is also a shortage of manpower in the kitchen, and I have been recruiting people recently. Where can I spare manpower for me?" After hearing this, the whole family knew that Yang Fei also taught the skill of roast duck, and now it is so popular, and they were happy for her, but they continued to worry about it. Father Hu said, "This cake and dim sum is no better than roast duck. After all, it is not a meal. It seems that the business is good at present, but I don't know how it will be in the future. If everyone just wants to find something new, now we recruit people, what will happen in the future? Hu Yongxiang was silent for a while, and finally said, tomorrow is worse than this. First put up the recruitment notice, declare that it is a part-time job, and then decide whether to continue the employment. Hearing this, Yang Fei raised his head happily and said, it's because Daddy has a good mind, so it's such a happy decision. Then he said to Hu Kong, brother, then I have to thank you for writing this notice. Hu Kong laughed and said, it's my duty. Zhang Yan came in and said, grandparents, uncles, aunts, sons and daughters, the dishes at Gaosheng restaurant have been cooked for the table, please go over there and have dinner before we talk. After a busy day, I can't afford to cook dinner anymore. Besides, it's opening today, so how can we not treat him formally? Even if it's only the Zhang family who come to favor us, we must treat him well. End of this chapter. Chapter 43 Bargaining. Chapter 43 Bargaining. On the second day of opening, the Zhang family finally sent 2 servants to help, replacing Zhang Fuzhen and Zhang An, but the situation was worse than yesterday. Merchants and college students came to taste and buy. The busy family didn't even want to talk at night. They simply ate the vegetable and egg lump soup, washed up and went to bed. It was like this for 3 consecutive days, and the past 3 days, people have come to apply for the job one after another. Yang Fei picked 2 girls, and 1 boy stayed. The boy was 15 or 16 years old and could read a few words. At the age of, I gave the 3 of them a one-night pre-job training in advance, let the boy replace Hu Kong and the twins, and let them go back to study, and the 2 girls asked her to help with some small work in the production room for Wang. The 3 of them are all nearby residents, so they don't need to arrange a place to stay, just ask them to come to work at Chen in the morning and go back at Su in the evening. They work 12 hours at 6 o'clock a day, and take care of breakfast, lunch and dinner. With a salary of 1, the 2 of them found such a job at the door of their house. Not only did they have money to take care of their meals, they were happy, but they were also diligent and hardworking. On the 25th, shopkeeper Zhou came to the door specially. Yang Fei led shopkeeper Zhou to the restaurant and sat down. After serving a cup of tea, he sat down and asked, I don't know what's going on, but I'm sorry, shopkeeper Zhou, you can go there yourself. Shopkeeper Zhou took out a purse from his pocket and handed it to Yang Fei, and said with a smile, Miss Hu, I am here to give you the bonus silver at the order of the eldest lady. Yang Fei couldn't help but groaned, and said, there are so many things going on recently, I actually forgot about it. Shopkeeper Zhou said with a smile, Miss Hu can forget it, but we dare not forget it, but there is one thing I need to tell you, that is, what the lady talked to you was to change all the menus of the restaurant and give you 120% of the dividend, but later, due to various reasons, not all of them were replaced, but some dishes were replaced, so according to the verbal agreement, you can only get the dividends of these few dishes. Separate statistics, because at the beginning of each month you have to make a plan for the current month, calculate the income and expenditure accounts of the previous month, and then calculate the wages of the shop assistants and apprentices, etc., so it has been delayed until now to calculate your dividends. It has been officially launched since the 6th day of August. Counting the dishes from the 6th day of October to the 6th month, the total is taels of silver, all of which are here, you order first. Yang Fei said with a smile, what else do you want? You don't know how much money you have every month, how can you make a mistake? I also want to thank you and Mrs. Zhang for taking care of it. Shopkeeper Zhou said, Miss Hu also has this ability that our eldest lady can reuse for you. Now I see that your dim sum shop is booming. It's really not easy for you at such a young age. Yang Fei smiled wryly, the business is fine, but it's just that I'm too tired to bear it. Shopkeeper Zhou said, why don't you take in a few apprentices like Chef Li? Even if you are as capable as you, one person can't do much. Yang Fei said, even the shop assistants are just looking for, so there is no one who can be selected as an apprentice. Shopkeeper Zhou said, there are other ways to choose apprentices. You can also go to the people's children to have a look, pick a few younger ones, and buy them directly. Those children are all slaves. Hands, not afraid that they will learn to take away the craft. After Manager Joe said this, Yang Fei couldn't help but think a little more, and said, "Our small farmers have never thought of buying people, and I'm afraid we can't afford it." Shopkeeper Joe couldn't help laughing and said, "It's not difficult with Mrs. Who's current family resources. Why don't you ask first tomorrow? The children in that man's house are all hard-working people. The sooner you find a good master, the sooner you can get out of the predicament. It is also a good deed for them." Yang Fei said, "But I don't know where to find that kid." Shopkeeper Joe said, "There is a dilapidated nunnery next to the cattle and horse farm in Zhongzi Market. It has been abandoned for a long time. Every morning, there are people who bring people to do business there, but..." After thinking for a while, Miss Hu went alone, "But it's not very convenient, it's better to be accompanied by someone." Yang Fei replied, "Yes, the place must be dirty and messy. I don't know what kind of dark corner it is, it's really inconvenient for a girl to go there," thanked Shopkeeper Joe here, and sent Shopkeeper Joe out again, thinking about it in his heart. After closing in the evening, the family sat at the dining table to have dinner. Yang Fei said that today the Shopkeeper Joe came to give out dividends. Yang Fei briefly explained the suggestion of Shopkeeper Joe, and asked everyone to give their opinions. Father Hu said, "We have never bought people before, and we don't know how this business is run. How can we give you any advice? You can make up your own mind." "That's right." Speaking of Hu Kong and his twins having a good meal and going to study in their room, Hu Yongqiang said, "Sure, the two of us have carefully calculated the general ledger of this store opening, including paying the rent deposit, and it cost a total of 98 taels of silver to buy raw materials, and now there are more than 300 taels of silver at home. This time you have more than 100 taels, which should be enough to buy a few people back, but the people you buy back are no more than the short-term labor you are looking for. After that it is our family, food, clothing, housing, transportation, birth, old age, sickness and death. We all need to arrange it, so we must be careful." Yang Fei said, "Naturally, I know it well. I will ask my father to accompany me to have a look when I get up early tomorrow. If the money is not too much, I want to buy 4 first. If it doesn't work, I'll sell it later." Early the next morning, Yang Fei, accompanied by Hu Yongqiang, went to the Chinese food market, all the way to the direction of cattle and horses, and smelled the smell of filth on the cattle and horses from a long distance. So Yang Fei took out a mask and put it on. Somewhat better. When I arrived at the dilapidated nunnery, I saw 2 middle-aged men sitting on the threshold of the nunnery. They looked rough and slightly fierce. Seeing someone looking in, they knew that business was coming, so they hurriedly stood up and patted the ashes on their buttocks, at the same time soliciting, "This master, young lady, do you want to buy someone? Please look inside, young, strong, literate, male and female. Just like selling ordinary items." Yang Fei and Hu Yongqiang nodded and stepped in, but there were 20 or 30 people standing or sitting inside, all of them in ragged clothes, disheveled, emaciated. The older ones were 17 or 18 years old, and the younger ones were only 4 or 5 years old. Most of them are women and children, and there are also 4 or 5 teenagers. Ran Yazi walked over and kicked an 11 or 12-year-old boy who was sitting on the ground holding the youngest child, and said viciously, "Get up, it looks like you have no bones growing all day long." The child in his arms was frightened instantly. Crying loudly, the boy gritted his teeth and stood up, holding the child close to his leg. The 2 girls sitting on the ground over there saw them being kicked, and quickly stood up, shrinking aside, trembling. Seeing this, Yang Fei was in a bad mood for a moment, so he quickly stopped the boy, and said, "We just take a look, let them do whatever they want. You just said that they are literate, just ask them to stand up." The boy shouted at the group of people, "Did you hear that? Those who can read stand in a row. Those who can't read stand back." After a while, the crowd divided into 2 teams, and there were about a dozen people in front of them, including the boy who was kicked just now and the 2 girls next to each other. Young Fair took out a pen and paper from the cloth bag that Young Fair carried with him. The cloth bag was the oilcloth left over from Young Fair's custom-made large umbrella. It was double-layered hard, painted in classic blue, and sewn into the style of Hermes' platinum bag. It is easy to go out. He held it in his hand, and the pens were sticks of charcoal made by Young Fair, which were wrapped in cloth, and all 4 of them were handed over to those people, saying, "Write a poem you are familiar with on the paper, and write a poem with the pen. Pass it to the next person when you finish using it." Another piece of paper was handed out to each person. After a while, the 2 girls finished writing at the same time, and Young Fair took a look. They wrote 2 paragraphs from the Book of Songs Fat Tan, and one wrote only 1 paragraph. It is probably because the charcoal pencil is not used to it, and the strokes are a bit strange. Distorted, but the font structure is very standard, and the overall is fairly neat. It can be seen that they have really practiced some skills, so I asked the 2 of them where they came from. Runyazi said, "These 2 are half-sisters. The family used to be a well-known wealthy businessman in the local area. Because his father was addicted to the gambling table, he committed suicide by jumping into the river after losing all his wealth. The family sold everything to pay off the gambling debts. There is still a deficit, people come to the door every day to press for debts. The 2 mothers hanged themselves one after another. The 2 children were sold by relatives, but because they were too delicate, they couldn't do any work, so they went to several houses, at most 3 or 5 months, at least 10 days, still being sold by the owner's house. The little lady doesn't know why she wants to buy someone. If she needs someone to work, she doesn't have to choose this one. She has a good introduction to you, and it saves me from changing hands back and forth." Young Fair said, "Let's make a decision first, I'll look at the others." At this time, another person wrote it, and Young Fair took it, and saw that the writing on it was half understood. First, the traditional characters were difficult to read, and moreover, the writing was too sloppy. Others finished writing one after another, some were good, and some had frequent typos, but the boy finally wrote it. Young Fair took a look and was quite surprised, only to see a poem written on it. Shushan is desolate. Abandoned for 10 years. Work hard to help the younger brother. There are few stars around. There is also a sentence written at the back, "Good lady, if you choose me, please also bring my younger brother, our relatives are gone, and I can't bear to be separated from my younger brother, so weep and kowtow silently." The handwriting is clear and bright, correct and elegant. It is really rare for a 10-year-old child to have this skill. Young Fair looked at those words one by one, and then matched those words with the person. After thinking about it for a while, he said to the boy, "I wonder how much you set the price for?" Renyazi said, "I don't know which one you want." Young Fair pointed to 2 of the 14 or 15-year-old boys and said, "These 2. Renyazi said, "This is a man. He is about to grow up and can read and write. Each person needs 15 taels." Pointing to the 2 girls again, he said, "Where are these 2? Runyazi said, "If you want these 2 together." Gritting his teeth, he stomped his feet, "You give me a total of 15 taels." Young Fair pointed to the boy and child again, "What about this?" Runyazi asked doubtfully, "You want both together?" Young Fair nodded. Runyazi said, "If I can buy these 2 together, I will only charge the principal, 10 taels of silver." Young Fair said, "If I want all of them, maybe I can give you some price?" Runyazi was overjoyed when he heard the words, "There are 55 taels in total. If the little lady can take them away together, it will be a good deed. We will let you 500 taels." Hu Yongxiang said from the side, "The 2 young ones are not needed, they can't do much work, and they have to provide food, drink and shelter." Runyazi looked at Young Fair and then at Hu Yongxiang, and said, "Who is the master of the 2 of you?" End of this chapter. Chapter 44 Reasonable Deployment. Chapter 44 Reasonable Deployment. Young Fair said, "How about this, I will give you 50 taels in total, and you ask a few taels to take them to eat, take a bath, and then buy clothes." You can also count as doing good deeds and accumulating good fortune. The two boys looked at each other, smiled wryly and shook their heads and said, "We can't do this business, the asking price is only so low, and we have to be bargained like this. How about this, little lady, you give 54 taels, even if you give me a meal for my poor brothers." Hu Yongchang said, "Sure, what can those two little ones do when they buy them back? It's better not to." The two boys were in a state of turmoil. The two little brothers had been in their hands for half a year. The most people who came to see them were only the older ones, but the older one insisted on taking the younger one with him. He was afraid to sell it, but after a while he would be refunded by the owner because of his negligence and sabotage. Not to mention the refund, he would also be scolded. After half a year, if it goes on like this, not to mention the loss, you will get angry every day, and sooner or later you will be angry to the point of short life. After finally waiting for someone willing to take the two away together, I was actually willing to give the two gods of plague even $3. But seeing that Yang Fei didn't say much, he pulled Hu Yongqiang to turn around and walked out the door. The two boys hurriedly shouted from behind, "Hey, isn't the business still being discussed? It's hard to say how many taels of silver." Okay, for the sake of buying more at once, 50 taels, just 50 taels. Yang Fei smiled slightly under his mask, turned back again, paid the money neatly, took the deeds of sale from several people and led the 6 people back. Hu Yongqiang asked in a low voice, "Sure, I don't think the 10-year-old is too old. Why do you want to buy the 4-year-old? What can you do with it?" Yang Fei handed the words written by the boy in his hand to Hu Yongqiang. Hu Yongqiang looked at it and couldn't help but sighed, "It's also a poor man." Along the way, I bought a whole set of clothes for several people, and after thinking about buying 6 more bedding, big and small bags, I hired a bullock cart and went all the way back to Shuyuan Street. Back on Shuyuan Street, he brought a few people into the kitchen, and asked who could use a coal stove. The 2 girls said, "We will." Yang Fei then gave the powder to kill lice and fleas, and told them to boil more water. Several people have to take a good bath and wash their hair, and boil all the clothes, and for a shiki they brought with them in boiling water. In addition, he asked the 2 teenagers to bring buckets, and Yang Fei led them to the well to pick up water and came back, and he recognized the way. After being busy for a while at noon, a large family gathered in the yard to eat. More than a dozen people gathered in the yard, either squatting or sitting. The rice was cooked in a large pot, and the Chinese cabbage, tofu, and pork were stewed in a pot. In addition to cooking, he also fried a pot of scrambled eggs with green peppers, and Yang Fei once again experienced the feeling of a big canteen. The newly bought people gobbled up and ate their fill. Yang Fei was not surprised when he saw that they were so handsome, and when they were almost finished eating, he called those people aside and called the 2 young girls to come closer first. Question. These 2 people stood out among the group of people in the dilapidated nunnery in the morning. Although they hadn't cleaned their faces and changed their clothes for a few days, their faces were covered with dust, their bodies were dirty, and each of them was holding a worn-out bag, but they could barely see. His eyebrows are clear and his eyes are beautiful. Now wash your hair and take a bath, change into clean and tidy clothes, put on an ochre-colored turban, and tie a ochre-colored apron. On the other hand, it is even more fair-skinned and elegant in temperament. Yang Fei looked at one of them and looked a little older. He asked, "Are you older sister or younger sister? How old are you this year? What's your name?" The girl stepped forward and knelt down and replied, "My lady, the servant girl is my elder sister. She is 13 this year. Her original name is Jiang Xiaomei. Please give her a new name." Yang Fei asked another one, "What about you?" He knelt down on the ground, bowed his head and said, "My lady, this servant is my younger sister. She is 12 this year. Her original name is Jiang Xiuhe. Please give her a new name." After all, these 2 people are related by blood, their looks are 3 points similar, and their statures are not much different, but the elder sister has an oval face, which is more pretty, and the younger sister has a slightly round face, which is more harmonious. Young Fair suddenly turned to the newly bought people and said seriously, in the future, my family doesn't want to hear the title of servant and servant, let alone kneel casually, remember? Bowing their heads and standing there, the two Jiang sisters also stood up quickly. This little lady kept half of her face covered in the dilapidated nunnery, only revealing a pair of big black eyes. After taking off the mask, she realized that she was actually a very sweet and lovely little lady. Kind, suddenly being sat on the table by her and reprimanded sharply, he couldn't help being in awe. He didn't feel at all relaxed when facing someone younger than himself. Yang Fair originally didn't plan to rename the two of them, but both of them had the word Xiao in their names, so it would be inconvenient to call them. After thinking about it, he said, you can keep your surnames, and you will be called Fengling from now on. Refers to the big one. Pointing to the little one again, he said, your name is Fengmin. The two sisters thanked each other in unison. He also called those two teenagers to come over, and those two came to stand in front of Yang Fair. Yang Fair couldn't help but his eyes lit up. Unlike Fengling Fengmin, in the broken nunnery in the morning, most of them were unkempt half-grown children, so I didn't pay much attention to these two people, but the dwarf was selected as the general and bought them both. Now let's take a closer look at these two people. One has a rectangular face, sword eyebrows and star eyes, a straight body like a pine, a slightly taller stature, a slightly oval face, regular facial features, warm eyebrows, and a tall and straight figure. Yang Fair asked the one who was taller, how old is this year? What's your name? The boy said, my name is Yunjin Wei, and I am 15 this year. Please give me a name. Yang Fair tilted his head and asked, do you want to change your name? The young man unexpectedly raised his head and gave Yang Fair a quick look, then lowered his head again, and muttered, I don't want to. Yang Fair said, okay, then you can call you by your original name. We usually call you Ajin. Ajin should be. Then he asked another boy, how old is this year? What's your name? The boy said, my name is Yiliang Ping, please give me a name, my lady. Yang Fair said, then I'll ask you too, are you willing to change your name? The boy didn't move, I am willing. Yang Fair thought for a while, and said, you can keep your surname, and your first name will be Jintong, and we will call you a Tang on weekdays. Ah Tang should be. In the end, the pair of little brothers were called over, and both of them were washed and cleaned. They were no longer the brothers and sisters who were covered in grass and dust in the dilapidated nunnery. At this moment, the two of them looked refreshed, with beautiful features and well-dressed clothes. Neat, can't hide the joy. Yang Fair said, then I'll ask my brother first, what's your name? How old are you this year? The boy said, my name is Xinjing. I am 11 this year. Please give me a name from the little lady. I am willing to change my name. Yang Fei couldn't help being amused. She would rush to answer, not bad. After thinking about it, he said, you also keep your original surname and change your name to Zishu. We will call you Aksu on weekdays. Ash should be. Finally, there is the little one. Yang Fair found that the two brothers look percent alike. If not for the big age gap, they would be like twin brothers. Yang Fair saw that little man standing in front of him solemnly with his small chest upright, waiting to be questioned. His heart softened, and he said in a soft voice, what's your name? How old are you? The child said in a childish voice, back to my lady, my name is Shin Xan, please help me change my name, lady. Yang Fair nodded with a smile, said okay, bowed his head and pondered for a moment, and said, you also keep your real surname and change your name to Ziyu, so we can call you Xiaer from now on, okay? It means little fish in the water. Xiao Yuer said milkingly, okay, thank you little lady for giving me the name. Temporary accommodation was arranged for them. Aksu Xiaer went to Hu Kang's room to lay a floor, Ajin and Atang worked a floor in the kitchen, Fengling Fengmin played a floor in Yang Fair's room, and on the way back they were already in the carpenter's shop. The furniture was ordered here, and the 3 additional bunk beds could be delivered when they were ready. Yang Fei also ordered an additional combined bed with upper bunk and lower table like Hu Kong and the others. Starting from the second day, Yang Fei set the business hours from Sishi to Yushi, that is, from am to p.m., and took time to give them separate classes in the morning and evening. Learn baking courses by process, operate separately, without interfering with each other. In addition to learning baking courses, apprentices also learn marketing and management. They are outstanding talents in this field, so they can compile their own teaching materials and teach in person. As soon as the shop opens every day, there is already a long queue at the door. If it is all retail, it will be fine, but you can keep up. I am most afraid that there will be a big family with a carriage to buy. As long as they are in line, basically, all kinds of varieties placed on the front and back of the counter are bought and emptied, just like buying goods. Those families have many brothers, wives and concubines in groups, and there is no family planning. Often there are more than 10 or 20 children. The house servant who bought it talked about a certain 18th man and a certain 23 mothers, how many rooms were assigned to each room, etc. They cleared the counters, and the queue behind was in vain, and there were other big families behind, so they had to come forward to stop them. There have been several quarrels in the past few days, and Yang Fei finally had to agree to work overtime and do other things for them. Although Feng Ling and Feng Min are delicate, as long as they are not allowed to do heavy work, both of them can read and write, speak euphemistically, and look sweet, and are most suitable for reception work. Time-consuming consultation and order-taking. Ajin and Ateng are 2.5 boys, with a lot of strength, so Yang Fei asked them to follow his father to help each time they make purchases, and at other times, he handed over the physical work such as stirring and whipping cream in the production room to them. In addition to the little girl Hong Lian and Yang Fei who were originally recruited, these 4 people are enough in the production room. They will go out for Wangshi and Qinshi to do some chores and 3 meals a day. Daily washing is a big job for more than a dozen members of the family, so Yang Fei arranged for Aksu and another little girl Chunxing in the original workshop to be responsible for cleaning the family's clothes and overalls, as well as other cleaning and cleaning. Xiao Yuer was too young, so Yang Fei handed him over to the 3 brothers of the Hu family and asked them to take him to read and write together. For this reason, Aksu went to Yang Fei to express his sincere thanks. With these new people, the Wang family and the Shen family are also relaxed, and they only change hands when needed. Phil Tiantian's business has also stabilized and is on the right track. The daily turnover is stable at about 15 taels of silver. The whole family can have a little leisure time in the midst of busy schedules. End of this chapter. Chapter 45. Chapter 45. On number 30, Zhang Fuzhen's wife and Master Muxiu, he also had a day off, and took Zhang An to visit Yang Fei again in the morning. I haven't seen you for half a month. I saw many new faces in the store, especially it was those young people, 1 at the counter, 2 in the production room, and even the one doing odd jobs. All of them looked talented, and they were very dissatisfied in their hearts, but they couldn't say anything. Everyone in the Hu family hadn't seen Zhang Fuzhen for many days. Seeing him here today, they all went up to greet each other one by one, feeling very cordial. Unknowingly, feelings come out in this way. Yang Fei then asked Mrs. Zhang how she was in good health and what her diet was like. Zhang Fuzhen said, "My mother is in good health recently. She is not as picky eater as she was when she was in the farm, but the food she likes is relatively simple. She likes beef and fried chicken, vegetables are hardly eaten, but fruits are always available, so I teach the cooks to worry about it, and they can eat some at night, and they look very good." Hearing what Zhang Fuzhen said, Yang Fei couldn't help feeling relieved. While talking, the store started to get busy. Yang Fei persuaded Zhang Fuzhen to sit by Hu Kang's side, and also helped them instruct them for a while, but Zhang Fuzhen said, "Come with me, I have a happy thing to do with you." "Tell me." He lifted the kitchen curtain and entered first. Yang Fei didn't know what was going on, and he didn't want to be in the same room with the 2 of them, but he had already entered, and there was no way to refuse him, so he had no choice but to follow in silently. The two sat at the table. Zhang Fuzhen took out an envelope from his arms and said, "This is the silver rewarded by the court. My mother asked me to send it to you." Yang Fei wondered, "A reward from the imperial court?" Zhang Fu said, "Your method of transplanting seedlings and planting fish and rice symbiosis has been a great success this autumn. The county magistrate here jointly signed a petition, hoping that the court will reward the person who researched this method, Zhang Lu, who is also my mother. 2. Cast these two methods quickly to various places, requesting that all regions adjust measures to local conditions, plant according to this method, and plant rapeseed and wheat this autumn in different holes." Seeing the effect, the emperor approved the performance and issued an imperial decree the day before yesterday to promote my father as minister of the household department. I was promoted to 2 ranks, my mother was granted the 2nd rank order, and I was given some silk, jewelry and jade, 5,000 taels of silver and 1,000 taels of gold. My mother said that they accepted the official position and made Miss Hu happy. Tell me to take these silver taels and send them over, and I brought a carriage over, with cloth and jewelry parked outside. Yang Fei was quite surprised, and kept counting the time in his mind. He expected that the government would deal with this matter about a year ago. Unexpectedly, it came so soon, and he attached so much importance to it. However, in ancient society, agriculture was the core of the country. Fundamentally, such a heavy reward is also reasonable. It's just that Mrs. Zhang asked Zhang Fuzhen to bring her a reward, but she really didn't need it, so she handed the envelope back to Zhang Fuzhen again, saying, "I have nothing to do with this reward, please return the money to the outside world. Take back everything in the carriage, and please thank your mother for me." Zhang Fuzhen didn't go to pick up the envelope and asked in puzzlement, "Why?" Yang Fei said, "At the beginning, I made a verbal agreement with your mother that I only borrowed fields, planted rice, and raised fish, and everything else has nothing to do with me. This matter is now a fluke. If it doesn't work, wouldn't your family have to bear a burden? A whimsical laughing name? At that time, do you want me to bear it together?" Zhang Fuzhen was stunned for a while when he was said. It seemed that what Yang Fei said made sense, but if he was asked to bring back these rewards, there seemed to be something wrong, so he said, "Why don't you go there yourself and meet my mother face to face? Tell me why." Yang Fei knew what he meant, so he deliberately said aggressively, "Oh, I forgot, you are the eldest son of the Zhang family, how can you order me around?" As he spoke, he pretended to be angry, and turned around as if he was about to leave. Zhang Fuzhen had sharp eyes and quick hands, grabbed Yang Fei's wrist, and said, "You know that's not what I meant, why bother to provoke me?" He said again, "Then how about this? How about I go with you when you go later?" Yang Fei sighed in his heart, it seems that Zhang Fuzhen probably can only do so. So he stopped embarrassing him and said, "Okay, then I have to thank you." Shaking the wrist tightly clamped by him, he said, "Can you let go? I still have to go to work. How about asking Mr. Zhang to move to my elder brother? You are more talented than them, and you can also pass by the way. Teach them a thing or two." But Zhang Fuzhen didn't let go, said, "I still have something to ask you today." Yang Fei said, "What's the matter?" Zhang Fuzhen smiled and said, "Today you take a day off, I will take you to a good place." Yang Fei laughed, "You see, I'm so busy every day that I can't get away. I don't have the heart to go to any good place." He wanted to break free again, but Zhang Fuzhen didn't let go, saying, "Being trapped in one room for a long time to do things, instead of working behind closed doors, why not go out for a tour of the mountains and rivers, maybe it can give you enlightenment." His words touched Yang Fei's heart. During this period of time, he worked hard every day, so busy that he didn't even have time to think, just like a real pastry chef working hard. "This is not my original intention." Seeing that Yang Fei relaxed his struggle, Zhang Fuzhen seemed a little hesitant, and hurriedly struck while the iron was hot, "The road is long and long, and I will search up and down. The aspirations of mountains and rivers are not just what you can see." Yang Fei thought for a moment, and suddenly pursed his lips and smiled, "Mr. Zhang is still eloquent and eloquent. You can convince me no matter how many things I have. I really admire you. Zhang Fuzhen was overjoyed when he heard the words. He let go of the hand that had been pinching Yang Fei's wrist, cupped his hands and said, "Miss who knows people's good deeds and is considerate of my heart, I appreciate it." Yang Fei ignored his funny look and asked, "Where is the good place you mentioned?" Zhang Fuzhen smiled slyly and said, "You just follow me. I guarantee that there will be another world that will make you linger and forget to return." As he spoke, he pulled Yang Fei up and walked out. Yang Fei shook off his hand that was about to be adored at that time, and said, "You go ahead first, and I will just follow you." After leaving the kitchen, Yang Fei found Aksu to stand at the counter for Hu Yongqiang, then found Shinshi, pulled the two of them to their bedroom and said, "Zhang Fuzhen came to me today and said that he would take me out for a day. You can do it?" When the two heard this, they were unexpectedly very happy. Hu Yongqiang said, "You should also go out to relax. Since your health has recovered, you have only visited Fuqing in the past year, but you still tricked me into selling it. Fish. There are so many people added to the family these days, and they all take care of their own duties. As long as the things in your production room are arranged properly, you can relax for a day." Shin said, "Young master of the Zhang family, we think he is a sincere boy, and he is a few years older than you, and Zhang En and his old coachman are following. You just follow them closely, don't get lost. Come on, this prefecture is no bigger than our Tangjia village, the place is too big." Yang Fei should be, but he couldn't help muttering in his heart, "This family has a really big heart, so they just let their daughter go out with a foreigner." Thinking about it again, when Zhang Fuzhen was in the Hu family, he always showed the appearance of a dignified and modest gentleman. In addition, the Zhang family is also considered to be a high-ranking man in this Anhui mansion, with a cautious reputation and a lot of praise. It is no wonder that the Hu family and his wife trust him. Plus, he showed them the banknote again, and said, "Mrs. Zhang asked Zhang Fuzhen to bring this to me, saying that it was a reward from the emperor to the Zhang family for planting rice and fish. In addition, there are those cloths in the carriage outside. Jewelry." Hu Yongqiang took the two banknotes, and Shin also leaned over to look at them. It was the first time in their lives that the two of them saw what the banknotes looked like. Hu Yongqiang could read a few words, pointing to each word and saying, "Buying 5,000 taels." After the two finished reading, they took a breath at the same time, pointed at the word and read it again, looked at Yang Fei, unbelievable, drew another banknote, pointed to read 1,000 taels of gold. The two lived to be more than 30 years old. Where did they deal with gold? The word gold shocked them far more than silver. The two of them immediately froze on the spot, as if they had lost their souls. Seeing the two of them like this, Yang Fei couldn't help feeling a little funny, and said, "I decided to return the money to Mrs. Zhang. At that time, it was agreed when we borrowed the land. We only care about planting rice and raising fish. They don't even pay the land rent and tax. I paid it for us, and logically speaking, we are just doing a long-term job, and the several thousand caddies of rice and fish are our compensation, which is beyond expectations. How can we accept these things?" Hearing this, Hu Yongqiang bowed his head and pondered for a while, and said, "Sure, you are right. When others asked me what I planted and how I planted it, I always said that I listened to my boss. Ask yourself, how can I not have any selfishness to let my boss take the blame? Now seeing that someone has received a reward, do you want to take a share of it? You can't be so greedy." Shin has always listened to her husband, put the two banknotes back into the envelope, handed them to Yang Fei for safekeeping, and said, "If you decide to return it, you can return it. Our family knows that Mrs. Zhang has the best intentions." The three of them went out by themselves. Seeing that the two of them were so reasonable, Yang Fei couldn't help but stare at them. In this small family that has just become rich, these two banknotes are a huge sum of money, and they even give up if they say they can't accept it. This kind of open-mindedness, treating money as nothing, is not something anyone can do. Unexpectedly, she spoke highly of the Hus and his wife, and the Zhang family also regarded her in the same way. When she went back to deliver the banknotes at night, Mrs. Zhang also firmly refused, saying, "How much do I take in this immortal work that benefits the people forever? I know the merits in my heart, and now you don't have to back and forth for this little money. You know, because of this merit, my husband's official position has been promoted to 2 ranks, and besides the monthly salary, how many other honors are there in my second-rank decree? Although these are bestowed by the emperor, they are also the fruits of your intellect. This extravagant possession is only for you to enjoy the emperor's favor, but it is difficult to match your achievements. You can just accept it with a clear conscience. If you want more said, I have to be ashamed. We all just seek benevolence and benevolence." Mrs. Zhang has spoken to such an extent that Yang Fei really has nothing to say, so he solemnly thanked her and said, "Madam Yao Yi, little girl accepts." Not to mention what happened that night, but Yang Fei put away the banknote that Shinshu returned to him, arranged everything in the production room, and then left Shuyuan Street with Zhang Fuzhen, went to Jinhui Street, and went all the way to Walking West. When passing Rue Fuxian, I saw a new notice board at the entrance of the restaurant, which recorded a long list, all of which are the queue numbers for ordering roast duck. I don't know who came up with the idea, and it is also a bit creative. After walking for half an hour, they arrived at the foot of Dashu Mountain. At about 10 o'clock at that time, the coachman stopped to harness his horses. Zhang Fuzhen got out of the car, followed by Yang Fei, and said to Zhang An and the coachman, "You just wait here to see what is on the mountain. You have also seen it, it is very safe. Don't worry." End of this chapter. Chapter 46 Green Mountains and Green Valleys. Chapter 46 Green Mountains and Green Valleys. Today's weather is unpredictable. Sometimes the sun is shining brightly, the mountains are bright and bright, and sometimes it is hidden in the clouds. The autumn sun is bleak, and the autumn wind is bleak. Yang Fei came out today for the sake of convenience, wearing the men's clothes of his twin brothers, wearing a black soft-footed headband, and a sky-blue round neck and narrow-sleeved quilted gown, revealing the stand-up collar of the snow-white shirt underneath. Wear a pair of black-faced white-soled flat-toed deep boots. This attire is fine in the city, but when he arrived at the foot of the mountain, he already felt chilly, and said, "It's not a very good day, I'm afraid it will be even colder after entering this forest." Zhang Fuzhen smiled triumphantly, "Be prepared, I've already made plans." As he spoke, he took 2 cloaks from the car, one silver gray, one drunk red, densely woven, thick and soft. Yang Fei didn't know what kind of fabric is it, and an additional layer of thickened fine cotton lining is added, which is a good item to keep out the cold. Zhang Fuzhen said, "Both of these are mine, and the red one was made by me the year before last. It seems that you are wearing it just right, so I brought it for you to prepare." As he raised his hand to put it on her, Yang Fei didn't even have time to refuse, and he stiffly let him act naturally and skillfully tie the knots for her. It was the first time that the two of them were so close in a peaceful atmosphere, and Yang Fei's head was only up to Zhang Fuzhen's shoulders. Under such a significant height difference, Yang Fei felt that his aura as an adult soul was instantly lost, and he was firmly suppressed by the other party. At this time, he was just an ordinary weak girl. Passively accept the care of someone much stronger than yourself. Yang Fei was unexpectedly not disgusted with this feeling. Zhang Fuzhen looked at Yang Fei carefully, and said with a smile, "What a handsome man. In a few years, I don't know how many beautiful ladies will be fascinated to death." Speaking of putting on his cloak, he took out a white pine cane from the cart and handed it to Yang Fei, and he also took one in his hand. Yang Fei also looked at Zhang Fuzhen, and saw that he was wearing a crimson-red silk hoodie with lapel collar and padded jacket, a leather belt around his waist, and leather boots on his feet. I also secretly praised in my heart. The two walked up the steps side by side. After walking for a while, the stone steps became narrower and steeper. Zhang Fuzhen let Yang Fei go first, and walked behind to protect him carefully. Entering the deep forest, Yang Fei felt that the temperature on the mountain was at least 10 degrees lower than that on the mountain. Fortunately, he brought this extra cloak and wrapped it around his body like a blanket. Thin blanket otherwise, I'm afraid they will have difficulty reaching their destination. The further you go, the higher you go, the deeper the vegetation and the towering trees. Although it is late autumn, many plants and trees are still green and not fading. Sometimes 1 or 2, 3, or 4 wild chrysanthemums are also blooming. Here I found a place to stand, either yellow or white or red or purple, scattered at the foot of the roadside. The two walked and admired the lush autumn forest. Young Fair looked at the sky from time to time and said, "This day is like this, I'm afraid it will change." Zhang Fuzhen said, "So what? If that's the case, I think it's pretty good. In one day, you can enjoy 2 scenery. It's just an extra gift." Yang Fair laughed and said, "Some people say, there is no lack of beauty in this world, but the lack of eyes to discover beauty. It seems that you are the one who has such a pair of magical eyes, and you really love this place, so you can feel it no matter what. Come on." Zhang Fuzhen said, "Naturally, once you get to that place, you will feel its benefits." Yang Fair stopped for a step, sighed, shook his head and said, "It's a pity that you don't become the tourism ambassador of Dashu Mountain." Zhang Fuzhen didn't hear the one behind him, and said, "What ambassador?" Yang Fair ignored him and asked, "How far is the place you mentioned?" Zhang Fuzhen said, "It's about 5 or 6 miles away. I usually go up alone, and it takes more than a quarter of an hour. Today I will go up with you, and it will take us about half an hour." 5 or 6 miles of mountain road, more than a quarter of an hour, Yang Fair sneered and said, "You think you can fly?" Zhang Fuzhen smiled and said from behind, "Then see if I can do it." Before the words fell, I felt a flash in front of my eyes, and a figure passed by, jumped up several stone steps in succession, several the rabbit rises and falls, and the falcon disappears. Yang Fair was stunned. In only 4 or 5 minutes, at the end of the road where Zhang Fuzhen disappeared, a dark figure appeared, from far to near, approaching here at a very fast speed, and it took only a few breaths to reach the front, and it really was Zhang Fuzhen. Fuzhen came back. Yang Fair was surprised and said, "In the past 6 months, how have you improved so much in martial arts?" Zhang Fuzhen panted slightly, and said, "Of course my master taught me well. But in the spring, I saw that you were just an ordinary child's body. How did you change so much in the past half a year? The secret must not be leaked." Zhang Fuzhen laughed. "Then what's your martial art called? It's not called Lingbo Weibo, is it?" Yang Fair thought of the kung fu similar to sound transmission. Lingbo Weibo? The name sounds nice. Where did you get it? Yang Fair said, "Then what's your name?" Zhang Fuzhen said, "When my master taught me, he didn't mention the name. I wanted to call it Longqi Hidden Shadow, how about it?" Yang Fair thought for a while, and said, "I think it's better than Lingbo Weibo. Your footwork is even more impressive." Zhang Fuzhen was very happy, and said, "From now on, this footwork will be called Longqi Qianying." The two talked all the way, and they walked halfway up the mountain without realizing it. Zhang Fuzhen stepped forward and branched off to a not-so-obvious crevice path on the side. Going upwards, the gap is wide and narrow at times, and the wide part can be more than 10 feet. The narrow part can only accommodate 1 person. Weeds are overgrown, and it is very difficult to walk. After walking for more than half an hour, I finally reached the end, and suddenly appeared a valley. The ancient trees in this valley are towering, lush and dense, and the tall tree crowns are like huge green umbrellas stretched out, covering the sky and the sun. Even wearing a thick cloak, there is still a trace of coolness. Walking along the artificially paved stone path for about half an hour, suddenly a bright light came before my eyes, and I stepped on a flat land formed by a huge stone, about 100 or 200 square meters, and a deep green pool in front of the stone, about more than 100 square meters, like a piece of emerald, dark green and deep. The fish in the pond can have hundreds of heads, all of which are like swimming in the air with nowhere to rely on. Looking around, except for the woods behind, the other 3 sides are cliffs more than 10 feet high. The place where it stands is the bottom of the cliff. like silver, inlaid between the cliffs, dazzling and eye-catching. The waterfall pours down from the top of the cliff and falls into the deep pool, like flying flowers and broken jade, and the surface of the pool is covered with white mist. At this time, the sun happened to drill out of the clouds, directly shining on the bottom of the cliff, refracted on the water mist, faintly showing colorful halos, like a dream, beautiful and extraordinary. Yang Fei and Zhang Fuzhen stood under the sun, caged in this misty water mist. They didn't know where they were for a moment. It seemed like a dream, and they forgot to be tired all the way. It was already past noon, and the two stood on the boulder for a long time, convinced that they were in this picturesque scenery. The two gradually felt hungry, and finally couldn't resist the urging of the stomach. Zhang Fuzhen said, "I'll go and get a fishing rod to fish." Yang Fei couldn't help being very surprised. "There are still fishing rods here?" Zhang Fuzhen smiled and said, "Just look at it." After saying that, he inhaled and jumped up, leaping up, unexpectedly soared a zhang into the air, and landed on a rock on the cliff on the right hand. It was more than 10 feet high, and there was a dense clump of ivy grass growing there. Zhang Fuzhen fell into the vine grass, and disappeared into the vine grass. After a while, a fishing rod protruded from the back of the vine, and then the vine bush was lifted from inside like a curtain, and Zhang Fuzhen came out from inside again, jumped down directly, and landed in front of Yang Fei, and said with a smile, "Here are 2 fishing rods. You and I have a competition to see who catches the fish first, okay?" Yang Fei smiled and said, "It seems that this is your old stronghold, and you even hid your fishing rod here. Tell me, what else is there for fun?" Zhang Fuzhen said with a smile, "I can take you to the place where you get the fishing rod." Yang Fei hesitated, "But I don't have your skills, how can I get there?" "I can carry you on my back." "If you carry me on your back, can you still fly up?" "It's totally possible." Zhang Fuzhen raised his brows slightly, and his complacency was beyond words. "Let's forget it." No matter how curious Yang Fei was, he didn't dare to joke about their lives. Zhang Fuzhen said, "If you believe me, there is still a scenery on it, and there is food on it, so you don't have to go fishing in the abyss and wait for the fish to take the bait." Yang Fei said, "Since there is something to eat on it, why don't you just take it down, and what are you doing with this fishing rod?" Zhang Fuzhen said with a smile, "You get something for nothing, and you will feel bored in the end. It's better to do it yourself, and you will feel better. The higher-up wanted to wait for you and I to catch fish, and then take you up. Since you asked, we can go now." Yang Fei thought for a while, and said, "It's not necessary, I'm hungry too, and I'm not in the mood to enjoy the scenery anymore. The ready-made food you mentioned must not be fresh food. Let's catch fish first." Said, "Well, reach out and take a fishing rod." Zhang Fuzhen nodded, and said, "What do we do when we catch fish?" Yang Fei looked around and said, "Using local materials, how about we grill the fish?" He added, "It would be great if there are some seasonings here." Zhang Fuzhen said, "Then it's there, it's already prepared, just waiting to bring you here for fun." Both of them carried daggers with them. They went to the woods first, dug up earthworms, and set up 2 fishing rods. Zhang Fuzhen let Yang Fei watch, and then went to the woods and dragged a dead tree out by the pool. Cut it and split it, put on the rattan curtain and took a wooden box with various ingredients in it. At the same time, Yang Fei also caught a fish weighing 4 caddies that looked like a crucian carp or a carp. Erky said, "In this small pool, there are such big fish." Zhang Fuzhen said, "What's so strange about this? The fish in the pond have not been caught for a long time, and the small fish will naturally grow into big ones." Yang Fei thought for a while, and said, "It's not necessarily true. Generally, such a big fish will not grow in a pool, because a pool of stagnant water, a big fish will not be able to survive due to lack of oxygen. Only this waterfall and deep pool, the water is rushing and the waves are turbulent. Only where there are splashes will there be big fish, and this waterfall is constantly flowing. But this small pool is not full, there should be a dark river here, I don't know where it is." End of this chapter. Chapter 47. Chapter 47. Zhang Fuzhen looked at Yang Fei in surprise, and said, "You little girl, you know a lot. There is indeed a dark river here." Yang Fei said, "Where is it? Can you take me to see it?" Zhang Fuzhen said, "It's dark inside, what are you going to do there, aren't you afraid?" Yang Fei smiled sweetly, and said, "I'm a little scared, but it is said that there is often a very delicious ingredient in the dark stream and dark river in the cave in the mountain. Don't you want to taste it? Besides, isn't your hero Zhang here? What are you afraid of?" Zhang Fuzhen wondered, "Very delicious ingredients? What are they?" Yang Fei said, "Have you ever heard that there is such a thing as a giant salamander, commonly known as a giant salamander? I've read it in books by then, is there really such a thing in this world?" Zhang Fuzhen asked suspiciously. "Of course, if it's as expected, there should be some in the underground river of this cave. This salamander is one of the species with the most abundant amino acids. It basically has the 8 essential amino acids. You must know that items with high amino acid content must be delicious." Speaking of this, Yang Fei felt his mouth watering. "I endured it secretly, and then said, moreover, the selenium content in the cartilage of this giant salamander is also good, and the oil in the tail is very rich. It is all unsaturated fatty acids, which are very healthy and have a good effect on the cardiovascular and cerebrovascular. The giant salamander is frightened. The resulting skin secretions have a miraculous effect on burns and scalds. They can also be used for beauty treatment. Not only does it have a high collagen content, but the key is that it is non-repellent with human skin. Here are all wild salamanders, which must be better." Zhang Fuzhen stared blankly at Yang Fei for a moment, smiled wryly, and said, "I don't understand 9 out of 10 sentences in what you said, but they all sound good anyway." Yang Fei laughed and said, "It's understandable that you don't understand. After all, there are specialties in the art industry. If you don't study this, you naturally don't understand. Let me explain it to you. The so-called amino acids, unsaturated fatty acids, selenium, and collagen are the nutrients we humans need to survive. Without them, we will get sick or even die. Common food also contains these substances, but this baby fish is particularly rich in it, and the meat is tender and delicious, very delicious." Zhang Fuzhen was moved when he heard it, and said, "It's interesting, let's go in now, see what this salamander looks like, and taste its delicacy." The two each took a burning stick from the fire and used it as a torch. Zhang Fuzhen led the way and entered a crevice in the left cliff. The entrance was only wide enough for one person. After more than 10 steps, it turned out to be a cave. The inside suddenly opened up, and it was very spacious. As soon as the torch shone in, all kinds of unknown insects and birds in the inside immediately scattered and fled, and suddenly there was a rustling sound under the feet. A few unknown species crawled over Yang Fei's instep, and there were some flying things that passed her by inexplicably. This made Yang Fei, who came in without thinking too much, startled for a moment. His hair stood on his head, and cold sweat burst out of his back. He could only close his eyes tightly, clutching the corner of Zhang Fuzhen's clothes tightly, and retreated in his heart. "But boasting that Hai Cow is in the front, how can I retreat before the battle? So I have to bite the bullet and follow closely behind Zhang Fuzhen. The young man in front of me has become the only person she can rely on at this moment." Carefully stepping on the gravel under his feet, Yang Fei trembled and said softly, "Fuzhen, let's not go too far in, just take a look here. If there is something, if there is nothing, forget it. There is something scary in here. We should go out as soon as possible. Zhang Fuzhen smiled and said, "You are the one who wants to come in, and you are the one who wants to go out. Didn't you say that you won't be afraid if you are accompanied by me, Daxia Zhang?" Yang Fei is almost regretful now. She has only seen the introduction of breeding giant salamanders in some agricultural breeding programs. It seems that they are raised in such a cave, but it is not such a scene, even if she has seen some adventures. The show, where it is so immersive, makes people creepy and frightening. Hearing Zhang Fuzhen's words, he felt even more annoyed, and said, I didn't know that this was the case. Although Zhang Fuzhen said this, he also knew that such an environment was a little too scary for a little girl. He thought this girl was courageous and different, and he really admired her in his heart, but now it seems that this girl it is simply foolish and bold, and once you enter it, you can't help but reveal your woman's nature, timid and dependent. On weekdays, I see her either calm and poised, revealing a faint domineering accusation against the whole situation, or dignified and polite, refusing to be seen by thousands of miles of ladylike reserve, but I have never seen her so timid, and she completely regards herself as her own. The child's fragility is even more loving and pitiful. Zhang Fuzhen finally regained the long-lost man's confidence in front of young Fair. Next, said, "Don't be afraid, I'm here. I'm familiar with this place. In this valley, the poisonous insects and beasts have long been expelled from the country. There is absolutely no danger. Trust me." For the first time, Yang Fair did not have a strong resistance to other people's touch. He only felt that he had entered a safe place, and only hoped that he could become smaller and smaller, as small as a Thumbelina, and let Zhang Fuzhen put her in your pocket. That's even safer. Listening to the steady pounding heartbeat, the feeling of fear in my heart eased a little. I picked up the knocked-off head, held it in my hand, and obediently huddled in the cloak. With one hand out, holding the torch high, Zhang Fuzhen shines his way. The two came to the river, where the water flow was gentle and crystal clear, and the rocks, fish and shrimps on the riverbed could be seen at a glance. Zhang Fuzhen's torches illuminated the road, and Yang Fair's torches illuminated the river water, carefully looking for the salamander as they walked forward. Suddenly Yang Fair let out a low cry of surprise. "Look, there are several of them together here." Zhang Fuzhen looked in the direction of Yang Fair's finger, and sure enough, he saw 3 fish-like frogs dormant at the bottom of the water, each more than 5 or 6 feet long, looking a little scary, and said quickly, "Be careful, don't be alarmed with them." Yang Fair saw such a huge salamander for the first time. He was very excited at this time, and he had already forgotten his fear. He said, "This fish has extremely poor eyesight, slow response, and a certain degree of aggressiveness. With your skills, you don't have to worry too much, just pay attention to it." The two of them looked at the giant salamanders, feeling a little helpless, and said, "They're all so big, it's hard to take them out." Zhang Fuzhen said, "Let's go out and find some vines to make a net, and then come in and catch them." The two went out of the cave again, searched for vines and made a net, and then returned. They found a smaller one beside it, only 2 or 3 feet long. Zhang Fuzhen took off his boots and rolled up his trousers, went down into the water, and took it out easily. After catching it, tied it with a net, put on boots and clothes, lifted the giant salamander with one hand, and left the cave. Yang Fair released the big fish he caught just now, killed and cleaned the giant salamander, cut it into small pieces with a dagger, mixed half of it with seasoning, marinated it for a while, put it on branches and roasted it, and burned the other half in a small pot. The fish soup, the two of them had been empty for a long time, devoured it voraciously, and it turned out that the meat was tender and delicious. Zhang Fuzhen shouted that it was the happiest time to come here today. After tidying up the mess, Zhang Fuzhen said, "How about I take you up there to have a look?" Yang Fair looked at the 2-foot-high rattan curtain, and was also curious about what was behind it, and said, "I have a way to go up." Zhang Fuzhen wondered, "What way?" Yang Fair said, "I'll go pick some vines and tie a rope. You go up first, fix one end, and I'll just climb the rope." Zhang Fuzhen said, "Okay, I'll pick vines for you right now." Walking to Yang Fair's side, he suddenly stretched out his hand and hugged Yang Fair horizontally. Before Yang Fair could utter an exclamation, Zhang Fuzhen had already jumped onto the overhanging cliff, so Yang Fair had no choice but to hug him tightly. Shrinking his neck and closing his eyes, Zhang Fuzhen jumped up again, already standing outside the rattan curtain, turned slightly to one side, and carried Yang Fair inside. Putting the little girl down, she saw that her face was blue with fright, her hair was disheveled, she was already a little messy in the cloak just now in the cave, and she was busy killing fish and cooking, and her shoulders were even more disheveled. Ignoring the little girl's murderous eyes, Zhang Fuzhen lit candles everywhere in the cave. After a while, the warm yellow light gradually eroded the darkness, and there was a warm orange light in the cave. Zhang Fuzhen, after finishing all this, he sat down on a stone bench, and there was a stone table next to him, put his hand on the stone table and knocked, and said, "Don't you want to visit the display here first?" Only then did Yang Fei withdraw his eyes in annoyance, and began to look at the cave carefully. I saw a rattan curtain at the entrance, a passage about 3 meters long, and an ironclad wooden door 2 meters away, like a porch. Inside is a cave of 300 to 400 square meters, and the walls are artificially built. Stone tables and benches, stone pots and stoves, stone beds and pillows, and some wooden furniture, all necessities for daily life, are readily available. Yang Fei had calmed down unconsciously, and he knew that he was a bit different, and he should have prepared for it, so he turned the matter over and said strangely, "You actually have the time to set up this fairy house? Dongfu is really not easy." Zhang Fuzhen shook his head and smiled, "I didn't arrange this." Yang Fei said, "That's really strange. Could it be that someone prepared it for you?" Zhang Fuzhen said, "You can say that." Yang Fei said, "Who is that?" Zhang Fuzhen looked a little sad, and said, "My master." "Which master are you now?" "No, it's my other master." Seeing that he seemed to have a story to tell, Yang Fei came over and sat on another stone bench next to the stone table, and said, "Listen carefully." When Zhang Fuzhen was visiting Yang Fei, he lit a small red clay stove on the stone table. At this time, the spring water boiled on it. Zhang Fuzhen made a cup of green tea for each of them, and then said slowly, "Come." At the beginning of this year, when I was playing in this mountain, I accidentally rescued a ranger who was seriously injured. He was lying unconscious on the side of the road with several swords in his body. After he regained consciousness, I sent him here according to his instructions. After that, I couldn't come to see him for 10 days. Finally, I brought some money and food to see him after my wife and Master Musho. Seeing that he was ready to go to the field, after he recovered from his injury, he came into my room late one night and said that he wanted to teach me martial arts. I said I had a master, but he laughed and said, "Those at best, martial arts can only strengthen the body." Later, he came to teach me martial arts every night. At first, I was still tired every day, but after practicing according to the inner strength and mental methods he taught, I gradually became more energetic, and other kung fu also made progress quickly. On the eve before we went to the farm, he said that there was an important matter to settle, and he might never return. I guess he went to find his enemy. Before he left, he entrusted the valley to me. "Please take good care of me." Yang Fei listened fascinatedly. It turned out that there was really a saying of a worldly expert in ancient times, and now she is in the home of this worldly expert. How amazing! She couldn't help but stand up and take a closer look. There is actually a mirror lien. The ancients, regardless of men and women, had long hair, so they had to comb their hair and tie it every day. Thinking of a powerful hero doing makeup in front of the mirror, he couldn't help laughing, and was afraid of being seen by Zhang Fuzhen, so he picked up the hair on the table. A wooden comb, lowering the head, pretending to look at the carvings on the comb. Zhang Fuzhen came over and said with a smile, "Sit down and take a look at your makeup." Yang Fei sat down as he said, and looked in the mirror by the candlelight, and was startled. "This is a disheveled and lazy girl." He hurriedly took off his head, took off his bun, and rearranged it again. When he went out, he combed a top knot, and now he just combed it up as it was. Yang Fei combed his hair seriously, without distractions, while Zhang Fuzhen was already staring at him dumbfounded. End of this chapter. Chapter 48. Chapter 48. Zhang Fuzhen stared at those nimbly flying little fingers, dazzled by the sight, lingering in the light of this candle, or the light of this little girl. A bird was singing low in the woods outside, and patches of cloud moved lightly and swiftly across the sky, covering the sun. 3 or 4 months ago, reading, practicing martial arts, playing around for fun, and enjoying the care and love of those around him were the meaning of Zhang Fuzhen's entire life, but since the reunion in the restaurant, there seems to be something indescribable. Something similar to happiness, but deeper than happiness, bit by bit, day by day, bit by bit, penetrated into his chaste and unworldly soul, making him completely reborn. Like a newborn, she gave him a key, let him heaven is opened. Whenever I think of her, sometimes I am very happy, but tears are in my eyes, I am very angry, but I have a smile on my mouth, I am very tormented in love, but I am willing to enjoy her. He has hesitated, flustered, troubled, feared. And at a loss, however, it is difficult to resist the irresistible and mysterious endurance of fate, slowly pushing him to approach. In fact, he no longer feels confused. With the original confusion and haste, he went to various books to find answers, searched for the truth when he dreamed every night, and in the constant embarrassment of asking the bottom line, he gradually faded away. The naive and ignorant demeanor won back the calm and dignified charm. When helping her solve various problems, she learned responsibility and responsibility. When sharing the joy of success with her, she tasted the meaning of sharing weal and woe. All he can see in this world now is the radiant face in front of him that he is fascinated by. Yang Fei put on the last hair, inserted it with a plain jade hairpin, squeezed his temple hair, held the hairpin with both hands, and put it on properly. Yang Fei suddenly asked, "What time is it now?" As he spoke, he walked to the entrance of the cave and opened the heavy rattan curtains, only to see that it had rained outside at some point, and the valley was shimmering green and clean as new. He took out the sundial and saw that it was almost 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Yang Fei said, "Let's go back quickly, there is still a long mountain road to go. I'm afraid the family will worry if it's late." But Zhang Fuzhen said, "Don't worry, it's rare that the sunset is so beautiful, we won't be too late to leave after watching." Yang Fei looked in the direction of his fingers, and sure enough, the sunset glow in the western sky was steaming, gradually turning golden red like fire, and the rose-colored clouds slowly changed their shapes in the sky, colorful and passionate. The golden red glow was like a magical bird. The giant hand slowly opened the soft curtain, and the whole earth suddenly opened up. "Can't help thinking of a poem," Yang Fei said softly. "After the rain, the green of the garden is getting thicker, the sunset is bright and the clouds are heavy, and there are thousands of trees outside the mountains. How many things are on my mind." Zhang Fuzhen was surprised. "You can compose poetry?" Yang Fei looked at Wanxia, smiled lightly and said, "It's just picking up people's teeth." Zhang Fuzhen looked at the little face dyed with sunlight for a while, then turned Yang Fei to face him, and said seriously, "Hu Xior, I want to tell you something." Yang Fei was stunned for a while, but said, "You should call me Yang Fei." Zhang Fuzhen wondered, "Yang Fei? Why is it called this name?" Yang Fei looked seriously at Zhang Fuzhen's handsome face under the sunlight, and said lightly, "I once dreamed of my previous life, and it was called this name." Zhang Fuzhen was speechless, so he could only laugh it off. The little girl probably always had these whimsical ideas. Said, "Well, it's fine if you like it. For me, as long as you are you." Holding Yang Fei's hands, he looked down at the little girl who only reached his chin and said, "Yang Fei, when you grow up, can you marry me?" Yang Fei tilted his head slightly, wondering, why? Zhang Fuzhen's face was flushed, he didn't know if it was the imprint of Xiaoguang or the waves in his heart, and said, "I like you." Yang Fei looked at this young man, with a pure and sincere expression in his eyes. He was about to speak, but suddenly realized something was wrong. Why did Zhang Fuzhen hold his hand? But he still didn't respond. "Shouldn't you get rid of him quickly? Could it be that my body has lost its repulsion to this person in the constant pulling and even fighting with him?" Yang Fei suddenly thought of something. Said, "However, I am still young, how can I know what will happen in the future?" Zhang Fuzhen said anxiously, "Of course you don't know now, but I will treat you well in the future, and you will know." The sunset glow reflected on the two of them, dragging their shadows to the cave and blending in the candlelight. Looking at Zhang Fuzhen's earnest face and fiery eyes, Yang Fei suddenly couldn't bear it, and thought, after all, in this world, he must find a lover to be his companion. No matter in the past life or the present life, she is not a person who advocates unmarriage, even though he had the strange disease in his previous life and the astonishing secret in this life. Yang Fei still has expectations for love. This person in front of me is good-looking, talented, capable in literature and martial arts, rich in family resources, and pure in nature. I don't know if he is a good match for me. With the background of the Hu family, is it possible to climb high? Yang Fei looked up at those bright eyes, and said with a faint smile, "Well, let's see how you behave." Zhang Fuzhen received this reply, but happily changed his grip on Yang Fei's shoulder, and said with a smile, "If you say so, I will take it as your agreement." Yang Fei turned around and cast his eyes on the sunset that was about to end in the distance, smiled and said nothing. Zhang Fuzhen turned Yang Fei around again, and held her tightly in his arms. "With so much money at home, I feel a little worried about where to put it." Yang Fei discussed with his family to build a house nearby, and the family will move there. The shops here will be reserved for the newly bought people. Hu Yongqiang and Shins also felt that it made sense. Recently, there are a lot of people in the shop, and it is really not convenient to get in and out. It would be troublesome if someone with shallow eyes swept away. In ancient times, there was no business specializing in real estate transactions. The Hu family was blind in Fuqing, and he didn't know where to find out who had a house for sale, so Yang Fei went to Rua Fuxian to find shopkeeper Zhou, please. He inquired among regular customers, not to mention, he really found the right person, but within 2 days, he got a reply. This prefecture is so small, and the person who wants to sell the house, Yang Fei, also knows him. It turns out that he is the uncle of the prefect's master's family, Bao Xianggu, who is known as the hot gentleman. He has had bad luck with gambling recently and has already sold a house. There is another house in Jinming Lane behind Shuyuan Street, which has long been empty. When Bao Xianggu took Hu Yongqiang and Yang Fei to see the house that day, he found that it was a coincidence that the row of houses with Fei Tian back to back, Bao Xianggu was in a hurry to sell and offered 600 taels of silver. The middleman, shopkeeper Zhou, quietly told Yang Fei, "This house can be bought at a stable price. For a house like this on the market, at least an extra 200 taels is required." Not to mention that such a price is acceptable to Yang Fei. Just looking at the location alone, Yang Fei is also very satisfied, immediately paid the full amount, changed the land deed and the house deed, and this yard was named Hu. This is a typical courtyard house with a width of about 25 meters and a depth of more than meters. It faces south and faces north. On the door of the outer gate, the word Huzhai is hung on the door, which is written by Hu Kong. On both sides of the outer gate are inverted rooms for servants, 5 on the left and 1 on the right. When entering the door, there is a shadow wall with blue stone carvings of more than a year, and there is a courtyard wall when entering through the side door on the left. There is an inner gate facing north in the middle, also known as the Hanging Flower Gate. Entering it is a square courtyard, which is spacious and tidy. Facing the vertical flower gate are 5 main rooms facing south. There are 2 flower beds at the entrance, and 2 huge osmanthus trees are planted with luxuriant branches and leaves. There are 4 small study rooms on the left, and there is a small courtyard wall in the front that connects the main room and the west wing in a 7 shape, forming an independent small courtyard. The right is an aisle leading to the last row of sheds, which are usually used as stables. A side door is opened on the right front of the aisle to facilitate the entry and exit of carriages. On the right side of the courtyard are 3 east wing rooms. The north gable of the east wing has 2 side rooms, which are used as toilets. In front of it, there is a small courtyard wall at the same height as the east wing and the side rooms for privacy. There are 3 west wing rooms on the left-hand side, and 2 side rooms and a small courtyard wall on the north gable wall, which are used as a kitchen, and are symmetrical with the east wing rooms. Of course, the 5 main rooms are lived by the elders. Father Hu, now known as Mrs. Hu and Mrs. Wang, is known as the old lady living in the 2 rooms on the right, and Hu Yongqiang, now known as shopkeeper Hu and Mrs. Shin, is known as Mrs. Shin, living in the 2 rooms on the left. Between. The East Wing room has always been the residence of the eldest son, so it naturally belonged to the eldest son Hu Kong. The second son lived in the West Wing room, the second son of Hu Guang and the third son Hu Chang moved in, and Yang Fei lived in the study room. A small courtyard of 2 square meters is self-contained inside, and Yang Fei is naturally satisfied. End of this chapter. Chapter 49. Chapter 49. There used to be an old concierge in this house, who has been guarding the gate all the time. His surname is Chio, and his name is Old Man Chio. He is a lonely old man. He is 68 years old. A bit fierce, tall, with a voice like a bell. When Yang Fei saw it, he thought, isn't this a natural door god? So he stayed and remained as his old concierge. Feng Ling and Feng Min have been doing order receiving and consulting work in the store these days. They are a little troubled, and they will always encounter some small harassment. Seeing that Hu Jiasin bought a house, the two asked Yang Fei to discuss whether it can be arranged. The 2 of them went to work in the inner house. Although the folk customs here are open, after all, it is still a feudal society without human rights and patriarchal supremacy. Yang Fei is also afraid that something will happen to the 2 of them in the store. Come on, this inner house also needs someone to take care of it. There were still 5 vacant rooms in the inverted house in front, so they arranged for the 2 of them to live there, responsible for shopping for vegetables, washing and cleaning in the inner house, together with Mrs. Shin and Mrs. Wang, responsible for taking care of family meals. Chong went to buy 2-year-old boys and renamed them Ah Shan and Shui to take their place. From this incident, Yang Fei feels that women will eventually have inconvenience in doing things, not because of gender discrimination, but because of reality, so they have to follow the times. So Honglian and Chuanqing were also drawn out to be responsible for washing, cooking and some chores in the store. Let Su and several other apprentices take turns in each position, and it is necessary to master each procedure. This can also cope with the phenomenon that the process cannot be connected when there is a temporary replacement of personnel, and it also prepares for the next step. Outside the north gable of the kitchen of the new house is the front yard of 2 inverted houses. Yang Fei found someone to dig a well in the yard when he found time, so that water will be much more convenient in the future. The 2 inverted rooms were converted into washrooms. Since the back room is backed by the back room of the front shop, Yang Fei opened a 1-meter-wide back door on the back wall of the former Wang's bedroom in the east courtyard of the shop. From this back door is the side door of the new house, so there is no need every time I go back to the store, I have to spend minutes detouring out of Jinming Lane and then to Shuyuan Street. The remaining half of the room is also used as a warehouse for storing some insignificant items. The original house suddenly became more comfortable. Ajin, Ateng, Aksu and Xiaoyer moved in the Dongguiwan where the 3 brothers lived. The adjacent wing room where Yang Fei lived was changed to a public bathroom and toilet. The room where Hu Yongqiang and Shen lived was changed to the room of Ashen Ashui. The main reason why there was no separate bathroom earlier was that there was no such condition. We only put a barrel in each room, and put it at the door every morning when it was dark. If you don't say anything, you will use the bucket of clean water that comes with the car to help you wash it and put it back to its original place. But Yang Fei is a modern person after all, and he is still not used to it, and there is no toilet that flushes whenever he uses it, so he can't help but feel repulsed when he sleeps with that thing. So when the vacant room came out, he set up a special bathroom and put a few toilets all concentrated in one place, which is also beneficial to human health. On the 10th day, Zhang Fuzhen came to visit Yang Fei. Only then did he know that the Hu family had bought such a house. He visited it curiously, and finally lingered in the study for a long time before going anywhere else. There are 4 small side rooms in this study, each of which is only about square meters. The rightmost one opens the door, and the outer 2 are open. On the left hand, there is a wide and long Manchurica book table with a curved head, which is of the same texture. There is a row of bookshelves against the wall on the right-hand side of the desk, and there are many books already placed, most of which are miscellaneous travel notes, county chronicles, historical records, etc. Zhang Fuzhen looked through it, and his interest in this girl couldn't help but be funny. Inside is Yang Feier's bedroom, a canopy bed leaning against the west gable, a clothes hanger on the inside of the right hand, and a mirror on the bed with the left hand. That's all. It's extremely simple. The innermost room, Yang Feier, was used as a dressing room, with 2 wardrobes, a floor-to-ceiling bronze mirror, and a table in the middle, which was used as a shoe-changing stool. Zhang Fuzhen had never seen such an arrangement, and felt very strange. Yang Feier didn't know what to say to him, and said, "My room is so small, how can you stay here?" Zhang Fuzhen said, "I don't think it's narrow, but you don't even have a spare seat here, so it seems very inhospitable." Only then did Yang Feier wake up, so he went to the living room of the main room to get a stool and saw Zhang Fuzhen sitting behind the desk looking at her charcoal pen, and said with a smile, "Stop digging out my ugly things again. I came up with this idea because I don't know how to use a brush." The two of them hadn't seen each other for a few days since the last time they made love in the valley. They were a little unnatural, they didn't know how to speak and how to get along with each other. When they were close, not only were they shy and unable to speak, but they were also afraid of being heard by others. "I am also afraid that the other party will think that I am too cold." Zhang Fuzhen said, "You have some family assets now, I don't know what to do next." Yang Feier said, "Take one step at a time and look at it one step at a time. At present, there are already thousands of clues, and some doppelgangers are at a loss." Zhang Fuzhen said with a smile, "It's time to rest for a while. At such a young age, you have already managed the business like this, so how else do you want others to live?" Yang Feier said, "I'm only here, it's just a small business." The two had been chatting about irrelevant things, but they were in different moods. Yang Feier couldn't bear the embarrassing atmosphere, so he stood up and said, "I still have a lot of things to do. If you want to talk to my elder brother and the others, I won't be with you anymore." After finishing speaking, he went to the shop as if fleeing. Zhang Fuzhen was stunned behind for a while, smiled and shook his head, took a miscellaneous journal and sat in front of Yang Feier's desk and read it, as comfortable as reading in his own study. At noon, I had dinner at Hu's house, hang out with Hu Kong for a while, then went to Yang Feier's study, and then read the miscellaneous notes, as if the book was so good, regardless of whether Yang Feier accompanied him or not. He didn't go back home until he had another dinner. I rebought all kinds of furniture, new beds, new tables, new cabinets, new boxes and other furniture items. I chose November and moved there with my family. On the day of the move, the Hu family held 2 banquets in Ruifuction. The purchase of the new house this time was recommended by shopkeeper Zhou, and everyone in the restaurant knew about it. Those who had a good relationship with each other on weekdays were favored by shopkeeper Zhou. Jiang Guanshi and Li Baotian each sealed a red envelope of taels of silver, and the Zhang family also sealed a big red envelope of taels of silver, and sent Madame Zhang as a representative to send it. Yang Feier thought of a good idea this time, and returned the gift. Back to, only accept the ordinary meaning, that's all. During the dinner, shopkeeper Zhou was very happy, and said to Hu Yongqiang, "You have given birth to a good daughter, and a roast duck dish will make our Ruifuction famous." Steward Jiang said with a sinister smile, "This year's restaurant business is not easy, I don't know how many restaurants will be closed." Shopkeeper Zhou said, "In the past, even though we were known as the No Restaurant, our business was just as good as those restaurants. However, since the dishes changed by Mrs. Hu came up, the business has obviously improved, especially later. After the roast duck is on the menu, ha ha ha." He patted Li Baotian next to him on the shoulder, "But our fat chef Li is so tired that he is going to be the skinny chef." Li Baotian smiled and said, "That's right. A master is a master, do you think anyone can be my Li Baotian's master?" Hu Yongqiang recalled the last time when he ate in this restaurant, how terrified the situation was. It was only more than 3 months, how could the situation seem to be upside down? No wonder there is a word called earth-shaking, isn't it just like that? Except for Hu Yongqiang and the 3 brothers, it was the first time for the Hu family to set foot in this splendid place. Those who have dealt with mud all their lives felt that even the poisonous sun in June would not be as dazzling as the lights inside. There is only one, and the lights in it are shining everywhere. It was the first time to taste the roast duck taught by my girl, and each one of them ate their mouthfuls while secretly stunned. I don't know if it was the blessing that I cultivated in my life. These skills of my girl are really given by God. End of this chapter. Chapter 50 Snow and Hot Pot. Chapter 50 Snow and Hot Pot. As soon as the 12th lunar month entered, a new notice was pasted on the notice board at the entrance of Phil's suite. Phil's suite will be closed for 7 days from the 29th of the 12th lunar month to the 6th day of the new year during the Spring Festival. For bulk orders, please book in advance. Yang Feier has always attached great importance to these traditional festivals. These days are the days of family reunion and sharing. I don't want to be tied down by any chores. It's time to have fun all year round. The 23rd year of the 12th lunar month represents the beginning of the Chinese New Year from this day. Mrs. Wang and Mrs. Shen led Feng Ling and Feng Min to sweep the dust and deliver the stove. Although the new house they just moved was clean everywhere, they had to do it well. In the evening, they put a firecracker on the outer gate to bid farewell to Lord Stove, hoping that he would go to heaven to play good deeds. The lower realms will keep you safe. Hu Kong took his twins and Yang Feier and set off various fireworks outside the door. Some could fly in the shape of a butterfly, those in the shape of a top could spray sparks upward while spinning, and those in the shape of a car. He rushed forward a foot away. Yang Feier stood aside with his neighbors on the left and right. I have also become a naive child. On the 25th, to make tofu, Mrs. Wang and Mrs. Chin took Feng Ling and Feng Min to the tofu shop to line up early in the morning. They brought 2 large barrels of soybeans soaked the night before, and another take 2 bamboo baskets with empty buckets, and tofu takes up more space than soybeans, so a bucket with a load of buckets will definitely not fit it. At noon, the snowflakes fell from the sky. At first, they were only fragmentary, and fell to the ground for a short time. In the afternoon, they began to fall seriously. Large flakes of snowflakes fell like catkins, and the ground was completely white in a short while. This is the first snow in the strict sense of this winter. There have been 2 previous snowfalls, but it was just like rain or snow. Yang Feier always felt inexplicably sad when it was snowing for the first time, and it was the same today. He didn't want to work in the shop, so he just came back and stood alone at the door of the study, reaching out to pick up the chaotic white elves. They all slipped through the fingers, and some landed on the hands, and before you could look closely, they had already turned into a crystal drop. At this moment, Yang Feier felt extremely lonely, as if she was the only one left in the world. In the midst of sentimentality, the courtyard door was suddenly pushed open, and a person was standing at the door wearing a dark blue cloak. A thin layer of snow fell on his shoulders, and the white fox fur on the top of the cap was soft and fluffy. Covering the visitor's face with a few hands, he stopped, only showing those black eyes looking at Yang Feier, exhaling white air from his mouth. Yang Feier exclaimed, "Hey, why are you here?" Zhang Fuzhen said, "I saw that it was snowing, and I was worried that you would miss me, so I asked the master for half a day's leave, and rushed here." Zhang Fuzhen stood at the gate of the courtyard and said. Yang Feier was speechless for a while, said, "It's snowing heavily, what are you doing while standing in the snow? Don't feel too cold to panic, come in quickly." Zhang Fuzhen said, "It's not cold, I rode all the way here, my body is warm." He said again, "How about I take you to ride a horse?" Yang Feier said, "It's snowing heavily, what kind of horse are you riding?" "I won't go, I'm afraid of the cold." Zhang Fuzhen went straight on the snow, stepped on a series of footprints on the flat snow, took Yang Feier's hand, put it in the palm of his hand, and said softly, "It's not cold, trust me, we only walk around here, turn and go back." Without waiting for Yang Feier to refute, he pulled her outside. These days, Zhang Fuzhen always comes over every time he comes to Muxio. When he comes, he chats with Hu Kong about his studies, guides the twins to read and write, and then studies in Yang Feier's study. He also brought some books on his own initiative. Come here, Yang Feier went to do her work, he just treated this study as his own. The adults of the Hu family saw it, and they also had some doubts in their hearts, but seeing that their girls were only busy with their own affairs, and did not go to the study, and the young master of the Zhang family only talked to the Hu Kong twins, thinking, maybe this picture young master of the family just came here to relax, and he was afraid of delaying the study of the three brothers, and had no other intentions, but I was afraid that we were thinking too much. He put this matter aside, and didn't ask any more questions. Yang Feier also blamed himself for his indifference to Zhang Fuzhen, so at this time Zhang Fuzhen took her to ride a horse in the snow. She couldn't insist on going any longer, and said, okay, I'll go, wait, I'll change into thicker clothes. Zhang Fuzhen was waiting outside the study room. After a while, Yang Feier came out. In addition to changing into a pink thick padded lapel gown, he also put on a darker cloak and pink-purple mask gloves. Wrap yourself tightly, like a bud on a peach tree in March. There is no way, the clothes are all handled by the Wang family and the Shen family. They prefer to make clothes of these colors for her, saying that little girls have to wear such bright colors, they look good, therefore, Yang Feier's wardrobe is full of shades of red, pink and purple. Zhang Fuzhen couldn't help laughing when he saw her wearing so many layers of pink. He naturally took her over and hugged her, looked down at her, and said, I said it's not cold, but you don't believe me. Apart from being so close in the valley, it was the first time for the two of them to get so close outside in such a long time. Suddenly, both of them who were defenseless were beating like drums. Yang Feier quickly pushed him away, bowed his head and said, didn't you say you want to ride a horse? Let's go quickly. You go ahead, and I will follow you. Zhang Fuzhen smiled, suppressed the throbbing in his heart, and took the lead in striding out of the small courtyard, and went straight out of Hu's house. Yang Feier followed behind, and went to the gatehouse. From the window, he saw old man Qiu sitting. There was a fire by the stove, the hearth was covered with an iron plate, and a handful of peanuts were roasted on it. Yang Feier called him, Grandpa Qiu, Fuzhen, and I will go out to play for a while, and we will be back soon. If my parents and the others ask, come on, please tell them. Old man Qiu eats and drinks ready-made food recently, and his clothes are washed by others. He just cleans the door and courtyard every day, and keeps an eye on the door. Seeing the young lady of the owner's house calling him, she hurriedly stood up and said hello, and then took care of her. The road is slippery in snowy weather, be careful, don't fall anywhere. Yang Feier responded loudly as he walked out. Zhang Fuzhen was waiting on the horse, and Yang Feier walked up to him, wondering, didn't you mean to ride a horse? Why is there only one horse? Zhang Fuzhen stretched out his hand and said, give me your hand, and step on the stirrup, and I will pull you up. Yang Feier looked up at him. The young man on the horse was full of heroism in the heavy snow, and Ni was arrogant. Thinking of the affection that such a young man had for him, he felt a sense of pride in his heart, so he stretched out his hand to him and stomped on him. On the stirrups, one hand grasped the back of the saddle. Zhang Fuzhen pulled it hard, and she used her strength to jump onto the horse's back and sit behind Zhang Fuzhen. Zhang Fuzhen said, you sit firmly in the back. After saying that, he urged the horse to move forward. Walking all the way outside the city, Zhang Fuzhen got off his horse and asked Yang Feier to sit forward. He went up and sat behind Yang Feier again, and wrapped Yang Feier up again with his cloak, revealing only the comb with two eyes. As a result, Yang Feier found that the top of his head only reached Zhang Fuzhen's chin, and his whole body almost fell into Zhang Fuzhen's arms. Zhang Fuzhen put his legs between the horse's belly, and said, drive in a low voice. The horse raised its front hooves and neighed, causing Yang Feier to hold on to a handle on the saddle tightly, terrified in his heart, but he leaned against a thick and warm wall behind him, and immediately felt comforted. Take it easy. As soon as the horse's front hooves hit the ground, it started to run wildly. He could only hear the cold wind whistling in his ears, and the scenery around him quickly retreated. But the feeling is completely different. If the speed exceeds 40, it will make people feel that they are already flying fast, and the heart will feel a little lack of oxygen. Running straight to a deserted place in one breath, Zhang Fuzhen reined in his horse and walked slowly, trusting the horse in the vast snowy field. The heavy snow is still falling on the ground, there is no wind, and it just falls straight down like this. The sound of snowflakes hitting the ground can be heard in the surroundings quietly, and the horse is panting, snorting, and spraying white snow. Air dissipates in snowflakes. Zhang Fuzhen got off the horse, helped Yang Fei off the horse, held the rein in one hand, and held Yang Fei's hand in the other. The two walked forward slowly without saying a word, and there was no sound at this time. In the 12th lunar month of winter, when everything is dying, the empty wilderness, the lonely land, is quiet and peaceful, with cheongji and jade leaves, pink and jade, all of the same color. The two walked hand in hand, as if they could go forever. The two returned to the Hu residence, entered the study room, took off their cloaks, shook off the snow on them, and hung them on the clothes hangers in the house. A stove had been brought into the study room before the 12th lunar month, and Yang Fei had finished drawing a picture of a chimney. According to the pattern, I went to the blacksmith's shop to make a tin chimney, and let the gas flow out of the window, so that I don't have to worry about gas poisoning, and there are all houses. Here, Yang Fei opened the furnace door, and after a while, the fire came up, and the two of them gathered around the stove to warm up the chill on their bodies. It was already past 5 o'clock in the unitary hour, and the sky was getting dark, so Yang Fei lit the lamp. The yard is quiet and quiet. The three brothers are all reading and writing in their rooms. The adults have not come back yet. The store has been working overtime every day during this time. Now it is cold and easy to store. Orders from each family are placed, there are a lot of them, and the production room works in 3 shifts continuously, day and night. They are all familiar with it, and Yang Fei has nothing to do. Suddenly there was a voice outside. It was Wang Shi and Xin Shi who came back. Yang Fei and Zhang Fuzhen went out to meet them together, only to see Wang Shi and Xin Shi each brought in a load of water buckets, and then followed Feng Ling Feng Min. The two of them went out to greet each other. Holding a large vegetable basket in his arm, he was heading towards the kitchen. Mrs. Wang and Mrs. Xin put down the bucket, and looked back to see that Zhang Fuzhen was there. They were also surprised. Mrs. Wang said, "Fuzhen is here. It's such a cold day, so don't freeze." Mrs. Xin said, "It's a coincidence that you came today, the New Year tofu, I will cook it for you to try later." Zhang Fuzhen said hello to the two, and Yang Fei went to look at Feng Ling Fengmin's basket, which contained a basket of dried tofu, a basket of thousands of pieces. Feng Ling Fengmin went to the well to fetch water again, and put the tofu when raised with dry seeds. Qianjiang was supposed to be cut out to dry in the sun, depending on the weather, that's all. Let's keep them in the water together. But Yang Fei said, "I'll make a fresh way to eat tonight for you to try." Although Zhang Fuzhen came here often, he was still a guest. After finishing the meals for the apprentices, he set up another table in the main room. The whole family and Zhang Fuzhen surrounded the 2 red clay stoves on the table. There is a large pot of chicken soup stewed in a double-eared wide pot. Inside the soup is chopped chicken, with a few scallions and red dates on top. The green is green and red, and it is really beautiful. The chicken was stewed in the afternoon and can be eaten directly. The other is a pot of red soup with a red layer of spicy oil floating on it. On the table are a plate of tofu, a plate of 1,000 sheets, a plate of pork belly, a plate of mutton, a plate of beef, a plate of fish fillets, a plate of egg dumplings, and a plate of pork belly. Basket of cabbage, spinach, vermicelli, coriander, and shiitake mushrooms were all raw, and everyone asked, "How do you eat this?" Yang Fei smiled and said, "Eat now." He said, sandwiched the meat and egg dumplings, and put them in 2 kinds of soups to cook. How can there be no hot pot in snowy weather? Yang Fei and Wang are afraid of spicy food, so they are the only ones who eat the chicken soup pot, and everyone else rushes to the spicy soup pot. End of this chapter. Chapter 51. Chapter 51. On the 26th of the 12th lunar month, kill the pig and cut the meat. The Hu family cut the meat early this year. Due to the large number of people, they marinated more than 100 caddies, and the sauce was more than 100 caddies. In addition, they also marinated beef, mutton, chicken, duck, goose, and fish feet. Several. Yang Fei was in the kitchen watching Feng Ling cut the tofu into small pieces. Feng Min was lighting the fire under the stove. Wang was wearing an apron and was frying tofu on the stove, and Shin was piercing the fried tofu with a big needle. Then the two ends are connected to each other, and they are worn like Buddhist beads on the neck of a sand monk. They are 3 feet long. When the weather clears, they can be hung out to dry, just like thousands of sheets. It takes a long time to eat, because from the th of the new year to the th of the first lunar month, you can't buy any vegetables during this period. Even if they are sold occasionally, the price is ridiculously high, so you have to store a lot at home. It was still snowing outside. He heard the voices of several people outside the gate, and gradually began to shout loudly, and then the gate was slammed shut, and old man Chio came in from the outside, walked to the kitchen door, and called Shin, "Miss, there are 3 people outside. Personally speaking, I want to find you, say it is your parents and brothers. I asked them to wait a while, and they were not happy when I went back to you, saying that they bullied others. Look at this big one, and they scolded me. So I had no choice but to lock the door. Do you want to go and see?" When Mrs. Shin heard this, she was already stunned. Seeing her daughter-in-law like this, Mrs. Wang asked Feng Min to turn off the fire temporarily, took off her apron, and said, "I'll go out and have a look." Then she went out with old man Chio. After a while, Mrs. Wang brought in 3 people, 2 old couples in their 60s and a young man in their 20s. There were chilblains all over his upper feet, and all he needed was a bamboo stick and a broken bowl. The young man was dressed fairly neatly, with only a few patches on his clothes, but they were also very thin. He wore a pair of rag shoes on his feet. Several people's hair was stained with grass clippings, their faces were blue and purple, and the 2 old people were already on the verge of collapse. Seeing this, Shin burst into tears, rushed out to support the 2 old people, and said in a choked voice, "Father, mother, how did you end up in such a land?" Feng Min was very winking, and hurried out to help the 2 old people into the kitchen. The kitchen was always burning and it was the warmest. The young man followed him in. Yang Fei and Wang brought 3 benches for them to sit down. Shin rushed out again, and took 3 padded robes from herself and her husband to put on for them. Feng Min had already poured 3 bowls of hot water for them to drink while warming their hands. Putting on cotton robes, drinking hot water, and being in the warm kitchen again, the complexions of the 3 of them gradually returned to normal, but they were still sallow and emaciated, with a bitter look on their faces. Shin said, "Have you eaten this morning? I'll cook something for you." The old man said, "Eat, Zaibiifing is full." The old woman next to her elbowed the old man and said, "You old man, you've become like this, why is your mouth still like a firecracker?" Shinshur was not annoyed, and said, "Then you wait a moment, I will do it right away." He asked Feng Min to burn another stove, poured half a bottle of boiling water, and when it boiled, he quickly cracked 15 eggs into it, dug 5 spoonfuls of brown sugar into it, and cooked them together, and quickly boiled again, waited a while, put it in a bowl, put it in the hands of several people, and tell them to eat. Those 3 people just watched Shen's eggs being knocked into the pot one by one without money, and their eyes were straightened. Now this big bowl of brown sugar eggs is in their hands, and the sweet and fragrant heat goes straight into their noses. Wearing a new cotton robe, as if in a dream, on the way to search here from the ruined temple in the morning, I thought I would not survive today. After the 3 of them ate and drank well, and their bodies were completely warmed up, Shin asked, "Father, mother, and my brother, how did you become like this now?" Old man Shin snorted, and said, "It's not about you, a brother who is not up to date. The year before last, he said he was going to do some business, but he was tricked into going to the casino. He lost more than 800 taels of silver overnight. Your mother and I were cheated by the creditors. Forced to sell the house and land, at any rate, I barely paid back the 2 years. In the first half of the year, your mother was ill and didn't pay back the money for half a year. Somehow, the interest rate has rolled back to more than 100 taels. We came to look for you when we had nowhere to go, but we didn't know until we went to Tungjia village that you had moved to Fuqing long ago, but no one knew where you lived. We only said that it was on Shuyuan Street. It snowed heavily yesterday. I rested overnight at the Yin temple outside the city, and came to the city early in the morning to find you. The old woman looked at Shen with tears in her eyes, and said, "It's been more than 13 years since you married into the Hu family willfully. Your stubborn father won't allow me to find you, and you are just as stubborn as your father." Jean, sure enough, I never go home once. I sometimes doubt myself, whether I have ever given birth to your daughter. I owe you too in my previous life. I couldn't help but let out a sad cry suddenly. I thought of the Emperor's 12th lunar month. Crying like this in someone's house, it was not bad luck, so I quickly grabbed my mouth with my hand and forced myself to bear it. Shun's face was also full of tears, and she kept wiping it with a handkerchief, as if she couldn't wipe it dry. Back then, she insisted on marrying Hu Yongqiang, and she had a stalemate with the family. Before leaving the house, she swore viciously in front of her parents. "In the future, I will live a prosperous life with Hu Yongqiang, otherwise I will never return it." But these years, the family life has not only been difficult to turn around, but there is a trend of deteriorating, so there is no face to go home, until this year. As soon as winter came, Shen was thinking about this matter in her heart, and only waited for the shop to have a holiday on 29, and discussed it with Hu Yongqiang. Unexpectedly, her natal family came to her. Immediately, Hu Yongqiang and his father-in-law were called back from the shop, and the three sons were called out of the room. Together with young Fair, he recognized his in-laws, grandpa, grandma, and uncle, and the family was reunited. Hu Yongqiang and his wife discussed moving from the main house to the south room of the eldest son's east wing, and gave up their main house to the Shen family's parents, and arranged for their uncle Shen Fangrui to live in the twin west wing's east room. "Don't bother, if you want a free servant's room, you can just live there by yourself, but how can Mrs. Chen give in? I haven't seen my parents for so many years." Xiaobao went back to her mother's house, and saw that whenever someone else's family had a big or small affair, her mother's family would come to help a lot. How many times she secretly shed tears, and now her parents and brothers are all gathered by her side, even if she is down and out. In addition, that is also an extraordinarily close relationship, wishing to give all the good things I can give to make up for the family affection and unfulfilled filial piety that I have lost over the years. He was also busy asking Feng Min to boil hot water for them to bathe and wash their hair, change their clothes inside and out, and ask Feng Ling to buy chilblain ointment and come back. It was not until lunchtime that they were busy. The kitchen on the other side of the shop has long been abandoned, and the two briquette stoves are only used for daily tea cooking and washing water. Every day, meals are prepared in the new house, divided into two, and one is brought to the shop kitchen. The table is eaten, and the other is left in the kitchen of the new house. The women open a table, but since it snowed yesterday, they are afraid that the dishes served will be cold, so they will not be separated. They all come to the kitchen of the new house to eat. A long table with a width of meter and a length of meters was specially customized by Yang Fair, so that it would be easy to use for more people. Today is a happy day. The members of the Shen family prepared a lot, and it was too late to go shopping, so they cooked a whole salted goose, cut it into pieces, and put the oily goose in the middle of the table. All kinds of meat, vegetarian, sweet, salty, soup, and snacks counted, and there were more than a dozen kinds. A table was set up, and the apprentices came in to have a look, and they laughed and said, "Did the master eat the New Year's dinner in advance?" He smiled and said, "Today is your boss's happy event. Let's celebrate together." After a while, Feng Ling Feng Min helped the old man and the old lady of the Shen family come in with a completely new look. The two of them were soaked in the bath water, their faces were flushed, their hair was combed meticulously by Feng Ling Feng Min. Both wore cotton caps and brand new thick cotton robes. It was the New Year's Eve clothes of the second elder of the Hu family. He was naked once, so he took them out to make a contribution. Looking at it dressed like this, it is true that people rely on clothes and saddles, and there is no trace of beggar, just like a rich man in a farmhouse. Shin Fengrui, who was following behind, also changed his clothes, wearing a black gauze soft-footed headdress, and the mouse-gray round-neck quilted robe wrapped with gold silk that Hu Yongchang planned to wear during the new year. He has a handsome and elegant face. His face is like a crown jade, his sword eyebrows are bright, his nose is straight, his mouth is full of pills, he looks like he is in the middle of his 20s, he is clearly a handsome gentleman in his early 20s. And the three brothers of the Hu family and him, they are all somewhat alike. Except for Ah Shan, Ah Shui, Ah Jin, and Ah Tang who are on duty in the shop, everyone else has arrived, and they will have a meal first before they come back to eat. Mrs. Hu told everyone to sit down and eat quickly. They should have sat down, but just as they were about to take their chopsticks, they suddenly saw two people standing still on the table. It was a Su and Xiao Yuer, with tears in their eyes. He stood by the table with his head down, and the people at the table didn't know what to do, so they all looked at them. But seeing the three members of the Shin family jumping up from the bench suddenly, the old lady of the Shin family blurted out crying, "Jinger! Exiner! Are you my Jinger Exiner? Grandma misses you so much." The old man was also trembling like yellow leaves in the wind. The three of them stepped over the bench, and ran over from the opposite side in a gust of wind. Shin Fengrui ran at the front, hugged the two of them, shouted, "Jinger, Exiner," and choked. In his throat, he couldn't make a sound. The boy burst into tears, but Aksu struggled, gritted his teeth and tried his best to hold back the tears in his eyes. While struggling, the tears fell one by one, and the little fish was still crying. Not very sensible, let Shin Fengrui hold him in his arms, but couldn't help crying and shouting, "Grandpa, Grandma, I want Grandpa and Grandma." Behind, the two elders of the Shin family hurried forward, pushed away their son, and hugged the two of them in their arms. The two elders and two children hugged each other and wept heartbrokenly. Everyone was moved. Only Shin Fengrui was left aside. Chen took a rough look at the side, wiped away tears, came over to pull up the two elders, and said, "Father, Mother, Fengrui, now I can understand that these two children are Fengrui's sons, my own nephews, isn't it? However, these two children were bought by Yongxiang and Shoer from Rinyazi, so why did they fall into the role of selling their children? Where are the children's mothers?" All the people in the kitchen were dumbfounded. It was like watching a play. When the hostess asked the reason, they all pricked up their ears. But Shin waved her hand again and said, "Forget it, let the children eat first and then talk. It's important to eat first." Shin Fengrui knew in his heart that his sister was trying to save face for him, so she returned to her seat awkwardly. The second elder took the seat for the two children, and the people next to him quickly gave up two more seats. For the eldest grandson, Mrs. Shin hugged the younger grandson and never let go. End of this chapter. Chapter 52 New Year and # 039, S Eve. Chapter 52 New Year's Eve. After lunch, Hu and Chen's family gathered in the living room of the main room and talked about how the two children of the Shin family fell into the hands of Rinyazi. Mr. Shin said, "At the end of last year, the debtors came to press for debts. At that time my family and I are temporarily living in the earth temple next to the village. Our in-laws have long been dragged down by us, and we don't know where they have moved. Other relatives and friends are avoiding us. We have nowhere to go. How can we give those people money?" So he asked Fengrui to sell his wife and two children. In order to let them leave temporarily, he first agreed to let him think about it for one night, and then replied to them the next day, but the daughter-in-law Chui was too scared, so she took advantage of us to go out to find him that afternoon. While they were eating, they ran away with their two children, and never heard from them again. Thinking of that period of time, all three of them showed expressions of distress. As she said that, she cast her eyes on Shinjing and Shin Exayan, and asked in a trembling voice, "Jinger, Exaner, what happened after you left with your mother? Where is your mother?" Shinjing said, "My mother took the two of us to Jinan Mansion to find her cousin. and took us all the way north while begging for food, but after walking for more than days, my mother fell ill. The kiln factory of the earthen jars was abandoned, and we lived in it at night. There was straw in it, and it was leeward, and it was not cold at all. During the day, my younger brother and I went out to beg for food, and then brought them back to eat with my mother. On the th, my mother's illness was almost cured, but my brother and I were targeted by child catchers outside. Those people caught us and put them in their pockets. They were bought and sold several times along the way. We just wanted to do our best. Because my original wife was from Shaanxi, I pretended to speak his accent and told my younger brother not to speak, thinking that one day they would sell us back to Anhui Mansion as foreigners. We were sold back, and later met my uncle and cousin. But where is my mother now? Whether she is alive or dead, we have no way of knowing. After everyone heard this, on the one hand, they felt distressed and sad for Mrs. Cui and the two children, but also thanked Xinjing for being smart and quick-witted. At any rate, the three recovered too, and one adult slowly inquired about their whereabouts. There is no rush. He also asked Shen Fangrui how much money he still owed those loan sharks. Shen Fangrui said last month that it was 120 taels. They have been hiding in Tibet this month. I found a lender, spent 300 taels, paid off all the money, burned the IOU, and have nothing to do with these people since then. Together they went to the government to report the missing person, leaving a little hope for rediscovering the Cui family, and there was no other way in the cold winter. Let's say that the addition of these new people to the Hu family is a happy event, and the Shen family walks with wind. Although the snow is still fluttering from time to time, it can't stop the pace of the new year, let alone affect people's good mood to welcome the new year. 27 to wash away guilt, 28 to wash away sloppiness. On the 28th of the 12th lunar month, in addition to taking a New Year's bath, they also had to make rice cakes to make noodles. On the 29th of the 12th lunar month, the doors of the shops were closed, and the doors were closed to officially celebrate the new year. Except for the three guys who went back to their respective homes, this year the Hu family had a total of 100 people celebrating the new year together. Although it was not comparable to those big families with dozens of people and more than people, it was still full of people in the yard. One morning, except for Xiao Yuer, Hu Yongxiang called the other 7 apprentices to one place, gave each of them 100 coins, and told them to go out on the last day of the day when people were buying New Year's goods and the street was still busy. Go shopping and buy something you want. It doesn't matter if you come back for lunch or not, just don't play too late. These people jumped up and cheered happily, together with the Hukong twins and even Xiao Yuer. They walked out the door laughing and laughing together, didn't come back until after dark, just in time for my meal, Shen said angrily, you monkey bastards, I'm afraid you don't know how to come back if you're not hungry. Everyone said, it's true that you came back because you were so hungry. What is the name of the food sold outside? I can't even put it down, how can it compare with the craftsmanship of the big lady? Shen said with a smile, you don't know what else to buy when you go out, but this candy must be bought. Young master, look at these sweet-talking ones. Everyone said, truth, truth. Coaxing Mrs. Chin so much. After dinner, Mrs. Wang and Mrs. Zhou, the old lady of the Shen family, took Feng Ling and Feng Min to make glutinous rice balls. Mrs. Shen guarded a coal stove by herself and made egg dumplings. Chatting together, Hu Yongxiang and his new uncle who has been around for more than 10 years are listening, laughing and interjecting a few words from time to time. The houses ran back and forth. Yang Feier's words are really hard to come by, but she likes to read other people's writing the most. In her previous life, she read her grandfather's writing, and today she reads Hu Kang's writing. On the door of the house, the kitchen and the toilet, the front of the house and the back of the house, on the window lattice and even on the tree, spring festival couplets or blessings of different sizes must be pasted, which requires a special person to cut the paper and fold it into 7 characters of equal size. Or 5-character fontanelle grid, so that the writer can divide the line spacing of the characters evenly. Dozens of spring festival couplets were cut and written on paper tapes until almost 11 o'clock at the end of Haishur. Finally, all the work was completed. The others went back to sleep early. Only young Fair accompanied Hu Kong to right to the end, and spread them neatly on the ground to dry. Hu Yongqiang and his wife, who got up early on the 31st, had no place to set their feet. They put away the dried Spring Festival couplets while walking along the way, and then they got out of trouble. When I came out, I saw that the snow that had been falling intermittently for 4 days had stopped, and the snow in the courtyard was 2 feet thick. It seems that today is a sunny day, and Lien Dao said that the weather is beautiful, and it will not affect the people who go to the grave in the afternoon. The 4 old people got up earlier than them. They were all people who were used to doing farm work all their lives, and they were also used to getting up early. The breakfast on New Year's Eve is noodles with chicken soup and ingots. Ingots are eggs. During the Chinese New Year, eggs are called ingots. No matter how big or small a family is, each person must eat 2, so that the harvest will be complete in the coming year. Everyone was eating breakfast when they heard the sound of firecrackers from far and near. It was that other people's homes were already eating New Year's dinner. There is a custom here that the earlier you eat the New Year's dinner, the sooner you will get rich in the coming year. There is also a custom that between brothers who have separated families, whether they are old brothers who have already had children and grandchildren or young brothers who have just started a family, each family must prepare a New Year's meal on New Year's Eve and invite other families to eat. Big people have to go to several houses a day, taking turns to eat from morning to night, so they have to start eating New Year's dinner very early, otherwise, they may have to eat until the first day of the new year or between good friends. They will also invite each other to their own home for a New Year's dinner, and share the most sumptuous meal of the year in their own home, expressing the deep friendship between each other. After eating the delicious, warm and salty yuanbao noodles in chicken soup, the children still have another important task, to paste Spring Festival couplets. The door panel of the shop is pasted, wheat crumbs are creamy and fragrant, the pattern is more colorful and flavorful than red silk, and the banner is written, sweet and perfect. Paste on the gate of the new house, safety is the blessing of the family, and filial friends can be the style of the children, and the vacancy is horizontally approved. It needs to be pasted at the same time as the firecrackers are set off during the New Year's meal. The hanging flower door is pasted, the trees in the clouds are full of colors, and the mountains outside the door are dense, horizontal batch, spring is full of people. The front door of the main house is pasted, the mountains and rivers are beautiful and the spring is always there, and the life expectancy is boundless, horizontal batch, happiness and longevity. The rest of the doors are pasted with Spring Festival couplets with auspicious blessings and expectations. The New Year's dinner was officially eaten. A Jin, a Tang, a Shan and a Shui worked together to lift the long dining table in the kitchen to the main room. Yuer set up chairs and benches. All the female relatives were busy in the kitchen, and Yang Fair kept asking the boys to come in and serve food. First, there were 4 cold dishes, peanuts mixed with coriander, glutinous rice lotus root, preserved eggs, and pork skin jelly, then began to serve hot dishes one after another, braised pork, braised fish, braised chicken, marinated, salted, egg dumplings, pork with dried plums, frozen bones, braised tendon, braised tripe, 3 delicacies pot, beef pot, whole duck with herbal cuisine, stir-fried mountain delicacies, stir-fried bacon with garlic, stir-fried chrysanthemum with slag noodles, chien chuanzi, tofu and cabbage fried vermicelli, stir-fried celery, spinach and soup, stewed radish with big bones, stir-fried lettuce with sliced meat and fungus, stir-fried pork liver with green onions, tremella and water chestnuts sweet soup, old goose soup. A total of 28 dishes are served on the table, which are dazzling and fragrant. This New Year's meal needs to be prepared for 2 days, because on the first day of the new year, knives, scissors, and needles are not allowed. Do not wash things, because washing and death are homophonic and do not cook. Otherwise there will be quarrels and family disharmony in the coming year. So on New Year's Eve, we need to prepare more dishes. The meals for lunch on the first day of the new year are all left over from New Year's Eve, which is called surplus every year. Everything was ready. Mrs. Hu lit a bundle of incense and leaned against the threshold of the main room. Hu Kong held the door banner that had been placed on the long table in the main room with both hands. The back of the banner had been coated with batter. Hu Yongqiang led Yang Fei together with Gemini, and the five of them, they went to the door to set off firecrackers. When the firecrackers rang here, Hu Kong stood on the ladder and immediately pasted the banner, "Spring back to the earth. Invite the four old people to sit in the upper middle seat facing the gate. Next to the old couple of the Hu family is Hu Yongqiang, the twins of the Shen family, Hu Kong and Yang Fei. Next to the old couple of the Shen family, Shen Fangrui, who is calm and heartwarming, old man Qiu sits in Shen Xian's hands. The rest of the disciples sat casually, full of people, bustling and bustling, full of people. Mr. Hu was the first to hold up the wine glass and raised it high to everyone, and everyone stood up with their glasses clattering. Mr. Hu said, "Looking at these days, I don't even dare to think about the past years. It's not good to celebrate the new year today. I won't say much about things, I just want to look forward to a bright future, and hope that everything will be fine in the coming year. Do it." Everyone raised their heads and drank the wine in their glasses. They all drank sweet rice wine, even children would be fine if they drank it. Hu Yongqiang picked up the wine glass and said to Mr. Shin, "The first glass of wine today is to respect my parents, but today I want to respect my father-in-law and mother-in-law first. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for coming, and relieved my children. His mother is your daughter's heart not for many years, you can rest assured that from now on, I will serve you like my own son." After finishing speaking, he drank the wine in the glass. The elders of the Shen family nodded with a slight smile, and drank down the wine in one gulp. Shen Fangrui picked up his wine glass and stood up to pay respect to the two elders of the Hu family, saying, "The family was killed for a while, fortunately your family took in, and I will work hard in the coming year to repay this great kindness." Mr. Hu said, "When a hero is in trouble, you are still young, and you will still have a lot of opportunities and time in the future. Given time, you will definitely recover." He and Wang raised their glasses to Shen Fangrui, and the three drank the wine together. End of this chapter. Chapter 53 New Year and #039, Eve. Chapter 53 New Year's Eve. The rest is for the juniors to toast to the elders in turn, and say auspicious words such as Dong Hai Shubi Nanshan Kaiyuan Guangjin 4 seasons and so on. After a few rounds, Mrs. Wang and Mrs. Shen went to Mrs. Wang's bedroom and brought out 2 bamboo plaques, inside which were more than a dozen strings of copper coins tied with red strings, a string of 100, with coiled knots hanging on them. They and the apprentices are treated equally, impartial and unbiased, one person and one group. The children, big and small, had almost eaten their New Year's money. They couldn't help themselves, and each went to serve a bowl of rice to eat. No matter how full the food is for this meal, the rice must be eaten, because this a meal is called a New Year's meal. Several elders had already switched to strong wine and were still pushing glasses and glasses. The children pleaded guilty, ate first and left the table, and ran to their respective rooms to change new clothes and shoes. I bought the fabric early and came back with a lot of pure cotton cloth in various colors. Let the children and apprentices choose the style and color by themselves, and each of them made a new suit from head to toe. In the past few years, I have basically never worn such good clothes, so I can't wait. Yang Fei has always had new clothes and jackets made for her by Mrs. Wang and Mrs. Chen, so she was not in this mood, but she also changed into new clothes for the occasion. On the afternoon of New Year's Eve, the highlight was going to the grave to pay respects to the ancestors, but Hu and Chen's family were far away from the ancestral house, so it was difficult to make the trip. Fortunately, their respective ancestral tablets were still there, so they led their children and grandchildren to kowtow 3 times to the tablets. Yang Fei and Hu Yongqiang took the time to calculate the accounts of the family in the past 2.5 months. From the day of opening on October 1000th, the total gross income of the shop was about 650 taels of silver, excluding various costs and expenses, including raw materials, rent, buyer, wages, firewood, rice, oil, salt, taxes, etc., totaled 350 taels, and a net profit of taels. Ruefuction still has 2 months of dividends, a total of 280 taels. Among the emperor's rewards given by Mrs. Zhang, only 5,000 taels of silver were taken out of the 800 taels of silver to buy this courtyard house and housewares. There is no need to wear those silks and satins, except to leave a few feet of brightly colored clothes for Yang Fei. They were all sold for about 3,000 taels of silver. Originally, the total amount of silver for selling shrimp, chicken, rice, and fish in the family was 430 taels. After subtracting the 100 taels of silver used to open the shop, there were 330 taels of silver left. Calculated in this way, the family has a total of about 500 taels of silver in deposits, and the 1,000 taels of gold have not been moved, and are kept in the room of Hu Yongqiang and his wife together with jewelry and jade. If calculated according to modern prices, the Hu family can now be regarded as a very different multimillionaire. Hu Yongqiang himself knows in his heart how big the gap is between his life today and last year or any other year in the past. There are so many people who can't save so much money and can't see it in their lifetime. And this is nothing more than what my daughter has accomplished in just 1 year. It's astounding to those who know. During the Chinese New Year, the women's families are the busiest. This has been the case since ancient times. When the men eat and drink well, they are busy removing the mats, cleaning and cleaning. After everything is neat, they will start making dumplings with noodles now. The boys carried it back to the long table and back to the kitchen. With this long table, no matter how many dumplings are made, there is no need to worry about no place to put them. Calculated as 10 dumplings per person, a total of 200 dumplings will be made. Dumplings, in order to be prepared, 300 dumplings are needed, warm before the frost and cold after the snow. Even if you can't eat them, you can store them. 300 dumplings with 3 kinds of stuffing: Chinese cabbage and mutton stuffing, leek and bacon glutinous rice stuffing, and celery and fresh meat stuffing are about each. Everything is busy, it is almost dark, and there are red lanterns hanging on the corridors of each room in the yard, including the 2 at the gate and the 2 at the hanging flower gate. The morning of the 2nd day of the new year. Among the dumplings to be eaten at night, one of them is wrapped with a copper coin. The person who eats this copper coin represents the best luck in the coming year. In the end, it is Hu Kong who is lucky. When he eats the second dumpling, he bit it on it, and everyone around him congratulated him in unison. Hu Kong was also very happy. After dinner, he cleaned the copper coin and hid it under his pillow. Wear it with a red thread, hoping it will really bring you good luck for a year. In the afternoon, Yang Fei brought a group of children and apprentices, made a few decks of playing cards, and taught them fight the landlord and fight the egg. Including the 4 old people, everyone soon fell in love with this game. When the female relatives made dumplings, they had already played all afternoon, and now watching the new year after dinner is a good pastime to pass the time. After everyone finished eating the dumplings, while the female relatives were washing the dishes and tidying up the kitchen, Yang Fei led a few boys to clean up all the rooms from front to back. Starting from the beginning of tomorrow, the floor should not be swept for 3 days in a row, otherwise they would be swept away. No one wants to sweep away wealth, so the house must be thoroughly cleaned on New Year's Eve in order to hope to have a clean and good year. After cleaning, Hu Yongqiang and Shen Fangrui led his sons and disciples to set off a bag of various fireworks outside the door. For a while, the entrance of the Hu family's new house was full of fireworks, and it was very lively, attracting children from the neighbors to watch. There were endless cheers and exclamations, and the uproar did not end until after 10 o'clock in the evening. Xiao Yuer played hard all day. Zhou took him to bed early. Since the day when he met his relatives at 25, the elders of the Shen family brought Xiao Yuer to live and eat with him. Originally wanted to ask Shen Jing to come and live with his father Shen Fangrui, but Shen Jing said that he was too old and it was inconvenient, so he didn't want to come, and still lived in the shop with a few other apprentices. The twins also went to wash up and go to bed under the urging of Shen. Mr. Shen, Mr. Hu, was in good spirits and formed a table with Hu Yongqiang and Shen Fangrui to play fighting the landlord. Whacking eggs in the kitchen, Shen Jing was a little younger, a bit out of date, watched the battle for a while, and then went to bed. The few female relatives who had finished their work in the kitchen couldn't bear to go back to their rooms to rest. The sound of firecrackers outside is still far and near, one after another. How many people set off the New Year's cannons, and how many people set off the door cannons? It will not take long for the door cannons to be let go, so the sound of firecrackers will continue until the New Year's Eve. The morning of the first grade of junior high school. This kind of firecracker sound is full of festive joy and peace, but to the wanderers far away from their homeland, it sounds like a spectator that has nothing to do with themselves. It will only make their homesickness even more lonely while envious. People who have never tasted homesickness can't understand. Homesickness is like a pool of spring water. The passage of time will not dry it up. Time will turn into distiller's grains, turn it into a pool of wine, the aroma of which is too strong to touch when you touch it. The aroma of wine will overflow, your nose will be sore, and your eyes will fill with tears, but the longer the time, the easier it is to touch it. An object from the homeland, a local accent, a mother, and the festival of family reunion will become the magic hand that stirs the pool of wine, making people suddenly silent in joy. Suddenly stopped in the play, unable to suppress the sore nose and tears, enduring the pain of wanting to see but not seeing. Yang Fei sat on the bed, hugged his knees with his hands, buried his face in his knees, and silently shed tears happily. This is also the reason why she insisted not to have Feng Ling and Feng Min as a maid, although Mrs. Wang and Mrs. Chen have mentioned it many times. A person has too many secrets and is always reluctant to get along with the crowd. Suddenly I heard someone say in my ears, "Xiaoer, open the door." Yang Fei suddenly raised his head, his eyes widened in horror in the dim light, although he could hear Zhang Fuzhen's voice, but he suddenly heard Zhang Fuzhen's voice in the middle of the night. Seeing someone whispering in one's ear is still inexplicably horrifying. He heard the door knock twice again. The sound of firecrackers outside was still muffled, and if he didn't pay attention, he wouldn't hear it, but Yang Fei was afraid that he would keep knocking and startling others, especially the ones closest to him. Old Man Xiao. Although the old man is old, he has good hearing, eyesight and good teeth, and he is not bad at all, so he had to put on his clothes and get out of bed to open the door. Sure enough, I saw a young man outside the door standing in the cold, wearing a hood, wearing a crane cloak, wrapped in a lonely snow light. With the help of the lantern at the door, Zhang Fuzhen saw that the tears on Yang Fei's face were still wet, as if he had just cried, so he hurried in, closed the door with his backhand, bringing in a chill. Yang Fei shrank into a ball, and said in a low voice, "It's such a cold day, why are you here?" In ancient times, there was no large-scale industry that could generate a lot of heat energy, electricity, and low population density. The winter was extremely cold, and after snow, the night temperature was only about -20 degrees Celsius. Zhang Fuzhen said, "Go back to the bed quickly, don't freeze." He dragged her into the room, stuffed her into the quilt, and even knew how to tuck the corners of the quilt. Sitting on the edge of the bed, the brazier was burning in the house, which made it much warmer. Yang Fei leaned on the bed, looked at Zhang Fuzhen through the light of the snow, and said, "This Chinese New Year's Eve, don't you have to stay at home to watch the New Year's Eve? Why do you have time to come here?" Zhang Fuzhen said, "My father came back from the capital and stayed with my mother all day long. My mother went to bed early, and my grandparents went to bed early when they were older. Although there were uncles, they were not very close, so I just wanted to come to you." He said again, "Why did I look at you under the lamp just now, as if you were crying?" Yang Fei pursed his lips and smiled lightly, and said, "It's nothing." Zhang Fuzhen looked at her in a daze for a moment, then suddenly leaned over and hugged Yang Fei in his arms together with the quilt, and said, "I know." Yang Fei put his face on his still cold crane feather cloak, and wondered, "What do you know?" Zhang Fuzhen let go of Yang Fei, looked at the hazy delicate eyebrows and eyes under the snow light, and said softly, "I know you must miss me. I miss you all the time at home, that's why I came to you late at night woolen cloth." Yang Fei asked, "How did you get here?" Zhang Fuzhen said, "Treading the snow all the way is faster than riding a horse, and there is no loud noise." Zhang Fuzhen reached into the quilt, took out Yang Feier's hand and put it in his hand. His hand was warm and dry, even hotter than Yang Feier's quilt, and said, "Will you come to my house to pay New Year's greetings in the future?" Yang Feier said, "I'm afraid it's too early to go in the future, and I'll go after the 6th day. I didn't go out on the first day of the first day, and before the 6th day, my very close relatives walked around each other, as the daughter of the Zhang family's former tenant. Yang Feier is a bit presumptuous to go at this time." End of this chapter. Chapter 54 New Year and hashtag 039, Eve. Chapter 54. Zhang Fuzhen thought about it. Why don't you take Hu Guang and Hu Chang together to pay New Year's greetings on the morning of the first day of the new year? The custom here is that on the morning of the first day of the new year, children go door to door in groups to pay New Year's greetings, stop at the gate of each house, and say, "Come to your house to pay New Year's greetings, Happy New Year." Take out candies and pastries and distribute them to each child, which is similar to the Halloween night in Europe and the United States, when children knock on the door and say trick or treat, just that you have to wait for people to open the door and let go of the cannon before you go to pay New Year's greetings, and you must never knock on the door. The twins are 8 years old, which is a good time to have fun. Yang Feier, who is on the 11th day of the Chinese New Year, is fortunately not tall enough to be a companion. Yang Feier said, "Why did you tell me to go early?" Zhang Fuzhen smiled and said, "I want to see you earlier in the new year." Yang Feier said, "You great hero Zhang, what can stop you from coming? Why do you have to wake me up early in the cold weather?" The New Year's greetings on the morning of the first day of the new year end after the sun rises, so the children get up very early. Zhang Fuzhen smiled and said, "Okay, if you don't want to get up early, I'll just work harder at night." Yang Feier gasped a bit exaggeratedly, and said with a smile, "Young Master Zhang, please be considerate. I don't know your exercises that can maintain physical strength without sleeping." Zhang Fuzhen looked at her for a while, but said, "It's nothing unusual, I'll teach you." Yang Feier said, "Is it difficult? Don't tell me to think too much." "It's not too difficult, just learn and try first." As he said that, he first taught Yang Feier a few breathing formulas, asked Yang Feier to memorize them, and then taught Yang Feier to breathe in this way several times, pointing out the essentials, but the explanation is unclear place. "I don't feel it's late at night." Suddenly there was a sound of footsteps outside, accompanied by voices. Both of them listened intently, not knowing what was going on. "But I didn't realize that it was almost midnight when the 2 tables of card players came out, holding 8 big lottery, big firecrackers, as thick as their arms, and set off the closing cannon. Only 8 loud bangs of tong-tong were heard, which represented the farewell to the departure of the old year, which almost shook the ground and shook the house, neighbors, even the entire Anhui mansion, and even the entire Tai dynasty. Celebrate, get rid of the old and welcome the new, and then, when the time comes and enter the new year, the fastidious people will open the door that has just been closed, and prepare long firecrackers to let off the door cannons to welcome the new year. All night long." At this moment, even though Zhang Fuzhen and Yang Feier were sitting opposite each other, they still couldn't hear each other's words. Firecrackers blared outside, and they stepped from the beautiful old year they first met to the new year full of hope, feeling the tranquility of the years. At this moment, looking at the beautiful young man in front of him, Yang Feier's heart surged. His arrival relieved her nostalgia. His bravery accompanied her in the dark cave. She stood here, and his affection for her made her see a glimmer of happiness in the vast and strange world. After staying until the roar of the firecrackers slowed down slightly around midnight, Yang Feier urged Zhang Fuzhen to go back, already feeling extremely sleepy. However, he only slept until the middle of the hour, and was woken up by the sound of children's New Year's greetings in front of him. He hurriedly got up and went out to pay his respects to the elders, but when he was making the quilt, he found a piece of cloud cake under the pillow. Wrapped in paper, it says "Stay higher and higher." I don't know if it was Wang or Shen who put it, so I can't help feeling warm in my heart. I went to the kitchen first and saw that Wang, Zhou, and Xin were all sitting inside eating breakfast, so I paid New Year greetings to them first. Wang smiled and took young Fair into her arms, and said with a smile, "Have you got that cake? I wish my family Xiu'er will be promoted every step of the way, and grow taller this year." Young Fair smiled and took out the cake from his arms, and with his movements, he got out of Wang's arms and lifted the cake, put it on the table and said with a smile, "Thank you, Grandma." Xin said with a smile, "Go and wipe your face and brush your teeth, and I'll give you jujubes to eat when you come back." Young Fair smiled and said yes, went to the bathroom, and saw that his towel had been replaced with a new one, and the willow branch for brushing his teeth was also new. Yes, coming to this other world, Yang Fair felt that one of the things that became better was brushing his teeth. He chewed off one end of willow branches to preserve the fibers, dipped in fine salt and brushed his teeth. When you use it for the first time, use the freshly chewed fiber again, just like using a new toothbrush every time. Ever since he learned the ancient method of brushing his teeth, Yang Fair couldn't help imagining the way Master Guanyin brushed his teeth when he watched the Avalokitesvara again, with water in a jade bottle in one hand and a willow branch in the other, as if he was about to brush his teeth. Back in the kitchen again, half a bowl of red dates stewed in brown sugar was already placed on the table. The jujube had been stewed for a long time, and the red skin on the top opened, revealing the honey-colored jujube meat inside, which was sweet and soft. Yang Fair ate a few mouthfuls in a hurry, and Xinshur waited at the side, and quickly stuffed another half-bowl of chicken soup noodles over. Inside, there were 2 tea eggs with cracked eggshell patterns and a whole chicken wing lying on it. Yang Fair had to try his best to destroy them, and then he pushed the bowl and rushed to the gate to see the children's New Year greetings. I saw 5 or 6 children gathered around the door at the gate, each taking a piece of shikima and 2 jelly from Mrs. Hu and Mrs. Shin, and leaving happily, and then another group of children came over, one batch after another. There are also those in 2s and 3s, and a few who act alone. Peanuts and candies are common in New Year's greetings. People who are more generous will give a quarter to half a piece of yunpian cake. Most of them know the child and have a good relationship with the adults in the child's family. They may pay homage to shikima and jelly. But it was only the Hu family, and the children couldn't wait to open it and taste it as soon as they were a few steps away from the gate, and they were fascinated by the unprecedented sweetness and softness in an instant. Every household in the alley had cleaned the front of the house as early as yesterday, and the ground was frozen again in the morning, and there was no snow, only the ground was full of red flowers. At a glance, one alley was brilliant all the way. Gradually, the children walking around the streets were replaced by well-dressed adults. Today, they don't visit distant relatives, but only congratulate their neighbors. Along the way, even if they just meet each other, no matter whether they are good or not, they always nod and say Happy New Year when they meet. Happy New Year. Good neighbors will go in and sit for a while to say hello to the old people in the family. On this day, the old people don't go out, and wait at home for the younger generation and the neighbors to come to pay New Year's greetings, drink a few sips of tea, eat 2 with melon seeds, peanuts and red dates. I got up to say goodbye, and ran to the market again. Everyone was full of spring breeze and beaming. They threw all the unpleasant things into the old year and let it pass. The new year will start with a brand new look. Although Hu's house is newly established, everyone in this Jinming Lane doesn't know the Hu family. Almost all of them have done business in the Hu family's shop. Those who do business in Shuyuan Street have a good impression of the Hu family. In the past, these merchants were only doing business in Shushan Academy, but now people from east, west, north and south are flocking to Shuyuan Street, and the business of the entire Shuyuan Street has been driven. Come on, the business at the end of this year is obviously better than previous years. Why don't you thank me and say a few polite words? Therefore, until before lunch, the Hu family had received dozens of groups of neighbors who came to pay New Year's greetings. The men in the family were in charge of chatting with them, and the female family members were in charge of repeatedly serving tea, and serving various snacks, tea eggs to entertain the guests. It's a little tired, but I'm so happy to like it, not to mention how beautiful it is. Compared with the excitement in the morning, there was nothing to do in the afternoon of the first day of the new year. Those who played cards, those who made up for sleep, and young Fair woke up after a nap. He piled up the 4 piles of snow in the yard into the 4 King Kong, Optimus Prime, Blue Thunderbolt, Bumblebee and Alita, one for each pile, and told their stories to the 3 younger brothers, and the 3 silly children listened. Fascinated, even if the 4 Autobots are piled up, there are still 100,000 reasons why young Fair is pestered. Going back to her mother's house on the second day of the new year, but for the Hu and Chen families who have just been reunited, they only need to cook another big meal to enjoy. In the past few days, young Fair has felt that he has become fatter. It turns out that the figure of the higher brothers has gradually bulged in the chest area recently. Yang Fair rolled her eyes in her heart. The rhythm of secondary developmental pains. On the morning of the 3rd day of the new year, Hu Yongqiang led Hu Kong and his twins back to Tongjia village. The night before, he asked Yang Fair if he would go back. It's not surprising that my daughter is different in every way while going out with adults to visit relatives and friends. When I arrived at Tongjia village, I first went to Tang Zhengting's house to give New Year's gifts, because his family had elderly parents in the church, went to the village head's house to pay New Year's greetings. At noon, I called Tang Zhengzheng's family of 3, and they all stayed at the village head's house. During the meeting, they talked about life in Fuching. Only then did I know that the Hu family had already purchased a house in Fuching. Surprisingly, it is not easy to connect. Before nightfall, Tang Zhengqing's family had already prepared a banquet in advance, and called the village chief's family to drink there. They drank until almost 8 o'clock in the evening at Shusher, and finally let them go back. Fortunately, the moon was very bright on the snow, and Tang Chaofu hired the bullock cart and went straight to the south gate. Seeing that the father and son had almost caught up with the gate and entered the city, they turned the bull's head back. On the morning of the 4th day of the Lunar New Year, Tang Zhengfu took his 2 sons and 2 grandsons together with Tang Zhengqing's family of 3, and took a bullock cart to Fuching to find the Hu family's New Year greetings. They found Hu's house smoothly according to the location described by Hu Yongqiang. They were led into the new house by Mrs. Hu and Hu Yongqiang, who were waiting for them outside the gate, and entered a wide courtyard. They introduced the Shen family, and led them into the shop to see a group of apprentices. They were speechless, saying that the Hu family is really developed now. The 2 stayed overnight at Hu's house until they had dinner on the 5th day of the Lunar New Year and then left the city gate to go back. The shop opened for business on the 6th day of the Lunar New Year. This year, the Hu family is officially over. Hu Kong and the twins put their hearts away and read and wrote in the house every day. Yang Fair saw that Shin Jing and Shin Xan were also young people who were studying, so he vacated the host room of the twins in the west wing for the 2 of them to live together. I took some books from Hu Kong and came back to study for them, and asked Hu Kong to assign homework to them every day, and planned to let them go to Shushan Academy together after the 15th day of the first lunar month. Shin Fangrui moved out from the inside and consciously went to live in the inverted room. Although Shin felt it was wrong, there was only 1 room left in the house. He hesitated again and again, and Shin Fangrui assured again and again that it would not matter, so he had to arrange it like this for the time being. It's over. Considering that Shin Fangrui will have nothing to do in the next year, and he will not have any skills, the shop has another Shin Jing, and arranges for Shin Fangrui to go in and learn from the beginning. The father will take over the role of the son. I hope that he will be old and stable, and one day he will be the leader of the disciples. Thank you book friend 2017091317083230 for your recommendation votes in the past few days. Thank you for your support. Recommend the author's new book Dust Cloud Story. Welcome to watch and collect // End of this chapter. Chapter 55 New Year and #039 S Gift. Chapter 55 New Year's Gift. On the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, Zhang Fuzhen came to Hu's house to pay New Year's greetings. In the past few days, he came here twice at night, and got a clear picture of the current members of the Hu family, and carefully prepared gifts for everyone. Wine is the main thing, the gold, silver and jade jewelry prepared by the female family members. Hukong is a pair of jade go, the quiet one is jade chess, the twins are small decorative swords, and Xiao Yuer is a chessboard. Toy carriage. In addition to Yang Feier's gift, Zhang Fuzhen also found another red jade coral flower hairpin for her. On the 8th day of the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year, Yang Feier went to Zhang's family to pay New Year's greetings alone with gifts. Followed by Qingwan, they entered the Hengi courtyard all the way, entered the main room, saw the main room, and saw a 34-year-old white-faced middle-aged uncle and Mrs. Zhang sitting on both sides of the Wang Wali Wood 8 Immortals table in front of the long table. He has a short beard, just like Lu Xiaofeng with 4 eyebrows, but his demeanor is modest and very elegant, which is very similar to Zhang Fuzhen, so he naturally understands that he is Zhang Fuzhen's father, Zhang Boling, the youngest minister in the dynasty. I only heard that he was young, but unexpectedly he was so young. After going forward to pray for blessings, Mrs. Zhang asked Nanny Zhang to lead Yang Feier to sit on the chair beside her, served tea and snacks, and asked Qingwan to go to the kitchen to take care of breakfast. This is also one of the customs here. No matter how late you arrive, you must prepare breakfast before lunch, and no matter how early you leave, you must also have dinner before leaving. It is only necessary for visitors to eat 3 meals to treat guests. Zhang Fuzhen sat on the Grand Teacher's chair at the side, watched Yang Feier come in, saluted his parents and himself, and couldn't help smiling. This girl is just like in the past, with long brocade-like hair combed in double buns, and the hairpin is the red coral hairpin, the light orange-red gauze skirt dragged the floor, and the thin quilted skirt of the same color could be vaguely seen inside, and the rose-red brocade narrow-sleeved small jacket, with snow-white rabbit fluff sewn on the corners, made it look more like a ball of powder. Dimple is more beautiful than flowers. Mrs. Zhang asked Zhang Fuzhen and Nurse Zhang Qingwan to accompany Yang Feier to have breakfast in the dining room, and then return to the main room. Mrs. Zhang smiled at Yang Feier and said, "The relationship between you and my employer has long been terminated. Today you come here, we will only treat you as a friend of Fuzhen's generation, and Miss Hu, you must not be restrained any longer." Yang Feier stood up with a smile and said, "Don't dare." But Mrs. Zhang is now more than 8 months pregnant, but she has a delicate appearance, her belly is not big, and her figure is much thinner than before, but her complexion is ruddy and full of energy, her face is full of maternal brilliance, and her temperament is also good. Softer, she was wearing a drunk red rose blouse, and a deep purple pleated skirt scattered with water mist. It was tied up to the top of the chest according to the popular style at the moment. 3,000 blue silks were tied up in a loose cloud bun, and a gold inlaid jade was inserted obliquely. The steps are swaying, rich and lazy. On the side Zhang Shangshu was wearing an autumn-colored brocade round neck gown, a black gauze crown on his head, and his upright and handsome facial features, which made him more calm and solemn in his elegance. Zhang Shangshu also met Yang Feier for the first time, and saw that she behaved well at a young age. Her appearance and temperament were not as vulgar as ordinary peasant daughters, nor as vulgar as ordinary merchant daughters. Yang Feier said kindly, "You are Miss Hu? My wife often talks about you. When I saw you today, you are really dignified and elegant, different from others." Yang Feier smiled slightly, and said, "That's Madame's absurd praise." Zhang Shangshu said, "I heard that the method of transplanting rice seedlings, the symbiosis of fish and rice, is the first one you created, and you even created a machine for transplanting rice seedlings. Your talent is really amazing." Yang Feier said, "It's really a coincidence, and if it wasn't for the help of my wife, it would never have happened." Zhang Shangshu said with a smile, "It is only because of the beautiful scenery of Anhui Prefecture that this talent can be produced. I hope that the little lady can enlighten more wisdom in the future and bring more benefits to the country and the people." I also specifically asked a few more words about how the family members were waiting, and praised a few words, then left the inner house and went to the front to meet guests. Zhang Boling returned to Anjuan Mansion for the first time in several years. There were too many old friends and classmates who were looking for the meeting, and I was exhausted to deal with. As soon as Zhang Shangshu left here, Hengyi Academy became lively. In the past few months, Yang Fair and everyone around Mrs. Zhang have not had any contact with each other. They only met Zhang Nanny once on the day of moving, so everyone gathered together. The meeting was very cordial. They greeted each other, inquired about the current situation, chattered and laughed non-stop, and left Zhang Fuzhen aside only to watch. Qingwan asked all the maids to move all the gifts brought by Yang Fair to the main room. Immediately, the table of the 8 immortals was full of gifts wrapped in colored papers and tied with various ribbons. Nanny Zhang laughed and said, "Miss Hu's the gift package is also ingenious, it looks festive and high-end." Yang Fair opened the presents one by one in front of everyone, and the New Year gift he brought to Mrs. Zhang was a wine-red Hermes platinum bag. In order to repay Mrs. Zhang's gift, Yang Fair also spent a lot of money this time. The best crocodile skin is selected, and the best cobbler shop in the city is invited to shape it along the edge. All metal parts are made of pure gold, which feels smooth to the touch, exquisite and high-end. I have never seen such a thing before, but with a woman's intuition, I saw its function at first glance, and said happily, "This bag is good, beautiful, and practical." Holding it in my hand and looking at it repeatedly, I can't put it down. He opened another beautifully packaged paper box and took out another bag. Yang Fair said, "This bag is for Mr. Zhang." Everyone looked closely, but they saw that it was a bag with the same texture and style and dark pattern. The dark brown bag, with pure gold metal fasteners, has a simple and tough style. It looks like a pair with Mrs. Zhang's bag. Mrs. Zhang put down her platinum bag and took the men's bag that Qingwan handed her. After careful inspection, she was very satisfied and said with a smile, "Thank you, Miss Hu, you have a heart." Seeing this, Zhang Fuzhen couldn't help but look forward to his own gift. I don't know what this girl will prepare for him because of his whimsical ideas. I saw Yang Fair unhurriedly opened another cardboard box, took out a cylindrical thing with one end small and the other big, and handed it to Zhang Fuzhen, saying, "This thing is called a telescope, and it can see things far away. Place, I made it randomly, I don't know if you like it?" And demonstrated how to use it to Zhang Fuzhen. The production principle of the telescope is very simple, just put a convex lens and a concave mirror in a cylinder, but there is no glass in this era, so the choice of raw materials is relatively expensive. The convex lens is a complete piece of transparent crystal, slowly polished. The concave mirror is made by polishing another piece of transparent crystal into a concave shape, using mercury to attach tin foil on the back. The cylinder is made of brass, and the inside and outside are lined with black leather, which is very advanced and unique. Zhang Fuzhen took it curiously, imitating Yang Fair's demonstration just now, sticking the small end to one of his eyes, squinting the other eye, and looking at the courtyard door. It doesn't matter if you just look. Zhang Fuzhen was so startled that he dodged back. The courtyard door that was supposed to be 5 feet away suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, as if his face was pressed against it for a closer look, and he quickly reached out to touch it, but it was just a blur in the air. I took it away, took down the binoculars and looked again. The courtyard gate was still 5 feet away, and it was still in good condition. I tried it several times, and then took it to shine on trees and people's faces, and it was blurry. Immediately, he was ecstatic and playful, and went straight out of Hengyi courtyard with a telescope, and went out to try out various scenery. Everyone didn't understand it when they saw it, but they were happy for him to see that he liked him so much. The one given to Nanny Zhang was a sky blue cashmere shawl embroidered with golden cloud patterns, and the one given to Qingwan was a concubine red cashmere shawl embroidered with white dandelion flower balls. These 2 patterns were specially made by Yang Fair. It is drawn on paper, it is very cartoony. I asked the embroiderer to embroider it. I believe there is no second one in this world. Yang Fair smiled and said, "Mother Zhang, Sister Qingwan, I know you don't need anything here with Madam. I just thought, you serve Madam on weekdays, and you often get up at night. Wearing this, at least you can protect your shoulders. It's easier to put on and take off than clothes." The two accepted the thank you. Zhang Nanny said, "It's still Miss who is considerate and makes money. I don't know who will marry you in the future. That is his great blessing." Hearing this in Yang Feier's ears, he couldn't help but feel a little guilty in front of Mrs. Zhang. Although he couldn't bear to refuse Zhang Fujian's courtship, he knew that there was a big gap between the two families. "I couldn't help but feel ashamed in my heart, and for a while, my face was red." Mrs. Zhang couldn't help being funny when she saw Yang Feier's expression of shame on her face that she couldn't hide, and she tried to keep her calm. "Li, but you have to make people's words untenable. If I were Miss Hu, I would take back that shawl and not give it to you, and see if you still talk nonsense." Nanny Zhang smiled and said, "There's nothing to be ashamed of. The eldest girl will always get married. In other words, our family is not as high as Miss Hu. Otherwise, I would have gone to a matchmaker to propose a marriage. If I save it, I will let someone else marry her. Think about it." Seeing that Yang Feier was getting more and more ashamed, Qingwan hurriedly abducted Nanny Zhang, and said with a smile, "Nurse Zhang, stop talking. If you continue, I think Miss Hu will turn around and go home immediately." Zhang Nanny smiled and said, okay, I don't say it, but Miss Hu has annoyed me, and I have no part in giving me things in the future." Everyone just gave up. They took out the gifts of Mrs. Ma and Mrs. Fan one after another. They were plain soft satin clothes for each of them, and there were even the girls who burned the fire, and each of them had a set of cotton quilted winter clothes. Zhang Fujian came back after playing outside for a while. Mrs. Zhang said with a smile, "What kind of object is that? You like it so much, bring it to me and have a look." Zhang Fujian held the telescope in both hands and handed it over. Mrs. Zhang gave her son a white look with a smile, took the binoculars and looked at the gate of the courtyard. She couldn't help being startled, and then looked at the small pavilion in the middle of the lake in the distance. It was already within reach, and said, "Isn't this the clairvoyance? No wonder Fujian likes it like this." Turning around and wanting to hand it back to his son, he suddenly became narrow-minded and pretended that the telescope would fall if his hand slipped. Zhang Fu was startled. Jin rushed over to rescue her, but the telescope was still in her mother's hand, and she realized that her mother was deliberately teasing herself, laughing at herself for being too nervous, and said annoyedly, "Mother, other things are fun, but you can't make fun of this kind of thing anymore." He took the binoculars with both hands, put them back in the cardboard box and wrapped them up, saying that his mother was just like a child being taught, and everyone in the room laughed. Mrs. Zhang usually wants to take a walk outside at this time, so she sent Fujian back to read a book for a while, and a group of female relatives accompanied Mrs. Zhang for a walk in Zhang's house for a while, and did not return until dinner time. After lunch, Mrs. Zhang he felt a little sleepy, and asked Zhang Fujian to accompany the visitor, while he prepared to take an afternoon nap. In the morning, Yang Feier was guilty of being told by Nanny Zhang, and at this time he was unwilling to stay with Zhang Fujian, so he said goodbye to Mrs. Zhang, saying that the shop was only open for 2 days, and he had to go back to the shop. Helped, had another meal in a hurry, then resigned and went back. End of this chapter. Chapter 56. Chapter 56: The Lantern Festival. It was not until Mrs. Zhang had dinner alone that Zhang Shangshu came back from the front yard. The smell of alcohol made Mrs. Zhang retch again and again, so she had to take a bath and change clothes before coming back, and lay down on the bed comfortably. Holding his beloved wife in his arms, he sighed and said, "I was supposed to come back to accompany you, but I went to accompany those irrelevant people every day, and left my delicate lady in the inner house. I am really ashamed." Mrs. Zhang didn't accept his favor, and said, "I know that you are sweet and bitter, so I won't tell you this. I just ask you, you have seen that little lady Hu today, what do you think?" Zhang Shangshu said, "That's right, the appearance, age, and intelligence are all matched." Mrs. Zhang happily looked up at her husband and said, "Really? You also agree that when I finish my confinement, around late March and early April, I will find a matchmaker to match my horoscope? If there is nothing wrong, so I went to Hu's family to propose marriage. Now that the two of them are still young, we can do things in a few years." The first month counts as the Chinese New Year, so if you don't do these things, February is the shortest month, so I'm afraid it's not auspicious, and Mrs. Zhang is afraid that it will be the end of the month around the first 10 days of February. But Zhang Shengshu said, it's just that it's a bit far-fetched for this farmer's daughter to be matched with my official family. Marriage requires the right family, so the two have something to talk about, such as you and me. Mrs. Zhang said with a smile, you don't know your son yet, he has already opened the dragon and phoenix jade on him, and gave the jade phoenix to Miss Hu. Zhang Shengshu snorted and said, you mean the jade we gave him on his 13th birthday? Mrs. Zhang said with a smile, it's not that one. Which one? It was agreed at the time that if he meets someone he likes in the future, he can give the jade phoenix as a gift. Who knows that he gave it to Miss Hu so quickly? Zhang Shengshu thought about it. Our daughter-in-law's family background also has to be considered. This also involves Fuzhen's future career. Wu Jinglian, the prefect of Wu, was promoted to a higher level this time because he reported the increase in rice production. He came to Beijing to take up his post in the next month. Although he is Tai Chang's subordinate official and the deputy subordinate of Mr. Tai Chang. But because the position of Tai Chang is very important, it is almost equivalent to the Prime Minister, so people around Mr. Tai Chang should pay attention to it. When Mr. Wu came to Beijing to report on his duties this winter, he met me once at a hometown meeting. Today, he came to Hechuan with a few other people from the house. After the banquet, he deliberately pulled me aside and said that he still has a daughter in his family, ranked the youngest, the same age as Fuzhen, named Jinxi, and wished to make friends with Qin Jinji. Why don't you first understand the character of that woman, look at the portrait and then make a decision? Mrs. Zhang frowned and said, what about Mrs. Hu? Fuzhen likes it again. Zhang Shengshu said, children's marriages are not all based on the orders of their parents. Fuzhen is quite sensible and always knows that his parents are after him. After all, Miss Hu is also good, but her background is too low. Which of the widows is not a prince or noble daughter, who was born as a daughter of an official? How can she get along with her peasant daughter? I'm afraid it will drag Fuzhen down. I see that you and Fuzhen are both a little bit reluctant to Miss Hu, so let's take it as an excuse. A concubine's room is fine. Mrs. Zhang pondered for a moment and said, from my point of view, Miss Hu's temper is probably that of a person who is unwilling to share her husband with others. Zhang Shengshu said with a smile, there are so many unwilling women in this world, but how many of them can compare with my wife, who can get a good-looking husband who can be an official and only love her alone? As she spoke, she became dishonest, and Mrs. Zhang said angrily, Zhang Bowling. You are not ashamed. People tell you serious things. Why are you like this? You also feel pity for my big belly. Zhang Bowling buried her head next to her beloved wife's shoulders, neck and ears, and said, I don't have any other wives and concubines, so you have the heart to let me be a monk all the time? You just have to try your best to support it. Mrs. Zhang pushed him angrily, and said, it's been more than half a month since you came back. When did you become a monk? Zhang Bailing had already opened his mouth to hold his beloved wife's small earlobe, and said vaguely, it won't be more than a day. Don't worry, I will be gentle, and I won't let the kid in your belly find out. For a while, the hibiscus tent was warm, and the room was full of beauty. Just before dawn, Yang Feier was woken up by the continuous sound of firecrackers outside. The 15th day of the first lunar month is the Lantern Festival, and it is also a small year. The custom is the same as the first day of the new year. Firecrackers are set off when the gate is opened in the morning, but there is no need to go out New Year's greetings, but there is an extra program in the evening, the Lantern Festival. Last night, Zhang Fuzhen came to hang out in her courtyard again before leaving. First, he came to check how well her breathing method was doing. Second, he also came to ask her to go to the street to watch lanterns and guess lantern riddles on the 15th night. Yang Fei, it was the first time I encountered these festivals in this other world, and I was also curious, so I readily agreed and made Zhang Fuzhen jump 3 feet happily. Every year, the lanterns are extended in 4 directions around the intersection of Jinhui Street and Xianan Street, reaching Mingzhu Street in the south, Laojie in the north, Changning Street in the east, and Qingxi Street in the west, among which the Old Street is the most lively. There used to be a lot of shops and snacks there, and the consumption was medium and low, and there was a Changhuang temple next to the Old Street, so that street has always been the most crowded and prosperous. The two met at the end of Yushur, that is, at 7 o'clock in the evening, at the gate of the town god's temple. On this day, the shop also went up early, not to mention Yang Fair, the whole family. All these years have only heard of the Festival of Lanterns, but no one has personally participated in it. It's night again, and sometimes it rains and snows. Secondly, lack of clothing and food. How can I have any intention to look at the lamp? This year is different. It can be said that the time and place are favorable, the weather is good, and the family life is good. So from the 8th day of the new year, the family has been discussing how to arrange the 15th night. There are too many people on the street. Yes, I'm afraid of getting lost. Finally, it was decided to divide into 4 teams. Shinshi and Shinfeng Rui accompanied the elders of the Shin family to bring Xiao Yuer. Hu Yongqiang brought his son Hu Kong to accompany the elders of the Hu family. The twins of Yang Fair followed Ah Jin and Ah Tang. Ah Shan and Ah Shui Fengling. The 4 of Fengmin led Xinjing, and each team chose a captain to be in charge of the members of their own team. There were too many people on the street to prevent them from getting separated, and to prevent children from being targeted by child catchers. Family. Everyone had eaten Lantern Festival early in the evening, and they all went out to the streets together, leaving only the old man Chio at home to watch the door. This old man usually lives in Fuqing, and he has long been indifferent to the bustle, and prefers to stay alone in his private courtyard. The concierge held the stove and roasted peanuts. A group of people walked out of Jinming Lane and walked for about 2 or 3 miles. After passing Changning Street, the number of lanterns on the side of the road gradually increased. Surrounded by lanterns, the 2 gold characters shone brightly, and it seemed that they had reached the intersection of Jinhui Street and Xianan Street. At this time, the sky was getting dark, but the flow of people on the street was already blocked, and the various lanterns on the street became more and more colorful, competing for splendor. The 4 teams discussed how to go, and heard from Yang Fair that they were going to the Old Street. Can also be said together. However, Zhang Fuzhen and Zhang'an came early to wait for Yang Fair at the gate of the town god's temple, but they didn't dare to go far, and told Zhang'an to stand beside the stone lion and not move, but he slowly guessed the lantern in the lantern fan. Next to the entrance of the town god's temple stands a 5-foot-high lamp wheel made by the government, with colorful ribbons wrapped around it, decorated with gold and silver foil, and wrapped around all wooden parts. Thousands of lanterns are hung on the lamp wheel, like the flowers and trees in the multicolored rays of the sun. The surrounding area is as bright as day. At the same time, more than young women were selected from various counties in Anhui Prefecture, and they danced and sang under the lantern wheel for 3 days. Shining pearls and emeralds, applying fragrance powder, singing and dancing under the lamp wheel. There are also hundreds of people holding silk and bamboo, and their voices can be heard for miles into the clouds. At this time, the onlookers had already walked hundreds of steps around, and Zhang Fuzhen squeezed under the lamp wheel. After a while, he had already guessed more than a dozen. According to the rules, those who guessed correctly can take off the riddles that they know how to guess from the lamp, and then uniformly took them to the prize redemption platform next to the town god's temple to claim the prizes, calculated the time, did not dare to stay any longer, held the lantern riddles, and went back to the stone lion to look around the crowd where Yang Fair had come from. Under the lamp wheel, there were 5 or 6 young girls with beautiful skirts and light chiao chui circling the bead with their maids looking towards Zhang Fuzhen, and a pretty girl in the middle smiled and said, "Does anyone know that girl over there? A young gentleman?" Everyone looked in the direction of her finger, and one of the older girls said, "I know this person, he is Yuan Zhang Jijiu, the son of Zhang Shangshu's family who is currently the minister of the household department. On the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, when I went to the Zhang family with my parents to pay New Year's greetings, we met once." "What's the matter? Your father didn't take you with him when he went?" The pretty girl pursed her lips and said, "Who would go out with them to give people a beard?" That day I went to Qixia Temple on the mountain with my eldest brother and sister-in-law. The older girl smiled and said, "That's right, we can't compare with you Wu Daqian now, your father is now the Tai Chong Cheng, just wait for others to come and slip his beard." It turned out that the pretty girl was the youngest daughter of Wu Jinglian, the former magistrate of Anhui Prefecture and the current Tai Chong Cheng. Her boudoir name was Wu Jinxi, and her nickname was Jeaner. I heard Jeaner disdain, "Sister Cheeryen doesn't have to say such sour words, even if my father is still a small magistrate, I will do the same." Another girl in a light purple brocade jacket said with a smile, "We already know about this. Those things are not about our boudoir women. Why bother to ask more questions? I came out today just for fun, so don't talk about it to spoil everyone's interest." The rest said yes. Na Jeaner smiled and said, "Then what do you think of this young master?" The purple-clothed girl said, "It's a bit contemptuous to say that the talent is outstanding, and it can be worthy of the 4 characters of Dragon and Phoenix." Everyone agreed. Na Chuyen said, "I have seen quite a few young masters in Anhui Mansion. Such appearance and demeanor can be regarded as first class." The girls laughed and said, "It's fine if others say it. Sister Cheeryen is the most qualified to make this judgment. In the past few years, the son of Anhui Mansion, Mr. Lang, may have photographed you all over." Cheeryen didn't feel shy, and said with color on the other hand, "After all, we want to be with someone for 100 years, so we need to know something about it. Since we have this family background for us to choose, how can we be willing to marry blindly?" Jeaner kept her eyes on the young man in the distance, and said with a smile, "Sister Cheeryen is absolutely right." End of this chapter. Chapter 57. Chapter 57. Yang Fair and his group waited for the talents to turn into Xanon Street, and they immediately felt the difference. It was about time when they saw tall sheds crossing the road, wide screens of mausoleum clouds, dazzling clothes, and beautiful makeup, cars and horses filled with choking, and the sound of silk and bamboo. Drums blasted through the sky, and torches blazed on the ground. Some people wore animal masks, and some women wore men's clothes. The lanterns, a piece of brilliant light candles under the heaven and the earth, crowded shoulder to shoulder, filling the streets. In such a situation, the teams had no choice but to separate and just take care of their own team. The twins were in front, Ajin and Atang were behind, protecting Yang Fair in the middle. A group of people rushed forward with the crowd, and finally reached the gate of the town god's temple. Zhang Fuzhen was patrolling the crowd, and saw Ajin and Atang from afar too. Looking around them again, I saw Yang Fair in front, and there were 2 twins in front of Yang Fair. Then he waved to them again and again. Yang Fair also saw Zhang Fuzhen. He turned his head and gestured to Ajin and Atang, and then pointed to the twins, and they all tried to squeeze towards that side together. Zhang Fuzhen also squeezed towards her. With great difficulty, Zhang Fuzhen grabbed Yang Fair and held her in his arms to prevent her from being pushed away by the crowd. Although Yang Fair was protected by 4 people, he was sweating a little. Jin, with a firm mind, took off the pink mask with white gauze on his face, and while breathing the cold and refreshing air, he looked up at the huge lamp wheel. Not far away, the few noble ladies with gorgeous clothes looked a little stunned, but saw that under the radiant light of the lamp wheel, the young man's skin was like pure jade, with sword eyebrows and star eyes, his nose was like a gall, his mouth was like a pill, and he was indigo blue. There is a blue auspicious cloud-wide brocade belt around the waist, and the collar and cuffs are embroidered with silver silk-edged flowing cloud patterns. The purple gold unicorn crown, the hair is as lustrous as silk and satin, handsome and luxurious, and the utensils are extraordinary. The girl wore flat buns, only a red jade coral flower hairpin on her head, a small round face, a pointed chin, a pair of big aura eyes, a small straight nose, a small water chestnut mouth, and a long pink body. Brocade robe, with a great purple embroidered belt around the waist. Even though he was wearing a thick winter coat, the small waist was still not enough to be grasped, and on the outside was a white rabbit fur cloak of the same color as the belt, standing beside the boy. only to the boy the chin area is petite and exquisite, with a cool temperament. The young girl was surrounded by radiance, like the sun and the moon shining, shedding light. Everything around them became the backing of these two people, really like a pair of people made in heaven. The delicate little face called Jeaner unconsciously showed a trace of sadness. Suddenly hearing a sound of hay from behind, Jeaner turned her head slightly, and the maid who made a surprised sound hurriedly approached her little lady, and whispered, "I know the girl who is with Mr. Zhang, and I know you. When I went to Shuyuan Street to buy macarons for you, my little lady, I often saw her in that shop. She should be the daughter of the shopkeeper, but I saw her often instructing the guys in the shop. Her expression and voice seemed like the master in the shop. But there is no such age as a master, she is still a girl, it is really puzzling." Jeaner looked calm and said with a smile, "Whether she is the daughter of a merchant or the chef in a pastry shop, she has nothing to do with us. Why should she know so clearly?" After finishing speaking, he left this place with his companions and headed towards the old street, where the action is. The clothes are fragrant and the shadows are on the temples, and the silver bell-like laughter among the girls makes passers-by look sideways. They all cast envious, jealous or greedy eyes on the noble ladies in brocade clothes, but they also know that these people it's not something anyone can imagine. Zhang Fuzhen said to a Jin and a Tang, "Leave your master to me, you just take your twins to play, and I will send her home when the time comes." Although several people are very familiar with Mr. Zhang, they still turn their inquiry eyes to their master. There is no way, this is a habit under long-term trust and majesty. Yang Fei also nodded to several people and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Zhang will take good care of me, you just take care of Xiaoguang and Xiaochang." Only then did the four of them disperse after hearing the words, and went to look for those acrobats and performers to watch. They were already greedy for watching along the way, but they had to take care of their masters, so they endured the whole journey. Zhang Fuzhen raised the riddle note in Yang's hand, and said with a smile, "Let's go, I'll take you to guess the lantern riddles." The two of them held hands and walked under the lantern wheel. They happened to be standing not far from the ladies. When the lantern with the riddles on them came to them, the two went to guess the riddle. But it was a pity that Yang Fei didn't even bother with those lantern riddles. "I can't read all the traditional Chinese characters, let alone guess the riddles, and some of the answers to the riddles are some ancient customs, etc., and I can't guess them." After only playing for a while, Yang Fei became a little lazy, and Zhang Fuzhen also looked at it. It turns out that although this girl is usually very smart, she is lacking in guessing riddles. She smiled secretly, but she couldn't bear to embarrass her anymore, so she took her away from under the lamp wheel. After buying more than 30 pieces of paper with enigmatic faces, he took Yang Fei to the prize redemption platform to exchange for a pair of painted pottery figurines, handed them to Zhang and behind him, still held Yang Fei in his arms, and squeezed out. The town god's temple is crowded with people. When the three of them came to the old street, although they turned around slowly, it was still a sea of people. The three of them walked slowly along the street with the flow of people, or stopped in front of their favorite shops, but whenever Yang Fei's eyes were slightly on something after staying, Zhang Fuzhen ordered the shopkeeper to wrap it up and handed it to Zhang Yin. But Yang Fei didn't refuse to smile. They were all small things, so let Zhang Fuzhen show off his local tyrant's air. Or when encountering an open space, there will be acrobatics and shadow puppets on stage, and the three of them will watch it for a while and give some rewards. Along the way, there will be a merchant setting up lantern riddles. There were a lot of things to eat and so on, and I went shopping until after 9 o'clock, and the street became more and more crowded, but Yang Fei was already tired and hungry. Yang Fei only ate half of the glutinous rice yuanxiao at night, and now he felt empty in his stomach. They ate a bowl of wontons at the roadside stall again. Seeing that Yang Fei couldn't hold on, Zhang Fuzhen had no choice but to send Yang Fei home. Zhang An hugged the invisible road on his back, and was led by Zhang Fuzhen to the courtyard, and handed over to Feng Ling and Feng Min, who came back early. On the 16th day of the first lunar month, Hu Yongqiang and Shenfang Rui took 5 boys to Shushan Academy to register. First, they had an interview, but it didn't matter much. The boys were all good-looking and free from disabilities. Outstanding. When it came to the written test, all the questions were within the scope of the books they usually read, which was good for Zhang Fuzhen. The books were recommended by his wife, but the key points of the test books were Zhang Fuzhen's pointers. After several people passed the exam, they didn't feel any difficulty. They just waited in the academy until the end of the afternoon, when all the test papers of all the applicants were checked, and the list of all the admitted candidates was published. All 5 of them were admitted. Xiao Yuer they were enrolled in the elementary class of Meng Shuatong. The twins were enrolled in the intermediate class of Meng Shuatong. Xinjing was enrolled in the elementary class of Guozixu, and Hu Kong was enrolled in the advanced class of Guozixu. Hu Yongqiang, Shen Fangrui, and several children were all overjoyed, and hurried back to report to everyone. Needless to say, the whole family was also extremely happy, and they did not forget to tell them to study hard and listen to their master, especially the Shen family. "Thank you," Shen Fangrui said. "I work in the shop, and my brother-in-law also said that he would give me wages. I think I can't bear this wages anymore. Our family lives here, and now we still support our 2 children to go to school. Even if I don't need wages, I can't repay this kindness." The words were earnest and slightly ashamed. Qin said with a grin, "I respect my parents, but it has nothing to do with you. You are all my close brothers and nephews. It is reasonable to spend some money for you." Hu Yongqiang said, "Nowadays, there is this small business, and there is still some living money on hand. If it is still the same as before, I will be powerless when I meet you. Don't say such things in the future. We are all family and help each other. Mutual aid should also be done." Shen Fangrui was very moved by what he said, and he became more diligent in doing things afterwards. To say that Shen Fangrui is also a smart person and very diligent, but I don't know whether it's because of his lack of experience or because he is a little timid when doing things at his brother-in-law's house. When doing things, some small things often happen, either kicking over the milk bucket, or knocking off the cake, or scalding my hands when I turned on the oven. There are too many to list, and they are all trivial things. People don't know where to start, so I have to tell him to be careful. Yang Fei looked at the family excitedly because none of the children in the family went to the best academy in Anhui Mansion, but he knew that these children must have merits. But Zhang Fuzhen's wife Peng, the husband, probably also has a photo in it. Otherwise, how could he have admitted all of them in such a uniform manner? In the early morning of the second day, the 2 families packed clothes, books, and a set of supplies for the 5 children. Hu Yongqiang and Shen Fangrui sent them to live in the academy, and handed over to Hu Kong and Xinjing to take care of themselves and their 3 younger brothers. After some instructions, Hu Kong smiled and said, "Father, uncle, you don't have to worry too much. Anyway, this academy is only half a mile away from home. If there is anything, I will go back to you at any time." Only then did the 2 come to their senses, and they couldn't help laughing at each other. Years later, a small courtyard in Jinming Lane was rented out, diagonally opposite Hu's house, about half the size of Hu's house, with a total of 16 large and small houses, 5 main rooms, 3 east and west wing rooms, and 2 stables. A concierge, a kitchen, and a toilet. The annual rent is 35 taels of silver. Yang Fei went in to see it twice and thought it was good, so he rented it and called it a training center. On the 19th day of the first lunar month, all walks of life have been operating normally, and the market exudes the lingering warmth of the new year, a new atmosphere. Accompanied by Hu Yongqiang, Yang Fei went to the dilapidated nunnery next to the Chinese vegetable market and the cattle and horse market to find someone. Yazi selected 40 people within 8 days, 30 males and 10 females. Although I know that boys are more powerful and stable when they work, we must also take into account the saying that men and women are not tired when working together. The group of people were all 520 or years old, and they spent a total of taels of silver. Hu Yongqiang heard that Yang Fei called these 40 people students. In addition to the original 2 female buddies, Hong Lin and Chunxing, 3 more tall and fast-working ants were recruited. The 5 were responsible for all the students' 3 meals. hot and cold water tea, and all the sanitation and washing of the courtyard. There are bunk beds for 30 boys. Each room is about square meters and it is spacious. Of the 3 West Wing rooms, the one on the south side is for the 10 girls. The other 2 rooms were converted into an activity room library, the toilet was converted into 2 male and female rooms, the 2 stables were converted into male and female bathrooms, and the main room on 5th Street was used as their classroom. Let them actually operate inside, Yang Feier asked Ajin, Ateng, Ashen and Ashui to give them daily baking courses, and Yang Feier still took time to teach them in person every afternoon for the marketing management course. Anhui Fuqing takes the intersection of Jinhui Street and Xianan Street as the center, and each extends about 10 miles to the 4 city gates in the southeast, northwest, and the population becomes denser as it goes to the center of the city. 3 or 4 miles in the direction of each city gate, each shop was rented. The lease was signed for 8 years, and each shop was about square meters. Masons, carpenters and other craftsmen were hired to decorate it. End of this chapter. Chapter 58. Chapter 58. On the 10th day of the first lunar month, Zhang Shangshu returned to Kyoto to take office. On the 8th day of February, Mrs. Zhang mobilized, and she was also diligent in training, and she had her second child. She only had pain for 2 hours. She gave birth to a son in the afternoon, and everyone in the family rejoiced. After having a grandson, he was in a happy mood and had nothing else to say, so he ordered someone to announce the good news to the capital quickly. Zhang Fuzhen was also happy, and went to Hu's house again at night to tell Yang Feier the good news. It is customary here not to hold full moon wine or 100-day wine, but 9 days. On the 9th day after the birth of the child, the mother's family will come to give gifts, and relatives and friends will also come to eat wedding eggs and drink tea. Yang Feier is an unmarried girl. It was naturally inconvenient to be there on that day, so I sent the congratulatory gifts I had prepared 1 day in advance. The gift included a Western-style crib, a baby gym rack balanced rocking chair, commonly known as baby coaxing artifact, a baby stroller, made in the style of the British royal family's stroller, stable and luxurious. And complete all the matching soft decorations: mattress bed, urine pad, small bedsheet, small quilt, various cartoon hanging decorations, bells, etc. Yang Feier thought of all the newborn items in the friend's home in the previous life one by one, draw the drawings one by one and find someone to customize. Sometimes it takes a lot of effort to find 2 or 3 companies to complete an item. However, after these items were sent here, after Yang Feier explained the various functions, Mrs. Zhang couldn't help but admire, and carried the newborn baby up to try them one by one. As a baby, although Zhang Fuzhen resembled his father and his mother 3 times, but this younger brother was actually very similar to Zhang Shangshu, as if carved in the same mold, he couldn't help but marvel at the miraculous greatness of his genes. On the night of March it was drizzling outside for several days. Yang Feier sat on the bed, and first practiced the method of breathing and exhaling according to the method taught by Zhang Fuzhen. Gradually showing some results, Yang Feier was very pleasantly surprised and practiced more diligently. After some practice, he sat on the head of the bed again, slowly thinking about the details of this year's plans, and suddenly heard Zhang Fuzhen's voice, asking her to open the door. Zhang Fuzhen has come and gone so many times, and now Yang Feier is used to it. Then put on his clothes and got out of bed, opened the door, and let him in. I saw Zhang Fuzhen wearing a leather cloak of some kind. The outside was dripping with water, but the clothes inside were not wet at all, but his expression seemed not as good as usual, with a little irritability. Although Yang Feier didn't know why but since he came, he would definitely say that Yang Feier hung his wet cloak on the hanger to dry, and added a brazier underneath to bake it, so that before Zhang Fuzhen went out, it should be almost done. Zhang Fuzhen told Yang Feier to go back to bed and lie down quickly. The weather in early spring was changeable, and the night was still wet and cool. After Yang Feier got into bed and sat down, Zhang Fuzhen helped her tuck up the quilt as usual, and then sat down by himself. I was stunned on the edge of the bed. I don't know if it's the effect of the cultivation technique, or it's because they have been in the dark for a long time. Recently, the two of them have much better eyesight at night, especially Zhang Fuzhen, who can almost think that this dark room is as bright as dusk. Yang Fei looked at him in the dark for a while, seeing that he was still silent, so he had to break the silence and said, "What's the purpose of your coming tonight?" Zhang Fuzhen turned his head to look at Yang Fei, turned around, sighed, and said, "Forget it. If I send someone from my family to talk about this matter, it would be better for me to ask you alone first." Seeing that he was quite heavy, Yang Fei became a little more solemn and said, "Let's talk about it." Zhang Fuzhen said, "Today my mother took my horoscope and asked the matchmaker to go to the home of Wu Jinglian, the former prefect of the prefecture tomorrow, to marry the youngest daughter in their family. Originally, this matter was kept secret, and I deliberately kept it secret. I don't want to be overheard by Nanny Zhang and Qingwan when I was out of school, and only then did I know that it was my father's instruction before he left. Once we are married and engaged, this matter cannot be changed. What should we do?" Zhang Fuzhen was distressed and anxious, sighed. Yang Fei was also a little stunned. "Even though I knew it would be like this, there is still some sadness in my heart that I don't know where it came from." After thinking about it for a while, he persuaded, "After all, your parents are also thinking about you. I think Miss Wu's family has something special about her. Have you ever gone to find out a thing or two?" Zhang Fuzhen suddenly turned his head and said in wonder, "Why should I want to understand?" There was some annoyance in his tone. Yang Fei was as calm as water, and said, "Since your parents decided for you, it will never be bad for you." Looking at Yang Fei's calm little face, Zhang Fuzhen gritted his teeth and said with a wry smile, "I thought you and I were on the same page, but I didn't expect you to become their lobbyist, but where is it now?" Yang Fei remained calm. "What does this matter to me?" Zhang Fuzhen sneered and said, "They know that my heart belongs to you, and they want to take you as my concubine, and plan to send another matchmaker to propose marriage on the 26th. Yang Fei was stunned for a moment in the dark. Instead of being angry, he smiled, and said, "They are very considerate, poor parents all over the world." Zhang Fuzhen was very surprised by Yang Fei's reaction, and asked in surprise, "Do you agree?" Yang Fei wondered, "Agreed to what?" Zhang Fuzhen said, "It's about accepting you as a concubine." Yang Fei laughed again, "How did I ever say I agree?" Zhang Fuzhen said, "Then what's your opinion?" Yang Fei smiled and said, "Master Zhang is here to ask me for advice?" Zhang Fuzhen already felt that Yang Fei was a little abnormal at this time, and in the dark, he accurately grabbed Yang Fei's hand and held it in his hand, and said earnestly, "Phil, I just want to know what's in your heart." But Yang Fei said, "What does it matter what I think? I just don't know what you think." Zhang Fuzhen said, "I just want to stay with you alone, just like my parents. Last year, I saw that there were some handsome apprentices added to your shop. Don't worry, I'm just afraid that you will choose one of them to be your son-in-law, so regardless of your young age, I hastily forced you to agree to marry me. After this incident, I thought, don't do to others what you don't want yourself to do to others. It will change the relationship between you and me, so why should I cause you and me to end up like that for those irrelevant people?" Between the words, the stone is solid. Yang Fei felt much better when he heard that he was so earnest and sincere. Although the man's promise cannot be trusted, but at this moment, maybe the man in front of him can keep his promise throughout his youth, and it will change in the future, but the man you can't refuse the happiness in front of you for the unwarranted misfortune in the future, that would be too pessimistic. Finally he stabilized his ups and downs just now, and said, "It stands to reason that your parents have treated me very well. I think I am from a poor family, the daughter of a small merchant. How can I have the qualifications to talk about marriage with a big official like you? Qi Dafei is unavoidable, but your family chooses me as a concubine in the same year and the same month as the first wife. If you want to say, the one who is the most unhappy should be the choice of the first wife, your family has treated me with the utmost kindness. I should be grateful." After a short pause, he said again, Your mother has shown me the kindness of knowing you. I will keep this kindness in my heart, and I will use my method to repay your mother, but I advise your mother not to do more for me. After thinking about it, I'd better ask her to withdraw her intention. As far as I am concerned, I will never marry someone as a concubine. As for that young lady of the Wu family, Zhang Fuzhen, you have always had a strong opinion. If you think it over, why do you need me to say more? Zhang Fuzhen said, okay, I already know your attitude towards this matter, I will deal with it on my own at the Wu family, but he was still thinking about his question just now, and said, but I still don't know how you treat me? Yang Fei bowed his head and thought for a moment, and said, fate has no length, only value or not, sincerity has no value, only understanding or not understanding, whether you see it or not, it is in your heart, whether you want it or not, it is in front of you. After hearing this, Zhang Fuzhen deduced it carefully for a while, and said with a smile, this is not enough, you have to say it again. Yang Fei also pursed his lips and smiled, don't be greedy. Zhang Fuzhen smiled, and suddenly hugged Yang Fei in his arms, saying, I'm not greedy enough for you. If you don't tell me, I'll hold on to you like this. Yang Fei said helplessly, okay, let go first, let me think about it. Zhang Fuzhen let go of the person in his arms with a smile, worried and warned, I have to hear what I want to hear. Yang Fei just smiled and said nothing, thought for a moment, and said, the music that flows from your harp. Ups and downs, changes. The strings are tied quietly to me. A heartstring. From then on, my heart is all year round. With the music you play. Clank. My soul with your melody. Curly and rippling. In your eyes shine mine. Light of hope. Blending in your friendship. My vision. Since then day and night. Between your flawless beauty. My heart shines and blossoms. Swaying happily. The shadow of my soul looms. Your face. Zhang Fuzhen listened silently, without saying a word, although he felt that the girl's poems were out of tune and without rules, but it did not affect the beauty of the poems at all, and every sentence in them hit his heart. Let him listen. The incomparable sweetness in his heart made his eyes in the darkness glow with incomparable joy. The two stared at each other in the darkness with sharp eyes open. The drizzle outside the window was drizzling with the wind, nourishing the buds that were about to bloom, like smoke, like mist, like gauze, like silk. After that, I don't know how Zhang Fuzhen persuaded Mrs. Zhang. On March 26th, he didn't say that his relatives would come to her door. It was just that before that, the Zhang family still went to the Wu family to marry and propose marriage. The Wu family also readily agreed, but for some reason, this wedding but it was set in May 3 years later, Zhang Fuzhen only said to Yang Fei, let them get married, at least there are still 3 years left, let's see how things go at that time. End of this chapter. Chapter 59. Chapter 59. March th of this year is Qingming Festival, and 2 days later is the Cold Food Festival. The Academy has a 3-day holiday. It is rare for Hukong and other children to stay at home for a few nights. The house is extremely lively these days. Although it is close to my home, the schedule of schoolwork is tight. Except that the masters of the 10th Academy can come back and stay at home for a day on their holidays, Hukong and other children only stay in the academy. It is stipulated that there is only more than half an hour for lunch, and sometimes I take 3 small lunches to the shop to have a look. This time Hukong came back with 2 new classmates, one named Shou Jichang and the other named Wei Wenchu. They were about the same age as Hukong, and they lived in the same room in the academy. Both of them were from other places. It is far away from this, and 3 days vacation is not enough to delay the return trip, but staying in the academy is also boring. I have heard that Hukang's family is nearby, so I come to Hu's house with Hukong to spend the 3 days vacation. It was rare for the Hu family to have a guest, and they were his son's classmate, which excited the whole family. They treated the 2 teenagers very politely, entertained them with delicious meals, and added a big bed to Hukang's room. When the 2 guests were placed, the 2 guests were flattered, and they also saw that the Hu family were extremely generous, kind and simple people, and they also respected the Hu family very much. The Hu family's ancestors' grave is far away, and they can't go to the grave during Qingming festival. Every year, they just burn some paper money at the crossroads and it's over. The Shin family made a special trip back. Yang Feier's 4 shops are being renovated at the same time during this period, and the craftsmen have been given a 3-day leave. During these 3 days, Yang Feier will give classes to the students at the training center, eat and live with them, and train them. Their team spirit formulated a series of rules and regulations, and regarded the 3 days as a training camp, divided them into 4 teams to compare the knowledge they have learned recently, and tested the results of the interactive teaching and militarized management model developed during this period. There is still a little time before the official start of work. If you see the weak link at this time, you can take the time to remedy it. These people are bought and sold at this age, and they can read and write. Most of them are in-laws and children of officials and wealthy families. For a longer period of time, a series of interrogations, torture, and even torture to extract confessions, and all kinds of torture, have long since worn away their sharpness and vigor. Although they survived by luck, they are almost useless psychologically. In ancient society, people were already highly enslaved. Especially those who were tortured and finally sold into slavery, they have no thoughts and lives of their own at all, they only obey the management blindly, echoing what others say, including the original Bot Ajin, Ateng, Ashin, Ashui. Therefore, we should give them courtesy in advance. Only when people are respected can they have dignity and re-establish their self-esteem. At the same time, teach them the ability to establish a world. Only by the belief in life can we truly develop our strengths and express ourselves. It wasn't until the morning of the 4th day that Yang Feier, who had a good night's sleep and had a good night's sleep, returned to Hu's house. Because it is very close to the academy, the boys who were studying at home did not return to the academy last night. They woke up early in the morning and practiced archery in the yard after washing. In the center of the last red circle, I drew a ring, a second ring and a third ring. Playing with this has also killed a lot of time in the past few days. At this time, it was only after 5 o'clock in Maoshi, and old man Chiu was sweeping the floor at the gate. Seeing Yang Feier coming back, he quickly put down his broom and led Yang Feier in. Knock on the door. Don't push the door suddenly and hurt people. Even though they are all blunt wooden arrows, they still have some strength. He knocked on the door and said, "Mrs. Back, take a rest inside and open the door." Hu Kong responded and asked Xiao Jichong to stop the arrow, went to take down the grass target, opened the door, and saw his sister smiling faintly. Behind the old man Chiu, he said with a smile, "The doctor is out of customs." Judging by the look on his face, this group of students is indeed worthy of training. Old man Chiu made way, and went back to sweep the floor. Yang Feier smiled and said, "Good morning, brother," and said, "Those students are originally from rich families who are knowledgeable about books and principles. Naturally, it will save effort to teach." After entering the courtyard, Hu Kong fastened the door bolt behind him, hung up the grass target again, and prepared to practice for a while. Turning around, I saw Yang Feier standing in the courtyard, looking at Xiao Jichong and Wei Wenqiu. In doubt, and hurriedly stepped forward to introduce, "Oh, let me introduce to you, these are 2 of my classmates, Xiao Jichong, Wei Wenqiu. He turned to his 2 classmates and said, "This is my sister-in-law." They greeted each other twice. Yang Feier then called the twins and Xiao Yuer over again, and said with a smile, "I just saw Muxiu last time, and he seems to have grown taller." Picking up Xiao Yuer, he exclaimed, "Ah, Xiao Yuer, you've grown taller and gained weight, and if you're going to live longer, my sister won't be able to hug you." Xiao Yuer's eyes narrowed into a slit with a happy smile, and her long black eyelashes stuck to Yang Feier's face. Swipe and swipe on his face. Putting down Xiao Yuer, he looked at Xinjing again, his expression suddenly became serious, and he said, "Cousin, that's not good for you. He is more mature and proficient than him, so no one dares to underestimate him." He cupped his hands and said, "Cousin, I don't know what is wrong with me. Please point me out. I will definitely correct it. Yang Fei said, the boy is so good-looking, he will surely wouldn't it be a harm to make those little girls sleepy and miss their clothes? When everyone heard this, it turned out to be the case, and they all laughed. Yang Fei also changed his pretended serious face, and smiled with his lips pursed. If Hu Kong looks good, he has the generosity of a masculine man. Zhang Fuzhen looks good, he is the flawless, proud and calm child of a family, but he is quiet and good, but he has long eyebrows like a willow tree, and his body is like a jade tree. Gorgeous. Xin Jing also knew that her cousin was joking with her, so she couldn't help being ashamed, and Wei Wenqiu, who was next to her, said, that's not good, let's see how you can change the law. Mrs. Xin, Mrs. Wang and Mrs. Zhou came out of the kitchen one after another when they heard the laughter. Mrs. Xin said with a smile, you children are really carefree, and you are also enviable. Don't practice your arrows anymore. Have breakfast. Okay, eat and go to school quickly, don't be late. Everyone went into the kitchen to have breakfast. Those who were going to school had a few mouthfuls and walked away first. The two old men of Hu Yongqiang and Hu Chen were eating at the shop, and there were only a few women left in the kitchen for a while. At this time, Shin told Yang Fei a strange thing. It turned out that the Shin family went back to visit the grave during the Qingming festival, but they didn't want to bring one person back this time. But in the ancestral cemetery, I saw the quiet and heartwarming Mother Cui Shi. It is said that that day, Mrs. Cui waited in the abandoned kiln until dark and did not see her two sons returning. Knowing that she was not good, she hurriedly left a word that if the two sons came back, they should not go out again. They waited for their mother to come back in the kiln, and then dragged the sick body went to various places in the market, howling the name of the second son like a wolf, looking for it everywhere, but there was no trace of the second son. From then on, Cui went out to beg for food every day to find the son, and returned to the abandoned kiln at night hoping that the second son would return. His voice has already lost his voice, but the longer the time, the more hopeless his hope becomes. At that time and in recent years, in the cold winter and the 12th lunar month, where can we find it? Since last year, Mrs. Cui has been in various Yazi markets in Shaanxi, Shandong, and returned to the Chinese food market in Anhui Prefecture at the end of last year. Unfortunately, Xinjing Xin was bought by Yang Fei and stayed there for more than a month. There is no news, I thought, it is probably impossible to be sold back to my hometown, and I want to be quiet since I was young, and I am smart. If I am caught by a child, I don't know if I will escape home and find their grandparents and fathers. Even though they have no home, the Xin family was nowhere to be found. Thinking about it, thinking that the ancestral grave was still there, and she might come to visit the grave on New Year's Eve. She stayed near the ancestral graveyard from the 23rd of the 12th lunar month until the Lantern Festival passed, not to mention not seeing Xinjing and Xinxiner people. Even their parents-in-law and husband did not wait, and there was no other place to go when they came, and they didn't give up when they came, so they wanted to wait until Qingming festival to see if anyone would come to the grave. God has eyes. This time, when they came, the second son Xinjing and Xin also followed behind neatly. When everyone saw Cui Shi at first glance, they were almost unrecognizable. After more than a year of searching for a child, Cui Shi became skinny and ragged. It was shocking. These days, the only thing that kept her going was the matter of finding a son. The tears have been shed, and the eyes are like holes, like ghosts but not human. Seeing Xinjing and Xin, Cui was so excited that she hugged her second son, howled twice, then choked in her throat, passed out, and everyone hurriedly carried him to the pharmacy, where they were given another injection, another bloodletting. Finally rescued, the doctor prescribed a prescription. Xin Fengrui took Cui back home, followed the doctor's advice, and took care of her slowly, hoping to recover as soon as possible. After breakfast, Xin took Yang Fei to visit her aunt in the inverted room where Xin Fengrui lived, but she saw a very thin woman lying on the bed, and her eyes could vaguely tell that she was not ugly. When someone came, she could stand up and greet her, but everyone hurriedly told her not to move, said some caring words around her, repeatedly asked her to take good care of her body, and so on. Let's talk about Hu Kang's classmate, Xiao Jicheng, who met Yang Fair and lived a different life from then on. After the old gatekeeper left, he seemed to have entered a dream, a beautiful girl. Strictly speaking, it was not a girl, she was just a slightly older girl, standing in front of the background of changing light and shadow, smiling like a flower, stepped into the door, and stepped into his heart. She was wearing his favorite pink shirt and dress, as delicate as Changqiang of this month, with a cute double bun, her bangs curled up in an arc and shone with luster. Her mouth was beautiful, with the corners of her mouth upwards it turned up, showing that she was very happy. This joy was very contagious. Everyone in the yard smiled at her. It seemed that they all liked her. Xiao Jicheng also laughed with everyone, but quickly put it away, afraid of others seeing him laugh too happily. Revealed the secret. She has a lot of respect for her older brother and adores her younger brothers, and she cuddles the youngest. OMG, so enviable. She is very talkative and humorous, and made that silly boy Xinjing so funny that everyone in the yard burst into laughter, but he bet that boy Xinjing is beautiful in his heart. She looks good when she eats, she sits very straight, even if she bends, she only bends her waist, she never shrugs her shoulders. She also walks dignifiedly and elegantly, as if she has received strict training, but judging from her family background, there is absolutely no such possibility. I heard Hu Kong sometimes mentioning that their family used to be just an ordinary farmer, so this elegance probably comes from her heart. She is elegant from the depths of her soul, from the inside out. A fleeting glance, her eyes are also extremely beautiful, but that glance is already perfect, and I never dare to take a second look. There seems to be a magical power in those eyes. As long as I look at it again, I will be attracted by her. Know everything. It also seems to imply a kind of threat, which makes people dare not look at it. Those were not at all like a child's eyes. And she is indeed just a slightly older child, not even a girl. Xiao Ji often feels annoyed by this. How many verses yearning for love in the book should all be entrusted to this little girl? But from the first moment he saw her, he had already thought of his and her life for 100 years, with children and grandchildren around their knees. End of this chapter. Chapter 60 The Name of the Valley. Chapter 60 The Name of the Valley. Within days of the second half of April, Yang Fair's 4 branches opened separately, divided into 1, 2, 3, and 4 branches in the order of Southeast, Northwest, and Decoration. As the manager of the 4 branches, among the 40 students, each branch dispatched 7 people to handle various types of work, plus the shop manager. A total of 8 people were selected from each branch, and then transferred from the remaining 12 students. 4 people were sent out to fill the vacancies of a Jin, a Tang, a Shan, and a Shui in the Shuyuan street store. Hu Yongqiang is in charge of the management of the Northwest second store, which is far away from home. Mrs. Hu is tough and volunteered to be in charge of the management of the Southeast second store. Xin Fangrui is in charge of the management of the shop on the side of Shuyuan Street. Now they habitually call the Shuyuan Street shop an old shop. Yang Fair is in charge of the management of the training center. Now the training center is much empty. It turned out that the 3 middle-aged women who cleaned and cooked were found temporarily, and when the deadline came, they all paid their bills and went back. The remaining 8 people, 5 men and 3 women, have all been transferred to live in the inverted room of whose house. The Xin family is now reunited with 3 generations, and it is inconvenient for them all to live in whose house. After the 2 families discussed, the Xin family simply moved to the 5 main houses in the courtyard of the training center. Among the remaining 8 people, 6 people were selected from them, and the west wing of the training center was designated as a production workshop, and 3 new varieties of biscuits, cookies, and jellies were produced every day, which were packaged centrally, and then Hu Yongqiang the old man brought it to the branch for sale every 2 days when he went to collect the bill. The Xin family, apart from Xinjing and Xan studying in the academy, Xin Fangrui went to work in the old store every day, and there were still old Mrs. Xin, Zhou and daughter-in-law Cui at home. The 2 old people also helped in the training center. While burning, brushing and cleaning, at least I feel more at ease living here. After more than a month of recuperation, Mrs. Cui is gradually able to go to the fields to get some work. and she is not idle. In the end, the two outstanding students left behind by the big waves are a boy and a girl. The boy is named Dong Ningxuan. He is 15 this year. His family used to own a pharmacy and knows some pharmacology. The girl is called by Qingtong. The two are introverted, calm and thoughtful, and suitable for research work. Young Fair and the two are experimenting with them every day in the east wing of the training center to test how to extract natural preservatives from tea, bamboo leaves, licorice, ginger, and garlic. In this ancient time, not only the transportation speed was limited, but also the storage conditions were not advanced enough. If the shelf life of food was not extended, it was almost impossible to expand the food industry and expand the scope of sales. Young Fair's knowledge of chemistry and physics in his previous life can still come up with some ideas. The various shapes and materials of the various vessels in the laboratory are also tried to be made under the limited conditions of ancient times. The glass is replaced by pure color and transparent crystal. Although it is expensive, it is not too difficult to find, but it took a lot of silver taels, and it took a total of 2,000 taels of silver to make 2 thermometers, 2 test tubes, and 2 measuring cups, and Young Fair had for the rent and renovation of the branch only cost 800 taels of silver. Others, such as incubators, drying ovens, balances, water baths, centrifuges, mixers, viscometers, filter papers, etc., can be made as much as possible, and whichever step can be done can be done. On the day of the Dragon Boat Festival, Zhang Fuzhen came to Hu's house early in the morning to pick up Young Fair and went to the valley. This is the second time the two have come here since they came here last year. As soon as you enter the valley and step into the forest with towering ancient trees, you can see that the place has completely changed its appearance. Nature has taken back the quiet and virginal state of autumn, turning it into a lush and prosperous landscape. It is a resort that is unadorned, and shrouded in green shade everywhere. The trunk and the vines, the side branches and the last leaves, the flower clusters and thorns, the tendrils and the young tips, the treetops leaning down to the ivy, and the ivy climbing to the treetops, all intertwined, entangled, and intertwined, making these plants like a forest. The depth of it is like the bustle of a city, the trembling of a bird's nest, the darkness of a temple, the fragrance of a bouquet, the solitude of a tomb. Nothing can hinder the divine will of all things towards life. It's the season of flowers blooming. This large forest is wild and wild, seeking pleasure wantonly in remote corners. The heat of May rushes to boil in the blood vessels. The summer has already been startled, and the lush green hair on the head is shaking in the wind. To the wet ground, the denuded tree trunks, the steps before the boulders, to the desolate cliffs, there are flowers like stars, dew like pearls, rich beauty and joyful fragrance. Thousands of white butterflies are hiding in it, like clusters of living June snow flying gracefully in the green bushes, where, in those places that are refreshing to the eye and lightly shaded by green leaves, there are countless singing birds. The sound of buzzing insects is softly telling the heart. The valley, once used to hide some kind of mysterious story, now seems to have become suitable for sheltering pure secrets. The two lingered on the trail in the forest. Yang Fair plucked flower branches and weaved them into wreaths and bracelets. Today she was wearing light yellow and light green clothes wrapped around a pink cloak. Zhang Fuzhen laughed and said that she was Chuanxian's appearance. The waterfall has risen to a width of more than 3 meters, which is much more spectacular than that at sunset in autumn. The two of them were sitting at the entrance of the cave fishing. Although there was a rattan curtain to block them, they were still covered in mist. They had already fished before noon. A dozen or so pieces came up. The big one weighed 6 or 7 caddies, the small one only weighed a few taels, and the two left 3 caddies that weighed about the same size. Zhang Fuzhen brought back 2 of them to give their families a try. Until the sun goes down, a layer of dreamlike mist gradually rises in the valley, covering the valley and covering it under a silk scarf woven with mist. The intoxicating fragrance, like a mellow and refreshing poison, emanates from every corner of the valley. At this time, you can hear the chirping of birds before falling asleep under the branches and leaves. In such an unreal scene, Yang Fei is intoxicated and unable to extricate himself. His body and mind are soaked in the fragrance of flowers and herbs. When the evening wind blows, there is a trace of melancholy, a little bit of loneliness, and a little leisurely. Man disappears but God remains. The two were at the entrance of the cave, and Yang Fei sat with his knees hugged, and suddenly said, "Fujian, does this valley have a name?" Zhang Fujian sat leaning against the stone wall, bent one knee, and put a hand wall on that knee, with a free and easy posture, dressed in light-colored loose clothes, flawless and handsome, like an exile. He narrowed his eyes and thought about it carefully, probably not. Yang Fei said, "Then let's give this place a name." Zhang Fujian nodded slightly, looked at the darkening sky, pondered for a while, then turned to smile and looked at Yang Fei and said slowly, "My heart is a rock, and I can't change it. My heart is a rock, and I can't roll it. It's not an option. How about calling this valley Didi Valley?" Yang Fei didn't care about the tender affection conveyed by the young man, but secretly rejoiced in his heart that Zhang Fujian recited a familiar song, otherwise it would really spoil the scenery. He said with a smile, "Didi, the word is elegant and leisurely, and the word is rich and prosperous. They are all appropriate for this valley. The name Didi Valley is very good." He asked again, "Then this stone room must have a name. I beg you, Mr. Zhang, to come up with another name." Zhang Fujian said with a smile, "Climb the white scorpion and look forward to it, and look forward to the wedding day." "How about the building?" Yang Fei lamented in his heart, he could only look at Zhang Fujian, begging for help pitifully. Zhang Fujian seldom saw her like this, his heart was as tender as water, and he was very satisfied. He took Yang Fei's slender hand, held it in his hand, and said with a smile, "Climb to the highland with white weeds and look from afar. Make a date with your soulmate and prepare a dinner party." Yang Fei said, looking from a high place, "Preparing for a dinner party, it fits this situation very well. I like the word Changwangzu." Zhang Fujian said with a smile, "Don't you like making a date with the person in your heart?" Yang Fei thought to himself, this bad boy actually knows how to molest this girl. But it was difficult to answer his words, he was afraid of teasing him, he became more and more nonsense, and said, "Then what is the name of this waterfall?" Zhang Fujian said, "I have thought of two names just now, I will leave it to you to name this waterfall." Yang Fei said, "Then allow me to think about it." After a long time, about 2 cups of tea, Zhang Fujian didn't urge her, just admiring the twilight, Yang Fei suddenly said, "Yes." Then he chanted. The sun shines on the beautiful peaks, and the clouds steam a deep hole. It is said that the jade chariot once came. The rock is in the center of the pool. The white practice flies 1,000 feet, and the bronze travels 10,000. He asked again, "How about calling this waterfall Tongshan Waterfall?" Zhang Fujian said with a look of surprise, "I knew you could write poems, but I didn't know that your poems are so open-minded and grand, and the name is so ladylike and elegant. You can let it go and take it in. You can take it in and put it in freely. I am sincerely convinced." Yang Fei was ashamed. At the beginning, he was a fan of ancient poetry. In college, he took an elective course of ancient Chinese according to his own interests. He memorized a lot of poetry on weekdays. He didn't realize that he wanted to travel to ancient times, and it came in handy here, but after all, it was a plagiarized work, and he said with a guilty conscience, "You just said it would work." Zhang Fujian looked at the little girl's reddish face, thinking that his praise made her a little shy, and he felt affectionate, and said, "I miss you and me last autumn, a pool of autumn water is like green, beautiful woman, heaven and earth this waterfall is evidence. But it is also appropriate, and the name is good." Yang Fei laughed and said, "My name may not be very good, but your annotations are indeed very good." On the mid-autumn day of August, Zhang Fujian invited Yang Fei to visit the Didi Valley again. At noon, he went into the cave to catch salamanders and grilled them, and went fishing in front of Changwang's human to enjoy the scenery. Wander until sunset. It's just that Yang Fei didn't know about it. It turns out that the customs here have already made a marriage. During the Dragon Boat Festival and Mid-Autumn Festival, the man needs to bring gifts for the woman's family and jewelry and materials for the woman to pick up at the woman's home. It is common sense for the woman to come to the man's house for the festival, and then send the woman back that afternoon. And Zhang Fuzhen obviously violated this common sense. This matter not only hurt the face of Wu Jinxi, the youngest daughter of the Wu family, but also affected the face of the Wu family. Mrs. Zhang was also anxious, but the first day her son promised well, saying that she would pick up Ms. Wu for the festival. Fortunately, the horses and chariots for that day were all ready, and no one thought that the owner could no longer be found on the second day, so Zhang had to send the gifts with several family servants, and told the Wu family that he was sick and could not come. Wait, I have a lot of good words to deal with. End of this chapter. Chapter 61 Birthday Surprise. Chapter 61 Birthday Surprise. July th is Zhang Fuzhen's birthday, and the whole family celebrated his birthday with excitement, setting up 4 tables in Mrs. Zhang's courtyard, and invited a troupe to sing in the pavilion in the middle of the lake. Everyone sat on the boat to watch and listen. The lake breeze is blowing on all sides, which makes me feel a little cooler than indoors, but everyone is shaking a fan, the movement is a little big, and the whole body is sweating. A lot of birthday gifts have been collected, but it is like this every year, and there is nothing new. Zhang Fuzhen is a bit lazy. Because of the marriage proposal in Kaichun, Yang Feier did not enter Zhang's house again in order to avoid suspicion, but personally made a bucket of ice cream about 3 liters and asked his assistant Dong Ningxuan to deliver it to Zhang's house. The servant hugged him all the way to the lake, rowed a boat to send it to the painting boat, and reported it as a congratulatory gift from the shopkeeper Phil Tiantianhu. Only Mrs. Zhang and Zhang Fuzhen knew it must be from Mrs. Hu, and when the servant presented it to him, what I saw was an exquisite wooden box 1.5 feet high, wrapped entirely in cowhide. The front were all painted beige, with 4 or 5 blooming roses hand-painted on it. The other sides were all red walnut color, and 2 wide leather belts were wrapped around it. After passing the wooden box for a week, it is made of porcelain with rivets, and there is a strap on the top cover, which is full of exotic wind. Just looking at the wooden box, it is a good product, and it is not shabby as a birthday gift. Zhang Fuzhen opened the wooden box, but saw a white thick quilted plain brocade bag with an ice blue envelope on which was written "Congratulations on the birthday." When he opened the envelope, there was a piece of light blue letter paper inside, with a quill pen dipped in blue and black ink to write 8 sentences and 5 words. Let's talk about singing and let go, and talk to each other about drinking. Make a cup for me and make 3 wishes with you. 1 wishes the world to be peaceful, and the other wishes the body to be strong. The 3rd wish is to come to the old age, and to meet the king several times. Zhang Fuzhen looked at it, and was very familiar with such a small and beautiful font. It was rare that there was no typo today. It seemed that he had seen the girl sitting at her desk, taking a quill pen to carefully write strokes and strokes on this letter paper, can't help showing a smile, picked up the wine glass in front of him, and drank the fruit wine in it. Open the bag, there is a layer of ice cubes on the top, remove the ice cubes, and there is a straight porcelain jar with red peony pattern on the bottom, and when you open the lid, there is half a jar of things like snow, frost, and ice inside, and a handful of sturdy ones on the top. There is a hemispherical iron spoon, and there is a piece of paper next to it. When you open it, there are 3 words of instructions written at the beginning, which introduces the name of the product, main ingredients, eating methods, taboos, etc., which is very detailed. According to the method mentioned on the paper, Zhang Fuzhen made a ball for everyone with a small cup, and tasted it with a small spoon. Delightful, indescribably cool and refreshing, the heat disappears immediately. Mrs. Zhang said with a smile, I often hear that there are people who send charcoal in the snow, but today they send ice in the summer. It is the same. Zhang Fuzhen didn't know whether it was because of eating the ice cream or something else, but it was very sweet. When it came to the Mid-Autumn Festival, Mrs. Zhang asked people to watch people from morning till night for the first 3 days. Zhang Fuzhen was also doing everything as usual, but at the end of the day, he disappeared again, so he had to bite the bullet and ask Zhang En to send the gift to him. He praised his son, who was studying hard because of the autumn curtain, and invited Miss Wu's family to stay in the mansion after the autumn curtain came out. The Wu family are not fools, so they still can't see it, and immediately shouted to divorce. Zhang En was at a loss for what to do, but the Miss Wu family went out of the boudoir in person, and said to her grandparents, mother, uncles and aunts, Mr. Zhang is diligent in his studies, and Qiu Wei is about to end. In terms of time, he really dare not delay for a moment. Please be considerate of grandparents. Why did the Wu family really want to withdraw from this marriage? One is Zhang Boling and Zhang Shengshu's favorite Longza, who is in his prime and has a high position. The other is that Zhang Fuzhen himself is talented and elegant. In the day, there will be a loud voice and luoxia, and the light will shake the wild. Such a good son-in-law is second to none in Huaifuinanin. Now hearing that her own girl came out and let her go down the steps, she went down the donkey along the slope. Mrs. Wu snorted coldly and said, in this way, it makes sense to some extent. Then let him come back after the autumn curtain. Zhang En sent the message to Mrs. Zhang, and Mrs. Zhang readily agreed. On the 3rd day of September, Zhang Fuzhen passed the court examination. 5 days later, he went to see Zhang Fuzhen's public announcement. When she told her about it, Yang Feier was very happy for him, and Zhang Fuzhen was happy when he was happy, but he also said lightly, this scholar can go to the exam last year. In order to win this case, master, just to be on the safe side, he insisted on suppressing me for a year, and next year Chunwei will ask me to take part. If I pass the exam again, then it will be considered a great joy. Yang Feier said, you have already passed the examination of scholar at a young age. How many people have white beards and are still children? Zhang Fuzhen said, those people are just mediocre. How can they come out to study? How can they compare with me? Yang Feier knew that his birthday was July th. Although he couldn't calculate the date of his birthday in the Gregorian calendar, Yang Feier had a friend whose birthday was July th in his previous life, who was very close to Zhang Fuzhen, and that friend it's a Leo. And looking at Zhang Fuzhen's usual temperament, he can almost be sure that he is a Leo, so it's not surprising that he can say such a thing. Now that the hospital exam is over and the exam is very good, we have to fulfill our promise. Mrs. Zhang urges Zhang Fuzhen to pick up Miss Wu's family to stay in the house every day. Zhang Fuzhen doesn't say no, but there is always a reason to shirk. Until September th is Yang Feier's birthday, and it is a legitimate reason. Mrs. Zhang feels guilty on Yang Feier's side, but what her husband said is also reasonable. What's more, the husband is in the temple, so he is naturally more considerate than himself as a woman in the inner house. Fortunately, Yang Feier is still young, so let's take a look at it slowly. Maybe there will be a turning point. So he personally prepared a set of gold haircuts inlaid with red and sapphires for Zhang Fuzhen to send to celebrate his birthday. On Yang Feier's birthday, she finally fulfilled one of Shin's wishes, and made a lot of fun for her daughter. Early in the morning, Mrs. Shin and her Aunt Cui took Feng Ling and Feng Min to the Chinese vegetable market to buy all kinds of vegetables and fruits. For all Chinese people, regardless of ancient or modern times, various dinners are always indispensable for happy events. At noon, the long dining table in the kitchen was carried to the main room and placed horizontally. Yang Feier, the little birthday star, sat in the center and accepted everyone's birthday gifts with a smile. The boys who went to school in the academy also came back, took an extra hour off, and even brought Xiao Jichang and Wei Wenqiu with them. Since living in Hu's house for 3 days during the Qingming festival, Xiao Jichang often praised the delicious dishes of Hu's family. He came with Hu Kong almost every muxiu. Not cheap gifts of various colors came to give to Mrs. Wang and Mrs. Chen, and said, it's too much trouble, I would like to express my thanks. Mrs. Wang and Mrs. Chen were about to refuse, and said with a smile that they had the right to cook. Refuse especially that Xiao Jichang, who is as slender as Hu Kong, has a handsome appearance, a pair of smiling big eyes under thick eyebrows, thin lips and upturned corners of his mouth, and a natural face with joy. If he smiles, it will make people feel like a spring breeze and a warm sun. He was very happy, and with his excellent grades, Hu Kong benefited a lot from being with him. He respected him as a senior brother, and the three of them often discussed Confucian classics together with Wei Wenchu, and they had a close relationship based on the mentality of loving the house and Wu. The family also likes it very much. In the past half a year, they have gradually integrated into the Hu family, and they are not considered outsiders. I heard that today is Hu Xiuer's birthday and I want to come to join in the fun. Together with Zhang Fuzhen, 8 boys, big and small, sat upside down on a dining table. On the left hand of Yang Fei sits Mr. Hu, Mr. Wang, Mr. Hu Yongxiang. On his right, Mr. Shen, Mr. Zhou, Mr. Shen Fengrui. Opposite him sits Mr. Wei Wenchu, Mrs. Tui, Mrs. Shen Xin, Mr. Hu Guang, Mr. Hu Cheng, Mr. Shen, Mr. Hu Kong. He Xiu Ji Cheng. The birthday presents prepared by Hu's 2 elders were a hairpin and a whole set of small wooden boxes for needlework and embroidery. Wang said, "My beautiful girl, Xiuer, doesn't pay attention to dressing at all. What to wear? Now you are doing well at home. When you are free, Grandma will teach you some embroidery. Since you are about to grow into a big girl, you have to learn. At least you can make some simple clothes in the future." Yang Fei smiled and nodded yes, took it respectfully and thanked him. The 2 elders of the Shen family prepared a pair of gold and jade inlaid jewelry bracelets. Hu Yongqiang sealed a red envelope of 30 taels of silver for each of the 2 elders during the Dragon Boat Festival and Mid-Autumn Festival. Look, and said, "Father, Mother, this birthday gift you gave is too expensive. The little money given to you is for your convenience. How can you buy such an expensive thing for a child?" Zhou said, "Your father and I live here more comfortably than when we were at home. We have money and have nothing to spend. The bracelet we bought here is also a gift to the Buddha. Don't worry, we still have a lot of money saved here." Mr. Shen brought over the box containing the gold bracelet, stuffed it in Yang Fei's hand, and said, "Now we are being given this birthday gift with your money, and we are already very embarrassed. If you don't accept it, you will despise us." Poor, when the family was still in ruins, although it was not as rich as you are now, there were still a few acres of Susukida and a little bit of production. If the 2 families are as harmonious as they are now, when it comes to my granddaughter's birthday, it is also necessary to prepare something that can be sold to celebrate her birthday. Yang Fei took the brocade box containing the gold bracelet in his hand and opened it, and said with a smile, "No matter what you give today, it is all from your heart. Coincidentally, I don't have a bracelet either, so I just accepted it. Thank you, Grandpa and Grandma." He has already taken out the bracelet and put it on his hand. It is golden and shiny, and against Yang Fei's slender and white wrist, it complements each other perfectly, complement each other. Xinshi and Chuishi prepared 2 brocade clothes for Yang Fei. The colors were bright, the materials were high quality, and the style was fashionable. They were both sewn by themselves in a leisurely time. However, Hu Yongqiang and Shen Fengrui brought a carriage from the back room, a white pony with pink and purple cotton cloth stretched across the body, and turned into the courtyard from the back, like a dream. End of this chapter. Chapter 62. Chapter 62. Yang Fei was so happy that he couldn't help cheering, and got off the table to touch it carefully. Everyone was also surprised. Hu Yongqiang said, "You are too frugal on weekdays, you often walk around the 4 branches, and you always hire a car when you go out. It is neither safe nor clean, so your uncle and I bought you this carriage, and you can make your own carriage wherever you want to go in the future." Then he laughed proudly and said, "Your mother and aunt didn't even know we bought this carriage. In the morning, while they were out shopping for vegetables, we quietly brought it back and put it in the back room." Shin stared at Hu Yongqiang reproachfully, and said, "Even if you tell me, is it possible that I won't let you buy it?" Then he touched the smooth mane and asked, "How much money did you spend on this?" Hu Yongqiang said, "This is just a farm horse. It has a better coat color and is stronger than others. It cost 30 taels of silver. The rear frame is 10 taels and the shed is 5 taels." Yang Fei said, "This carriage costs 4 or 5 people's money, and you have to hire another person to drive it, as well as the cost of raising and maintaining horses. Alas, it's too extravagant. Just drive yourself. Everyone laughed at her whimsy. Yang Fei also thought, maybe she is not very studious, after all, it is no better than driving. In case of an emergency, with my little strength, it is difficult to respond. After spending half a day looking for it, he brought the carriage back to the back room again. Everyone went back to the table and sat down. Hu Kong took out a big brocade box and opened it to reveal a set of the 4 treasures of the study, saying, "This is a birthday present from 5 of our brothers. Sister, see if you can use it." Yang Fei took the brocade box and said happily, "My handwriting has never been good. I can use a quill pen. I'm about to practice calligraphy." "Thank you, big brother, thank you, cousin, thank you, 3 younger brothers." Xiu saw that everyone had finished delivering the presents, so he took out the presents he and Wei Wenchu had prepared together, and was about to open the lid of the box, when he saw that the rich man on the opposite side had also taken out a long flat brocade box and put it on the table. The 4 eyes are across the long table, facing each other from a distance. They are all smart people, and they already know each other in a blink of an eye. These 2 people, one came to Hu's house during the day, and the other came to Hu's house at night, so they had never met before. Hu Kong had introduced each other to the 2 just now, but there was no central figure like Yang Fei present, and they just regarded each other as the other party is Hu Kang's friend and classmate. Now that Yang Fei is sitting in front of him, the contradiction is highlighted, and he can see everything at a glance. Zhang Fuzhen said with a smile, "Brother Xiu invites you first, the one who comes as a guest." Xiu Jichang smiled and said, "They are all guests, I come here often, Brother Zhang will invite you first." Zhang Fuzhen was stunned for a moment. "Does he come here often?" The smile on his face did not change, and he said, "It's all the same, since mine has been opened, let's look at mine first." Pushing it in front of Yang Fei, everyone looked at the brocade box, but saw a box of long-stemmed roses, about 10 roses, separated in the middle, with 2 quills placed up and down. The pure white as snow was crane feathers. The peacock feathers are as green as spring water, and the handle of the feathers is made of ebony for the pen case, with a pearl the size of a small fingernail embedded in each of them. Hu Kong laughed and said, "Your gift is exactly the opposite of what we gave you." Yang Fei said with a smile, "There is no conflict. Writing with a brush can be used to cultivate emotions. The quill is easy to carry, easy to write, and can be used for daily tasks." Cui said with a smile, "Xiuer's mouth, when she speaks, will always make people feel at ease." Everyone laughed and said that it was true. Yang Fei sighed in his heart, "That's natural. In the previous life, this girl lived with this mouth." Wei Wenchu was impatient and said, "Now it's our turn." Everyone laughed again, and said, "There are still people who are afraid that the gifts will not be delivered." Xiu often opened the brocade box, but saw a palm-sized object lying squarely inside, made of gold, embedded with 8 red, yellow, blue, and white jewels. When Wei Wenchu opened the golden box, it was a pocket sundial. Everyone at the table was stunned, and the Shen family was surprised because of the precious material. Such a big gold box with those 8 jewels on it, how much would it be worth? The Hu family's surprise, including Zhang Fuzhen's, was because it looked so familiar. Zhang Fuzhen suddenly laughed softly, then Hu Kong laughed too, and then the Hu family all smiled, seeing how weird it was in everyone's eyes. Xiu Jichang was puzzled for a moment, then smiled calmly and waited for the answer. Wei Wenchu was a little impatient and said, "What's so funny about our gift?" Hu Kong said with a smile, "This thing has been replaced by a Chinese robe, and it has returned home." Zhang Fuzhen shook his head, "Otherwise, I think it's because of some worldly fireworks." Xiu often heard that the 2 of them seemed to be fighting each other, stood up unhurriedly, cupped his hands towards Hu Kong and said, "I would like to hear more about it." Hu Kong also stood up and said, "Ji Chang, you can sit down as much as you like, and I will explain the reason to you." When Ji Chang sat down again, Hu Kong asked, "Excuse me, Ji Chang and Wenchu, where did you buy this sundial?" Wei Wenchu said, I bought it from Yuanxi Jewelry Store on Jinhui Street. Hu Kong glanced at Zhang Fuzhen and said, is Yuanxi Jewelry Store related to your family? Zhang Fuzhen said, it's where the family's business is located. Hu Kong smiled and said, that's it. Turning to Xiao Jicheng and Wei Wenchu, he said, this sundial was created by my sister, today's birthday star. In the late spring of last year, we were still living in the country. When Fuzhen returned to Fuqing, I gave it to Fuzhen as a gift of practice, but the sundial that Shimei made at that time was made of some wood and bamboo sticks. It was probably a thoughtful person from the Zhang family who changed the materials and put them in the jewelry store. Sell it for those rich people to enjoy. Xiao Jicheng said with a smile, so that's how it is. I'm ashamed to send gifts to others. Wei Wenchu said to Yang Fei, this sundial is very popular in Fuqing now. It took us a whole day to find it. Fortunately, it is a little different from what you did. You just said that today no matter what you give, you will take it all. Before Yang Fei could answer, Zhang Fuzhen said with a smile, Brother Xiao, Brother Wei, you have put your heart into it. You can buy more than 10 of these carriages just for this material. The gift is really sincere, but if such real money is placed at home, I'm afraid it will attract the attention of thieves. After speaking, he chuckled again. Xiao Jicheng was about to say something, but Yang Fei stood up, bowed to Xiao and Wei, and said, this gift is too expensive, I am ashamed to accept it, please take it back, your kindness, I got it. Wei Wenchu wanted to say something more. Xiao Jicheng stretched out his hand and made a stop gesture. Wei Wenchu had no choice but to hold back his words. Xiao Jicheng said, we were negligent, and the birthday gift must be made up next time. Hu Kong said, okay, I'll make it up next time. Shall we make a wish on the cake now? Fengling, Fengmin, Ningxuan and Qingtong have been waiting on the sidelines. When there are guests at home, they will stick to their duties and never go to the table to eat or drink with the host. Hearing this, he took all the gifts on the table to the long tall table against the wall, and placed a inch double-layer cake in front of Yang Fei. Yang Fei clasped his hands and closed his eyes and began to make a wish. At that time, it was considered that after lighting the candle to make a wish, it was necessary to blow out the candle and pull out the candle. I was worried that the ancients would resist this ceremony. She made a wish, cut the cake, gave each of them a piece, and ordered a piece of cream on the foreheads and cheeks of the twins and Xiao Yuer. Just as she sat back in her seat, Hu Kong came over and ordered her a beauty spot, and Yan Ji said, today, birthday stars can't face the sky, they need to put on some makeup to look festive. Everyone laughed and said, it makes sense and makes sense. Xiao Yuer suddenly wiped his face, even more his face and hand were blurred, everyone laughed again. Xiao Yuer was very proud, taking advantage of Xinjing's unpreparedness. A small hand was completely printed on his brother's face. Pitiful for the cream on half of Xinjing's handsome face, he also went all out, smeared a handful of cream on the plate in front of him, and looked around for the target of attack. Yang Fei also held up a hand of cream and came to seek revenge on Hu Kong. Seeing that the battle was about to end, Mrs. Cui and Mrs. Chen immediately stood up and left the battlefield, saying, let's go to the kitchen to serve food. Let these children go about their mischief. When Shin's, Cui's, Fengling's and Fengmin's 4 people brought the dishes, they saw that the table was already in a mess. Ning Xian and Qing Tong kept cleaning the battlefield. Except for the 6 adults, the 8 boys, big and small, all had cream heads and faces. Yang Fei is better, except for the point that Hu Kong drew for her. Some people are inconvenient to do it, such as the 3 visitors, some are afraid to do it, such as Xinjing, and some are just unable to do it, such as the twins and little fish. After some scrubbing, all the people were flushed with rosy faces and couldn't hide their smiles. They went back to the table to drink and eat, and ate longevity noodles. This birthday was a perfect combination of Chinese and Western, and the birthday banquet didn't end until almost 3 o'clock. In the meantime, Shin called Hu Kong to the kitchen and asked him quietly, do you know what your 2 classmates do at home? How can you be so generous? The birthday gift is worth 700 or 800 taels of silver at least. How can you take out so much money at such a young age? Hu Kong said, they only said that the family is in business, and the two of them are cousins, and they didn't say much else. Shin said in shock, what kind of business can make money like this? Even the children in the family can spend hundreds of taels of money as soon as they sell it. Hu Kong said with a smile, there are mountains beyond mountains, and there are many talented people in the world. We are just watching the sky from a well. After those students returned to the academy, Zhang Fuzhen came over with Mrs. Zhang's birthday gift, handed it to Yang Fair in front of everyone, and said, my mother heard that today is your good day, so she specially prepared a small gift. Let me send it on her behalf. I wish you every year today and every year today. Shin was a little surprised, and said, your mother is too polite, it's just the child's birthday, let's just let it be lively at home, how can I disturb madam? Zhang Fuzhen said, Xiaoer and my mother can also be regarded as Wang Yin friends. They have their own friendship, and it is appropriate to give some birthday gifts. I have a lesson to attend, so I'm leaving, and I'll come to play with brother Hu Kong another day. Hu Yongxiang and Shen Fengrui sent Zhang Fuzhen to the door, saw the carriage rolling away, then turned back, entered the main room, and saw everyone around the table in a daze, staring at an open brocade box on the table. Two people looked down, but saw a set of golden, jeweled and valuable heads scattered among them. End of this chapter. Chapter 63 Biscuit Factory. Chapter 63 Biscuit Factory. After Zhang Fuzhen returned home, Mrs. Zhang repeated the old saying, asking Zhang Fuzhen to pick up Miss Wu's family. Zhang Fuzhen hadn't recovered from the joyful atmosphere of the Hu family, which made him the first person in history. Had a quarrel with my mother for the first time. Zhang Fuzhen sneered and said, I just gave that good head to a girl, and I'm going to please another girl. I'm afraid the head of the Chunhong court is not as busy as I am. Mrs. Zhang said angrily, you are a son of a family, how can you use yourself as such a metaphor? It is normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, but for a woman to be like this is a man who can be a husband. Zhang Fuzhen was speechless for a moment, and a wave of breath rose and fell in his chest for a long while, but finally he couldn't calm down the breath, and there was no one in the left and right rooms, so he said in a muffled voice, then if father has 3 wives and 4 concubines, mother, what should you do? Mrs. Zhang was furious when she heard the words. She slapped the table and said, your son uses your mother as an example. Is this what you read in the sage books? Mrs. Zhang stroked her chest out of breath, and sat on the grand teacher's chair to rest for a long time. Zhang Fuzhen stood aside and kept silent, but the stubborn look on his face showed that his heart was on this matter. It means never giving in. Mrs. Zhang saw that her son was still stubborn and unrepentant, and she thought, this matter should not be discussed with Zhang Fuzhen. Pass. After thinking about it, he took 2 deep breaths, suppressed his xinqing, slowed down his tone, and said, I know that you are very satisfied with Miss Hu, and I also want you to marry Miss Hu, but your father's consideration is different from that of you, my wife and children, and this marriage was made by your father before he left for the capital. Yes, he also needs to take care of your future, and besides, although your father only married me, your grandfather was a rich man in the top 10 in Huainan Road. I have such a family background. I am married to a family like your father, and I am still married. Naturally, your father will not marry 3 wives and 4 concubines. Those famous things, but before I gave birth to your brother, couldn't your grandparents couldn't help but want your father to marry Xia Kaisasisini? If you didn't have you earlier, I'm afraid these things would have been difficult to protect, so parents all over the world are on the other hand, with a family background like Mrs. Hu's, even being a concubine to you would be a high bid. Your father saw that you and I really liked that girl before he allowed it. Even though Mrs. Hu has already refused, in order to fulfill your wishes, I'm still helping you win people's hearts, but you still don't know what to do, it really makes me sad. After all, he shook his head in desperation and moaned again and again. Hearing these words, Zhang Fuzhen couldn't help but calm down his anger, went over and bowed to the end, apologized to Mrs. Zhang, and said, the son is also in a hurry and speaks out of choice, please punish him. Mrs. Zhang said, punishment is unnecessary, you just need to go to the Wu residence to pick up Miss Wu. Zhang Fuzhen thought about it for a moment and said, I'm afraid I can't pick it up, so let Zhang and run again, just say that I feel cold occasionally, and it's inconvenient to go out, but a gentleman has faith, so I will send someone around me to do it for me, please. Forgive me from the Wu family, if Miss Wu finds it strange and refuses to come, please wait until I recover before picking me up in person. After hearing what her son said, Mrs. Zhang closed her eyes and put her hands on her forehead. She felt that her mind was in a mess. She knew that this was probably her son's bottom line, so that was all she could do. As for whether the Wu family would come, then it depends on God's will. Let's talk about the subject of refining natural preservatives researched by Yang Fair and 2 assistants. Finally, after the Dragon Boat Festival, there is a new development. The effective substances are extracted from bamboo leaves, tea leaves, licorice, ginger, and garlic by distillation and purification. Adding it to biscuits can extend the shelf life by 6 months. Although it is not as long as the years of chemical preservatives in the previous life, it is not a small breakthrough, and it is safe and harmless. The preservatives extracted this time can be made into tasteless additives, and can also retain the special taste. 4 types of biscuits with bamboo flavor, tea flavor, ginger flavor, and garlic flavor have been developed. After being launched on the market, popular with loyal fans of Phil Sweet. As early as the opening of the branch store, merchants from other places kept inquiring about whether they could buy goods and sell them in other places. They were all merchants who came to Fuqing to buy cloth, ready-made garments, ceramics, and wine. They saw that there were new products in Fuqing. Has become popular in Fuqing for a while, and I smelled business opportunities from it, and wanted to bring these varieties back to the counties and towns below for sale, but it has been difficult to achieve due to the problem of shelf life, but every shop in Phil Tian has not refused. Leave a message, we are researching the preservation method, once we find out the method, we can ship in batches, and an announcement will be displayed at the door of the store, please pay attention. So all the merchants were looking forward to it, but after waiting for half a year, when everyone was hopeless, they suddenly found that the door of the 5 stores of Phil Tian had posted an investment notice on September 22nd. The first batch merchants flocked to them. On the first day after the notice was posted, 1/10 of the inventory was sold, 3/10 were sold on the second day, and 4/10 were sold on the third day. Incrementally, 5 days and so on will sell out a total of 5,000 varieties of cakes, bread, biscuits, cookies, jelly, shikima, etc., and more than caddies. The 5 stores have run out of stock. Yang Fair and the store managers of the 5 stores held an emergency meeting with Mr. Hu and Hu Yongqiang. As of today's 28th, the purchase order has reached caddies, and he dare not make promises to the merchants for the time being. As for the supply time, the daily output of the training center is only caddies, and the daily output of each store is barely enough for consumption in their own stores. Yang Fair did not expect the sales to be so fast, just like the unprecedented grandeur when Fair Tian first opened. People put food first. It seems that it is the same in ancient and modern China and abroad. The desire for appetite is the biggest. I still estimated too conservatively, which led to being so caught off guard now. But since the matter is imminent, we have to find a way to solve it. The meeting on that day formulated an emergency plan. First, each store posted notices at the store entrance and nearby eye-catching places, recruiting 15 workers, aged from 40 to years old, male or female, no disabilities, no serious diseases, literate people are preferred, with a monthly salary of cash. Those who pass are sent to the training center in a unified way, and then handed over to the 6 trainees who stay in the training center for intensive training, and it is estimated that they will be able to work in 1 month. Second, find a factory site that can be used for production, repair, clean and disinfect. Third, purchase and customize various production supplies. Fourth, Dong Ningxuan and Bai Qingtong are responsible for refining preservatives, and they are equipped with 4 assistants. Fifth, Customers who have promised to pay the deposit will start to supply goods with quality or quantity 1 month later according to the order of the deposit payment. There are several store managers who are responsible for the recruitment. Hu Yongqiang and Mr. Hu went out to inquire about the venue. In principle, the closer to the training center, the better. In the production room, since mass production is now required, all production tools must be assembled according to the production process line. The oven must be specially customized. Drawings must be drawn, and each part must be handed over to the blacksmith shop to be printed and transported to the factory building. Assembling, Yang Feier has to do everything by himself. Jinming Lane is full of courtyard houses either privately owned by rich people, or by merchants or officials with small fortunes in Fuqing. After this year, one of the outdoor houses is pregnant. Someone came to beat the woman to death, but no one reported it to the officials, and only paid some money to settle the matter. This courtyard is considered an unlucky place, and the owner sold it at a low price. The sign has been hung on the gate so far, and no one has bothered to ask about it. One is because everyone in this alley knows about it, and the other is that the real estate economic activities of the ancients were relatively infrequent. Active, housing transactions are not frequent, so it has not been sold so far. Hu Yongqiang, Mr. Hu, discussed with Yang Feier whether to buy this yard. Yang Feier is a modern person who does not believe in these so-called evil theories. This yard is also in Jinming Lane, only 300 meters away from Hu's house and the training center, and the price is also cheap, only 600 taels of silver, only that one is not good, so I don't think about it, it's a pity. I have been thinking about it for 2 days, and finally decided to buy the yard. This yard is on the same side as the training center. The structure is similar to that of Hu's house, with a perimeter of 60 meters long and a width of 50 meters. There are 7 main rooms, 10 east and west wing rooms, 2 kitchens, 2 toilets, 9 back rooms and 9 inverted rooms. There is also a sweet water well behind the kitchen gable. After buying the yard, according to Yang Feier's design, all the original 7 main rooms were opened up, and brick columns were erected on both sides and in the middle for support, and 5 production lines were installed in the house. There used to be a hanging flower door, which was left in the way, so it was dismantled. After entering the gate, you stepped straight into the courtyard, without a barrier, which is convenient for carriages and horses to enter and exit. There were 2 acacia trees and 2 gardenia trees in the middle of the courtyard. Hu Yongqiang and several others dug up the trees and sold them, leaving an empty and spacious courtyard, which is convenient for small carts to enter and exit. These small trolleys are customized by Yang Feier in the car dealership based on the drawings, which are convenient for transporting raw materials and finished products to and from the workshop and warehouse. A wide driveway was built in the middle of all the steps. The back cover room and the inverted room were used as warehouses, 2 of the inverted rooms were used as canteens, the 7 main rooms were used as the main workshop, the west wing room was used as a packaging workshop, and the east wing room. The 2 rooms in the south are men's and women's changing rooms and disinfection rooms. Workers entering the workshop uniformly wear white one-piece overalls, fully enclosed work caps, masks, wash hands, gloves, and deep shoe covers. The 3 rooms in the north are used as inspection rooms, and all finished products are inspected in batches before they are put into storage, and then shipped to the warehouse after passing the test point. 60 workers work in 3 shifts, every 4 hours, and the 3 shifts can take an hour break for lunch in the middle, no matter whether it is morning or evening. Everything was ready. On the 8th day of November, a long whip was placed at the door, and the factory was listed to start operation. The plaque on the door said Phil Sweet Biscuit Factory, and a new door couplet was pasted on the door. The upper couplet was Recipe Chenggue, and can't make up for it with inferior quality, and be sloppy with famous brands. The second line is although the operation is complicated, but I dare not save labor and effort, and tarnish the best quality, and criticize safety and hygiene. Yang Feier heard the sound of firecrackers exploding in the yard, so he asked the workers to push out a box of biscuits and a box of jelly from the workshop, and scattered them at the door for the children onlookers to loot them. The in-laws picked a lot of peach branches from nowhere, cut them into 3-inch lengths, tied them with red strings, and hung them in dark places such as corners and eaves to ward off evil spirits. After the factory began to operate normally, Yang Feier also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the biscuit factory is not technically complicated, and there are so many staffs. Otherwise, how could it be completed in just 1 month? Gradually approaching the end of the new year, the merchants who came to Fuqing to buy goods became more and more diligent, and even brought merchants from other places. The neighboring Hunan Road, Shannon Road, Huainan Road, and Jiangnan Road have large merchants coming to buy goods one after another, and the orders placed are tens of thousands. Jean, looking at the situation now, we added 3 more production lines and more workers to deal with these orders anyway. End of this chapter. Chapter 64. Chapter 66. Chapter 64. Number 66. Envious and Hateful. Yang Feier is busy every day without touching the ground. He often shuttles in Xianan Street, Jinhui Street, Shuyuan Street and Jinming Lane in his pink and purple carriage, which has become a scene in the city. In the past, everyone thought that Hu Yongqiang was the boss of Phil Tian, but now everyone knows who the real boss of Phil Tian is. Whether it is discussing the manufacture of oven trolleys with blacksmiths and carpenters with blueprints, or discussing with big merchants, they negotiate prices, formulate documents, arrange shipments, or improve and repair the machinery and equipment in the workshop, and arrange workers to work. They are all the daughters of the Hu family who are not yet ready. It is really jaw-dropping and surprising. Although the Hu family's business is not the largest and most profitable in Fuqing, it is definitely the most eye-catching. People in Fuqing have witnessed the rise of a new industry. From a small remote shop at the end of last year to today's 4 shops, 1 factory, in just 1 year, merchants came and went, and horse-drawn carts, ox carts, donkey carts, and mule carts came and went in and out of Jinming Lane. The rise of the Hu family has also driven the surrounding industries. There are 4 paper mills in Fuqing, which make packaging boxes for Phil Tian. The design names and product introductions, as well as the production date, are printed on the packaging boxes. There are 3 blacksmith shops that make iron cups of 3 sizes and models for the Hu family. The smallest is only as big as a medium-sized wine glass, and the largest is as big as a soup cup with a screw cap on it. The most strange thing is that the screw cap is also Ms. who designed it, and then handed it over to the blacksmith shop to pour out the mold and mass-produce it. This made the 3 blacksmith shops have an untold tradition, and produced many large and small iron cans with screw caps for sale. It is a small profit, but it is also continuous. There are 2 carpentry shops that make wooden frames and wooden boxes for Phil Tian for turnover. There is also a coal cellar, which is dedicated to delivering coal to Phil Tian. It was only able to make a living, but now it earns more in a month than in a year in the past. The whole family regards the Hu family as the god of wealth. Then, seeing the gate of the biscuit factory, everyone nodded and bowed, respectful. There are also those shops that supply raw materials such as rice noodles, egg candies, fruits, etc. The Hu family used to be a big customer, and now it is even more serious. The consumption has increased by more than 100 times compared to when the shop was first opened. These shop owners deliver goods to Phil Tian every time. When in the warehouse, you always have to roll your eyes around to see if the Hu family is present. If they are present, no matter how busy you are, you have to go over and say a few compliments, so as to strengthen the relationship again, in case you are squeezed out by any peers. Lose your own business. The business of those pastry shops in Fuqing was in decline and precarious. The bosses of the shopkeepers often looked into Phil Tian's shop, but it seemed that they couldn't see what they were doing. Fortunately, Feier Tian had no choice but to buy these strange and delicious snacks from the outside world, so he had to go to the biscuit factory to buy them and sell them in his own shop. In this way, the shop was able to maintain its business, and it was unexpected that it made more money than before. Joy. Therefore, every time young Feier's pink and purple carriage passed by, someone always greeted her on the side of the road. At the beginning, Yang Fei raised the curtain to respond, but later there were too many, so he pretended not to hear her and brushed past. As soon as he responded, he didn't have time to do any of his own affairs, and gradually no one greeted him, but he still followed the carriage with envious eyes as he passed by. But in this world, envy and jealousy are twin sisters, they always go hand in hand and never leave. After Yang Fei's birthday in September, Mrs. Zhang asked Zhang An to pick up Miss Wu's family to go to the house. Mr. Zhang's family is too tired to study, so he fell ill. Since I have a marriage contract with him, I should go and visit him. Everyone in the Wu family has always loved this girl very much, and they also believed in this girl's appearance. The young master of the Zhang family has never had any contact with Jenner. Once the two of them get in touch with each other, I believe they will look at each other with admiration, and they will not be so against this marriage in the future. Wu Jinxi brought 4 personal maids to Zhang's house, and settled in the east wing of Madame Zhang's courtyard. Mrs. Zhang invited An, and had lunch in the old man's courtyard at noon. Zhang Fuzhen didn't show his face until lunch was over and on the way back to Hengi courtyard. Fuzhen's yard went to visit sick. Zhang An saw Mrs. Zhang waiting for her from afar, so she hurried back to the house to inform Zhang Fuzhen. Zhang Fuzhen was drawing a portrait of Yang Fei on the desk, and was about to give it to her when she turned around. Unexpectedly, his mother brought Miss Wu over at this time. The ink on the part one just painted was not dry and could not be folded. In a hurry, I had to cover it with a piece of white paper, then quickly lay down on the bed, scratched a few strands of hair, and asked Zhang An to fold a wet towel to lay on it. He closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. A group of 8 servant girls waited at the door. Mrs. Zhang Wu Jinxi entered the main room, saw Zhang An standing at the door. Mrs. Zhang said, "Where is your son?" "I was lying in it. I had a fever just now, but now it seems to have subsided. I may be a little tired from the fever, and I have fallen asleep." Mrs. Zhang smiled secretly. There is really such a kind of master as there is such a slave. Seeing this nonsense, it is truer than the truth. She wanted to tease her son, so she said, "Did you drink the medicine? The doctor who saw it yesterday didn't give it to me. Did you prescribe medicine? Why haven't you seen medicine brewing in the yard?" Although Wu Jinxi guessed in his heart that Zhang Fuzhen was pretending to be sick and not going to Wu's house to pick him up, he also had a glimmer of hope, hoping that Zhang Fuzhen could not come because he was really sick. After cooling off for a while, seeing Mrs. Zhang asking such a question, I was also puzzled, so I stood quietly behind Mrs. Zhang without saying a word, waiting for the book boy to answer. Zhang An secretly sighed in his heart, "Why are you making things difficult for me, my lady?" But I have already asked the question, so I had to bite the bullet and answer. The young master said that for all these small problems, you must first resist or something. The villain, I don't understand either. Mrs. Zhang snorted, and said to Wu Jinxi, "He was like this when he was a child. He didn't like to take medicine when he was sick. He said that disease is like an enemy. Don't be afraid of him first. You need to fight against it. After the resistance is over, it will die. I won't dare to come to you again in the future. If I can't resist it, it's not too late to take medicine." I don't know where he came from these fallacies. However, he rarely got sick since he was a child. This time, I'm afraid it's because he has to take exams and work too hard. Here comes the disease. While talking, Wu Jinxi entered the inner room. Seeing Zhang Fuzhen lying on the bed with his eyes closed, with a wet towel on his forehead, his black hair was disheveled, and he really looked sick. Zhang Jun's face is the same as before, his facial features are perfect and flawless, and his skin is as clean as jade. It's the first time I saw him on the Lantern Festival, and this is the second time I saw him. He knows that since the Lantern Festival, his flawless and handsome face just go deep, thinking in my heart, this person is my future husband, who will accompany me every day in the future, have children, and spend the rest of my life together. Covering half of his red face with a handkerchief, he said softly, "Auntie, let's go out and let." Suddenly I didn't know how to address Zhang Fuzhen, so I could only say, let him, to be good to rest and get well soon. Mrs. Zhang said, all right, then let's go first and see him again in the evening. The two turned around and went out of the inner room. Just as they were about to go out, Wu Jinxi suddenly saw a large piece of rice paper on the table covered with a piece of white paper, with a faintly exposed corner, which looked like a painting, and said, Fuzhen, he can also dancing? Mrs. Zhang followed her eyes and saw the large sheet of rice paper on the table, and said, yes, he also draws a few strokes when he is free. I don't know what he painted this time. The paper looks like a great job. As he spoke, he walked over and uncovered the white paper that was covered. Zhang An stood aside and listened to them talk about the painting. His heart was in his throat, but in just 2 sentences, before he could react, his wife had already lifted the white paper that covered the truth. As soon as Mrs. Zhang looked at the painting, she saw a beautiful girl with a round face, a pointed chin, long eyebrows, almond eyes like spring, a straight nose, and a small mouth. Double flat bun, yellow shirt and green skirt, pink shawl, wearing a corolla on her head and a garland on her wrists. The girl is smiling charmingly, fluttering butterflies in the wind, dancing with the wind, the clothes are billowing and supporting. If this painting is only about painting skills, there is still room for improvement, but the subtlety of the girl's appearance, expression, and charm has already been portrayed to 3 points. All can allow the viewer to relive the mood of the painter when he was painting, and find the true feelings and sincerity contained in it. Mrs. Zhang was stunned for a moment. Isn't this Mrs. Hu? Thinking of the future daughter-in-law Wu Jinxi standing beside him, he thought to himself, fortunately, Wu Jinxi doesn't know Mrs. Hu, so he can only pretend to be innocent, and said with a smile, I didn't expect my Dalong to draw so well now. This character is so lifelike, really that's right, but painting can only be used as a daily pastime. Studying is serious, treat him well, and I'll talk about him. It's absolutely impossible to play with things and lose your mind. After finishing speaking, he covered the painting with the white paper in his hand again. Wu Jinxi's hot heart at this time was like falling into an ice cave. It turned out that Zhang Fuzhen had such a deep affection for the businesswoman. No wonder he rejected him so much. How could he accept others when he had someone in his heart? What about the orders of the parents and the words of the matchmaker? Even if they get married in the future, I am afraid that they will be a resentful couple, so how can they talk about the love between husband and wife? I didn't expect that humble little business girl to be so charming. Hearing Mrs. Zhang's words again, she thought that Mrs. Zhang probably didn't know this woman, so she forced a smile and said, it's rare for Fuzhen to have such painting skills. Besides, he doesn't delay his studies. His character, it may not be possible to create a generation of famous teachers. Mrs. Zhang saw that Wu Jinxi was so sensible, she couldn't help feeling a little guilty, took Wu Jinxi's jade hand, and said with a smile, Jiner is so gentle, Fuzhen will be really blessed in the future. After the two left hand in hand, Zhang Fuzhen just sat up from the bed, the expression on his face changed rapidly, and finally turned into a sneer on the corner of his mouth. End of this chapter. Chapter 65 Tracking and Peeping. Chapter 65 Tracking and Peeping. Under Mrs. Zhang's constant care, Zhang Fuzhen's illness recovered after 2 days. He had lunch with Wu Jinxi in Mrs. Zhang's courtyard with haggardness, and said that he hadn't read for several days and had to close the door to treat him well. During the dinner, Wu Jinxi and Zhang Fuzhen had no communication with each other. Zhang Fuzhen was lazy, and Wu Jinxi was also indifferent. After lunch, Zhang Fuzhen went back to his own courtyard. Wu Jinxi and Mrs. Zhang sighed with a smile, Auntie, seeing that I am so useless, everything is better here than when I was at home. Auntie treats me like my own daughter. I am still a little homesick. It just so happens that Fuzhen is also busy. I'm going to go back too, and I'll bother my aunt some other day. Mrs. Zhang left a few words, and seeing Wu Jinxi's persistence, she knew that her son's behavior was hurting the girl's heart, and her future mother-in-law could not help her. The only way is to follow Wu Jinxi's wishes and arrange carriages and horses to take her back. I know that even if I ask my son to send her back, I am afraid that there will be troubles and no results. But I have been with Wu Jinxi for 2 or 3 days, and I think this girl is not bad, who is good-looking, gentle-tempered, and well-educated, couldn't bear it, so he said to Wu Jinxi, Fusion is a nerd, we don't care about him, and let him go to school. He has indeed missed a lot of homework these few days. Auntie will send you back today. Wu Jinxi hurriedly said that he didn't dare, and the two refused politely for a long time, but finally, under Wu Jinxi's insistence, they only let Zhang Yan's escort go home. Wu Jinxi had a lot of grievances in his heart, and it was difficult for him to deal with the questions of the family members. He refused to be followed by his mother and a group of aunts. Cry. Ever since I can remember, have I ever been wronged like this, and have I ever been wronged in such a humble way? As long as Zhang Fusion can show him a little bit of affection, he won't be so angry and aggrieved. On the night of the 8th day of the first lunar month of this year, my parents called me over and told me that I had taken care of her in-law's family. He was the young master of Zhangji restaurant in Fuqing. He was the same age as me. In my heart, the male college should be married and the female college should be married. I just believe that my parents will not find someone who is not good for me, so I say that everything is up to the parents. Unexpectedly, on the night of the Lantern Festival, the young man who was like a jade in the street under the brilliant lights was like the brightest lamp that night, illuminating her foggy and ignorant way forward. Since then, the image of that young man has been deeply in my heart. He couldn't get rid of it, and he was very happy that he had such a good son-in-law. As for the woman he saw on the night of the Lantern Festival, Wu Jinxi didn't take it seriously. It is normal. Second, a little business girl, who has not grown up in stature, can handle whatever she wants regardless of her status or age, so there is nothing to be afraid of. But I never thought that the little business girl would make Fusion treat her so affectionately. The man is not afraid of spending all his time outside. He is still the only mistress, and the man will respect him no matter what. He will take his face into account, because he is afraid that he will use his affection and heart on these people outside, just like now, he doesn't even look at himself directly. If he enters the Zhang family in the future, how will he deal with it? In the big family of Nanhua, how can he stand up for himself? The way of life of these big families has been imprinted in Wu Jinxi's ears and eyes by Wu Jinxi, who grew up in the big families, and under the indoctrination of his mother, it has long been engraved in his heart. What's more, how can a young girl who is in love not have hopes and fantasies about love? When resentment accumulates and sublimates, it turns into hatred. Unable to hate the person you love, you hate the person who hinders you. That humble little business girl is the obstacle to her and his happiness. The 4 maids stood by the bed, watching Wu Jinxi weeping on the quilt, and felt deeply worthless for his little lady. In this Jinhui prefecture, my lady was ranked among this group of unmarried women, regardless of her family background, appearance, temperament, talent and knowledge. On the other hand, although that Zhang Fusion is not bad, but his little lady is not bad at all for him, how can he be underestimated like this? Until it was time to light up the lights, someone from the front hall asked her to go to have dinner, and when the girl Xiaoxia replied on her behalf, she said that the little lady would not go there, and that she could just eat some snacks in her own yard. And the maid who came to pass the message, then he went back, and after a while, he turned around again, carrying a tray with Shakima donuts and a box of jelly, which he said was sent by the lady in the front hall, and was given to the young lady for dinner. Xiaoxia took the tray, thanked the maid, brought the tray into the inner room, and said to Wu Jinxi, the ladies and grandmas in the front hall brought it over for you, my lady. You can eat some, too, my lady. Wu Jinxi raised his head, his eyes were red from crying. When he saw the contents of the tray, his eyes burst into burning anger. He stood up suddenly, and swept the contents of the tray to the ground with one hand. After a few kicks, I felt that the anger subsided a little.